4%. Chapter 21. On November 8th, the leaves outside Guangxian County were flying, and the winter footsteps were getting closer. Hua Kai felt that the weather suddenly changed a bit cold when he got up early in the morning. After the morning exercise, he had breakfast. He asked the housekeeper to take out all the remaining 200 caddies of bear meat from the family, and give each of the masters above Kaiyuan level around 5 caddies in the village. The host family gives benefits to the powerful practitioners in the village. This is available in many villages. It can encourage everyone to work harder in winter training and set a good example. Hua Kai and Grandpa went out early in the morning. The last time they visited the market in Ju National University, the flames were exhausted. The main reason was that the lunch break was too short. Today, Hua Kai and Grandpa went out early in the morning. Rest more and eat some grass to replenish your energy. Today, I went to Jiguo Huakai and felt that there were more wild beasts on the road than the day before yesterday. The flames are also very smart when walking along this road. Whenever there is a dense area with wild beasts, I try my best to get out of the way. Conflict, so they quickly came to the place where the black bear was killed last time. This is the area with the most wild beasts all the way, probably because the opposite is the river. After the freezing season arrives, these wild beasts will all go to the territory of Beihai country, and then the wild beasts will spread to all the boundaries of Qingzhou. After the last time the border river was passed, the probability of the emergence of wild beasts has been greatly reduced, and the flames have slowed their pace. This time, the performance of the flames was obviously stronger than the last time. After entering the North Sea country, the two of them did not stop and rest. Within an hour, Hua Kai saw the Buju National Market in the distance. It's still prosperous here when you come to Jiguo Market. In about 10 days, the entire Qingzhou will enter the freezing period. The rivers will gradually freeze and the wild beasts will crisscross. This market will also be withdrawn, so everyone should hurry up and purchase what they need. Last time I bought the black bear, I have money in my hands. Today, Huakai bought more special good teas. These are usually only a couple of good teas bought by the family, which cost several taels of silver. Huakai ruthlessly spent 30 gold to buy 100. Jin, this tea has very strict requirements for storage conditions, and the price when it is shipped to the grassland is not what ordinary people can imagine. Because the tariff is too high and it is difficult to preserve, minor world generally dare not touch the high-end tea business. Huakai bought some high-quality silk again. There are hundreds of caddies of sugar and 1 caddy of rice. After spending more than 10 golds, he has less than 30 gold left. He plans to bring these things to the grassland next year to try the prices. This will become a major source of income for the family, and there is no concept of time in the portable space, and things will not degenerate as long as they stay in it. Purchasing Lingmi Huakai actually intends to plant it by myself in the coming year. The system's main task rewards have spiritual rice seeds. If you can summarize the spiritual rice planting experience early, planting spiritual rice will be a good business for the family in the future. When returning home in the afternoon, the flames ran from Bukchi County to Guangxian in one breath. It was obvious for Huakai to increase the speed. They set off from the big market at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and they had returned to Wahiapu before 6 o'clock in the afternoon. In the next 2 days, Huakai and his grandfather went to the Juguoda market twice. As the winter approached, the flow of people in the market had become less and less. Some southern merchant ships were ready to return. On the last day, Huakai couldn't help but spend more than 20 gold on a lot of things, just because the caravan prices were too cheap at this time. On November 16th, Huakai woke up early in the morning and heard the familiar sound of morning exercises in the village. In the past few days, the number of people participating in the morning and evening exercises in the martial arts field began to increase. The third uncle had to temporarily expand the area of the martial arts field. Now the new martial arts field is used by newly joined villagers. Hua Xing and Hua Zuan are often just fine. I will go to the new martial arts training ground, and if I meet someone with good aptitude, I will join the Chinese family and give them a cultivation mentality. In fact, this world can cultivate without thinking by itself, but the speed is much slower. Mind in this world is actually a symbol of family strength. If a high-level mind has fewer and fewer masters in the family, the essence of mind will be slowly lost. In the end, the level of mind would slowly drop until it drops to yellow. Low level. On the contrary, if the family becomes more and more prosperous, and there are more and more masters above the chi level, they may sum up the deficiencies of the mental method and make corrections, making the family mental method continue to be ascension. Therefore, a family mentality is very important. People who have been nurtured by the family mentality since childhood will grow up faster than other mental methods. Huakai can be 12 years old. Meditation cultivation to great success is from he knew the reason for his family mentality since he was born. If he were to change his mentality now, he might not be able to get started in a few years. I practiced marksmanship in the martial arts field for 3 hours. Most people in the winter village would increase the intensity of cultivation when nothing happened. Huakai meditated for a while and felt that true chi had fully recovered, so he had the idea of rushing to promote the family. The mental method promotes everyone. Only by speeding up the recovery of true chi can you have more time to polish the body, and the mental method of a family is related to the ascension of the entire family's combat power. It is much more useful to earn more money than Huakai's upgrade space. Thinking of this, Huakai went to the stable to promote the last strong horse. Seeing that the family luck value had reached 149 points, he went home and entered the family secret realm space, entered Wu Jingjai, and now Wu Jingjai there is only a set of mental methods displayed in the meditation technique. Huakai clicked to confirm to upgrade, and more than half of the chi luck value on the crystal column in the center of the space entered Wu Jingjai. Huakai could not help but sit still and operate his mental methods. Before, there were only more than 200. The meditation ju of the word has been modified by the system more than 30 words, but the effect has been greatly changed. He runs true chi according to the new meditation ju formula, and only feels that his body absorbs true chi faster by about 30%, and he has a deeper understanding of true chi. Opening his eyes, Wakai couldn't help showing a smile. He participated in the promotion of Jingshinju and gained more insights into the family mentality. These insights are not what can be said clearly in just a few hundred words in the mind mantra. With these feelings, he has the confidence to let important members of the family ascension mind in a short time. Huakai. Body tempering level 4. Qualification. D. Physique. 14. Strength. 15. Will. 19. Mind method. Meditation ju yellow level intermediate mind method Dachang. Marksmanship. Split air spear yellow level advanced marksmanship Shaochang. Special mind method. Introduction to the idea of big dream view God level. Special skill. Real eye cannot be upgraded. Meditation secret art. The hint is already a Huang tier intermediate mental method, and his vigor value has increased by 1 point, and nothing else has changed. With his current cultivation speed, the problem of reaching the 5th level of body tempering at the end of winter should not be a big problem. When it's time to go to Linhu grassland, the safety can be better. The mental ascension made Wakai feel a lot more when looking back at the daytime practice at night. He now finally understands why there are so many masters in the family. The acceleration of true chi absorption speed is comprehensive for a person's strength. Once again, he can clearly feel what can be ascension. The next day Wakai found his grandfather and told Hua Xing about his new insights about meditation ju. Hua Xing was shocked when he heard the explanation from his grandson. Generally, only masters who enter the chi training state can modify the mental method he is familiar with. No matter what the reason, his grandson can find out the insufficiency of the mental method and add one. Improvements are considered geniuses, and he is only in the body tempering realm now. Hua Xing modified the formula according to meditation ju, but true chi ran it again, and he knew that this new mental method was much better than the previous mental method quality ascension. His whole body true chi runs faster and absorbs true chi faster. Speed it up a lot. Seeing that Grandpa has entered the new mind and perception, Wakai checked the attributes of Grandpa. Hua Xing. Level 1 of Qi Lian Jing. Qualification. B. Physique. 39-43. Strength. 40. Will. 46. Mind method. Meditation ju yellow level intermediate mind method Dachang. Marksmanship. Split air spear yellow level advanced marksmanship Zochin. Loyalty. 100. Grandpa's mental method has dropped from consummation to Dachang. It may be the reason why he is not proficient with the new mental method. The 39 points of his physique are infinitely close to the real physique of the chi training realm. In addition, Zochin's split air spear can deal with the general chi training realm. Elementary level should not be a problem. Wakai has been worried about whether the lowering of family luck will bring some bad things to the family. At noon, the third uncle told him that someone accidentally fell from a height while building a new house in the east of the village. Fortunately, the fall was not heavy. Outside the village in the afternoon, there were some small barren beasts looking far away. This should be the consequence of the family's low luck. In the following days, the number of people at Wahyapu's breakthrough suddenly became scarce. This made Huakai realize the importance of family luck. If there are only a few points left, he is afraid that the village will be surrounded by wild animals this year. Village, this is not a joke. Therefore, in the future, you must be cautious when using the luck value. Huakai reminded it secretly. Meditation technique. The upgrade only started slowly among the core members of the Hua family, and no one personally taught the chi deviation of the mind at random cultivation. Huakai personally gave the second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, housekeeper, second zhuang and others a new meditation formula and guided them in cultivation. A week later, grandfather and fourth uncle first used the new mental method proficiently, the new meditation ju. This has spread to the whole village step by step. What Huakai did not expect was that as the new meditation technique was used by more people, the family luck value ushered in a wave of growth, but only 49 points left in a week. Back to 66 points. Many important members of the family were loyal to Ascension, and the number of loyalty over 90 points had exceeded 50, and the fifth uncle Hua Zichen, who had been worrying Huakai, was finally kicked out of the list of crystal pillars. Grandpa has already passed the news to Lindsay City. Wahyapu has suffered an accident this year. It stands to reason that Hua Zichen will rush home as soon as possible. Unfortunately, there is still no news about Wushu Hua Zichen. I'm already a little worried. On November 23rd, the weather suddenly became cold and the ground began to frost. Fortunately, the new house in Wahyapu was more than half completed, enough for all the new villagers to live in. The third uncle found Huakai at noon on this day. Winter is a torment for the villages outside Guangxian City, especially many small villages do not have much money to save, and food is not enough. These days, I came to find someone who wants to find a part-time job in Wahyapu. The more you come, I can only try my best to satisfy the talented people in my family according to your requirements, but many people will stay at my door every day. I wonder if the family has enough funds to find more work for them. The third uncle said that Huakai also understood in his heart that everyone wants his own family to have a cultivation. For these many families, even if everyone only eats one meal a day, they must save food for the best qualified young people to buy some. Meat eating is the hope of their family's future. The style of martial arts training in Wahyapu is particularly obvious this year, which makes many families with poor conditions even more vulnerable. Sanshu, as the first manager of the outer village, knows this best. The wall is repaired, and the house cannot be built if it is frosted. The people seeking asylum in Wahyapu can't be ignored. Let's give the whole village a notice. All you need to do is to train for more than 4 hours in the martial arts field every day. Every afternoon, the family takes care of the meal. Now you arrange the people who cook in the afternoon, so that you can create more positions. Huakai thought about it and said. In fact, regardless of whether it is in Guangxian or Bada village, these people have to be given help more or less every year, otherwise they would not be able to win the support of surrounding villages and fight for their due status in Guangxian. Then, okay, Hua Ziji originally wanted to oppose. The pressure to rescue the family would be too great. Even if Huakai went to Ju country to buy back a large amount of food, it would only be enough for everyone to eat for 2 months at most. Also, I have seen that the sanitation situation in the village is getting worse and worse these days. Arrange some villagers to take charge of sanitation and cleaning in the village, and tell everyone that if they urinate in the village at will, they will be disqualified from eating in the afternoon. By the way, there is only one in the village. There are now too many people in the village, and the public toilets are not enough. You have built 4 more public toilets in all directions in the village these days, as well as one outside the main courtyard. Speaking of toilets in this world, Huakai can hardly say a word. Huakai has been carrying out toilet reforms in recent years, forcing everyone to develop good habits, and the environment in the village has only slightly changed. Now, as a Hua family, he intends to arrest the village for hygiene. The news of the master's martial arts management rice spread quickly throughout Wahyapu. At first, all the men who were idle in the village came to the martial arts training ground to practice, and then some women and children came to the martial arts field when they were all right at home. The entire martial arts field began to be crowded with people everywhere. Huakai had no choice but to appoint 20 people from the village guards to take charge of the training of these people, but the training places were placed on various roads in the village. The reason why Huakai spends such a price to allow nearly 1,000 people in the village to participate in the training is to prevent everyone from being able to organize effective resistance after the village is breached. The other reason is to cultivate the training atmosphere of the whole village and cultivate more and better families, youth. Time has passed so slowly. Although the entire Wahiabao has entered the winter, it is still very lively every day. The salt factory rotates 2 crews a day to purify the coarse salt. More than 10 days, 2,000 jin of refined salt has been stored in the warehouse, and the toilets in the village are also all of them have been built one after another, and the environment in the village is getting better step by step. The entire Wahiabao seems to be in order. The county road outside Wahiabao can no longer see the past figures. Huakai can listen to it when night comes. When the beasts outside the village kept roaring, some villagers couldn't help but feel terrified when they heard it. The test of winter is coming. 4%. Chapter 22. On December 8th, Wakai couldn't help but smile when he got up early in the morning. Last night, his dream concept, this splitting gun, finally broke through. He opened his attribute panel. Huakai. Body tempering level 5. Qualification. D. Physique. 15. Strength. 16. Will. 20. Mind method. Meditation Ju. Yellow level intermediate mind method Dachang. Marksmanship. Split air spear. Yellow level advanced marksmanship Dachang. Special mind method. Introduction to the idea of big dream view God level. Special skill. Real eye cannot be upgraded. The 3 attributes are all ascension, and in more than a month, he has risen from the 9th layer of Qi Yun to the 5th layer of body tempering. Even when Wushu was young, he was not as enchanting as himself. At the age of 12, his mental skills and martial skill are both great, even if only Huang tier. It is not so easy. When we came to the martial arts training ground, Huakai and the 4th uncle, the villagers watched and cheered on Huakai. Everyone would like to see Wahiapu's master. Not only does it keep the entire family in order, and the martial arts talent is so powerful. Wakai heard the system prompt 2 points for the value of air transport, and now he has some experience summarizing the growth of the value of air transport. There are 5 main sources of air transport value. The first part is the ascension of family cohesion. This is the easiest way to value luck. Huakai distributes training meals to the village in the afternoon, visits geniuses to distribute supplies, and then performs strong performances in the martial arts field to get luck. The second part is the ascension of the strength of the family members. In the past few days, someone has been training Breakthrough Huakai and has received several reminders of luck value rewards one after another. Although there are not many people, there are many people who can't stand the breakthrough. The third part is the loyalty value of the members on the crystal column in the family secret realm space ascension. Huakai found that as long as the loyalty value of family members exceeds 90 points, will often give family luck rewards somehow. The fourth part is the battle reward. Wakai encountered it once on the way back to the village by the team last time. The fifth is the external environmental relationship of the family. Last time, it was because the family crisis was lifted and the relationship with the county magistrate Han Jiahua Jiabao turned the crisis into peace. After fighting against his 4th uncle for more than an hour, Wakai tried his best to finally admit defeat. Hua Xing saw that his grandson's marksmanship had entered Dacheng. He held back his inner excitement and explained to him how to use the Dacheng split-air gun, as well as reaching consummation. Necessary conditions. Family martial skill is the foundation of a person's military power. Without martial skill realm, it is difficult to exert strength. The reason why a family is strong depends on the experience passed down from generation to generation. Huakai heard that there were many puzzles in his dream last night. I want to open it. Although he only has the 5th floor of body tempering, he has 20 points of will and mastery splitting spear to make him face the late stage of body tempering. Huakai was meditating to recover true chi. At this moment, I suddenly felt that there were flakes of snowflakes falling scattered in the sky, and it was snowing. It's even more difficult for wild beasts to find food when it snows. Every year after it snows, the village will be attacked by wild beasts. Wakai ordered the 4th uncle to increase the guard force of the city wall. Starting today, the guards will be divided into 3 groups. Wei took the lead and took turns guarding the city wall, and the entire Wahiabao also entered a 24-hour preparation state. In the following 2 days, the sky was under heavy snow, and a thick layer of ice formed on the walls. Captain Hua Xing told Huakai village that there were more and more wild beasts, and that the wild beasts besieged towns and villages without food. However, the number of wild beasts outside Wahiabao was only about 100, and the wild beasts were not hungry to a certain extent. If the number is not enough, the village will not be attacked. We can't watch the wild beasts gather more and more. The snow in the sky will keep gathering the wild beasts. Now it is best to take the opportunity to drive them all away, while there are no wild beasts outside now. Yu is the Wa family. The captain of the Baohu village team is the most experienced in dealing with wild beasts attacking the village. He saw that nearly 100 wild beasts had gathered outside the village, and he reported to Wa Kai. Wa Kai agreed to the other party's suggestion. He stopped all the salt-making workshops and cancelled all training in the village. He organized hundreds of body tempering and above level 6 masters in the village to gather at the entrance of the village at noon that day. The 4 uncles, Yu, and Wei put the first 3 at the forefront of the team. When the gate of Wahiapu was slowly opened, the Wahiapu elite team of more than 100 people left the village. The snow outside the village was already more than 6 inches high. Everyone in Wahiapu lined up soon after they left the village. The wild beast stood up and looked at this place vigilantly when they saw someone coming out of the village. Wazawan was the tip of the team's gun, and the slow commander team approached the desolate beast. A desolate beast with the appearance of a red fox saw him walking away, but a steel-backed pig with a height of more than 1 meter and a length of more than 3 meters was not convinced. With this rough air from his mouth, his front hoofs were constantly digging the snow, and it seemed that he was about to attack the guards. Not all desolate beasts have high intelligence. At this time, many desolate beasts are already starving. They see the guards instinctively attack. Most of the desolate beasts are carnivorous, and the guards are a rare delicacy for them. Stop. Defensive formation. Wazawan saw the steel-backed pig panting as it was about to attack, and he quickly commanded everyone to stabilize the formation. Several body tempering realms appeared in the middle of the team. They quickly came to the outside of the circle and pointed their spearheads at the barren beasts. But the tail of the spear was dropped into the snow. Some Kaiyuan realms stepped on the barrel of the gun with their feet. This is how the lancers deal with the cavalry rush. The steel-backed pig sees its tonnage as a high-level barren beast, and they must come up with a way to deal with powerful enemies. The village guard team set up their formation, but the barren beasts didn't come far away. Many of the desolate beasts with high intelligence originally planned to escape, but they all watched from afar when they saw the village guard team stopped. Get closer. Wazawan kept the formation and slowly approached the desolate beast group. Each time it was only a small step, but when only 50 meters away from the desolate beast, the village guard team stopped. This pig is still too clever. Daddy won't come up with such provocations. It seems that I need to lead them. Wazawan greeted the beast with a snowball in the distance, and the other party seemed to know the village protection too. There are too many people in the team to provoke, so I didn't dare to be the first to rush up. For Lord, let me go. I go. Don't say anything. This wild beast is nothing to Daddy. Let the 4th master perform for you. At this time, it would be dangerous for the team to take the initiative to approach, and someone must go and draw the desolate beast. This is not a simple task, so many wild beasts may be surrounded by a little carelessness, and they will be satisfied to escape by then. Wa Kai and the others in the village were all looking outside the village from the city gate, only to see that the 4th uncle left the team and walked straight towards the barren beasts. Perhaps the desolate beasts felt that they were so powerful. Perhaps it was that Wazawan was not threatened by himself, and waited until Wazawan approached within 20 meters. The desolate beasts finally stood up straight. Wazawan looked at the desolate beast and still didn't mean to chase and kill Own, so he threw a snowball in the snow and threw it at the desolate beast group, and then the desolate beast group finally reacted. Drink. Roar. All the wild beasts ran towards Wazawan together, and Wa Kai above the gate suddenly sank. The entire Wahiabao city wall was shouting, "For Lord, run!" Wazawan saw the wild beasts chasing him. How could he not rush to run? I saw that the steel-backed pig is the fastest, and it is getting closer and closer to Wazawan within a few steps. Wazawan sees at this point, True Chi was fully released, and his feet quickly ran towards the direction of the village guard team's gun formation, and the entire village guard team was ready for battle. Wazawan saw that the steel-backed pig was less than 10 meters away from him. He knew that he might stop when the steel-backed pig broke the team and was only a few meters away from the village protection team. Lower body, turn around with a long spear thrust towards the steel-backed pig behind him. Seeing that the other party stopped, the steel-backed pig also hurriedly slowed down. It could feel the power of the human spear, so it lowered its head to protect the vital part of its head and showed its back. Bump. Wazawan stabbed the steel-backed pig on the back, and saw that the spearhead was not in the inch, but the steel-backed pig was not seriously injured. Wazawan felt that his entire right arm was numb, and he stabilized and returned to the team instantly. It was Wazawan's sniper just now. The village protection team quickly opened the entry channel for him, and then quickly closed it. When the steelback pig reacted and ran to the front, the formation had recovered again. There was a terrible cry and 3 long spears. At the same time, it stabbed in the steel back. Because the gun barrel was fixed in the snow, the steelback pig was almost smashed due to inertia. Before it struggled, Yu and others speared its key in the spear thrust, and the steelback pig died. The other wild beasts followed the steel-backed pig to the village protection team leader's gun array under the urge of hunger. Before they were close to the village protection team, they found that the steel-backed pig was dead, and they all rushed towards the village protection team. 3.2.1. Kill. Wazawan saw the desolate beast coming up, and at the right time, all the members of the village protection team in the first row stabbed their spears at the same time. With the spears on the ground blocking them, more than a dozen desolate beasts died. The shots were accurate and fast. A few barren beasts escaped the first wave of attacks, and just as they approached the village protection team, the second row came to make up for the leak. The first wave of attacks on the village protection team was perfectly blocked. Everyone in the first row quickly withdrew back to the team. There was a distance between everyone and the desolate beast. There were more than a dozen dead beasts and a few desolate beasts lying here. It seems that he hasn't died yet, struggling constantly on the ground. Second row. Kill. Wazawan asked the team to control the distance from the desolate beast. 30 spears in the second row quickly attacked, and about 10 wild beasts died. Wazawan quickly retreated without waiting for the wild beasts to approach the second row of pikemen, and the third row quickly attacked. After 3 rounds of attacks, nearly a half of the wild beasts have died, and the village protection team has also begun to get injured. The first row is mostly Kaiyuan realm. The strongest force in the village bears the first defensive pressure. The second row is mostly body tempering on the 8th and 9th floors, while the third row only has body tempering on the 6th and 7th floors. After the 3 rows were stabled, the third row returned to the line again. Wazawan saw that all the high-level barbarians in the desolate beasts were almost dead in these few attacks. When the first row arrived, the entire barbarous beasts were nearly half dead or injured. Some smart beasts were this. Time also hesitated. They began to escape from the barren beast group. Free to attack, kill. Wazawan saw that the desolate beast group was gone. Even if the attack order was changed, several Kaiyuan realm masters immediately jumped out of the queue when they heard this, and pursued and killed the desolate beast. The villagers who were watching on the wall of Wahiabao all cheered happily, and the desolate animal group finally began to escape. Huakai saw the system prompt, drove away the desolate animal group to get 6 points of family luck. The escaped desolate beasts are better in intelligence, and they will not come back in the Wahiapu area if they lose money in Wahiapu. This winter Wahiapu pressure can be reduced. The fourth uncle led the village guard team to chase hundreds of meters away, leaving a place with the corpse of the barren beast. They turned around and killed the barren beasts that had not yet died. They organized everyone to start collecting the corpses of the barren beasts and use the snow bury the blood, so that no new barren beasts will be attracted. Wahiapu's gate was wide open, and many villagers rushed out of the village to help. Among them were some teenage children. They should also enjoy the joy of victory at this time. Hua Xing stood on the gate and smiled. Nod. The entire Wahiabao can't be supported by oneself alone, so that more people learn to fight against the desolate beasts will make the family stronger and stronger. Hua Kai welcomed all the members of the village protection team back to the village at the door. This time they killed more than 50 barren beasts. Most of the barbaric beasts could not be eaten. Most of the brutal beasts that attacked the village were carnivores. Most of their meat is sour, and a lot of the meat takes away certain toxins, and some omnivores, such as the steel-back pig, are edible meat. Returning to the village to summarize the battle, only one member of the village protection team was slightly injured, and he could recover after a few days of training. Wahiabao killed 4 high-level wild beasts, 19 intermediate-level wild beasts and 31 low-level wild beasts. For the beasts, a total of 54 skins were harvested, more than 2,600 caddies of wild beast meat, and about 600 caddies of wild beast bones. The women in the village started to skin and deboning the wild beasts. Some wild beasts could not be eaten, but the bones could still make silver. Hua Kai ordered the third uncle to return all the desolate beast meat to the whole village. The senior desolate beast meat family will remain in general, and the rest will be distributed to the members of the village protection team who fought bravely today. The intermediate desolate beast meat will be distributed to other village protection teams and talents. For the family, the remaining low-level barren beast meat will be given to other ordinary villagers in the village. Every household can be allocated about 10 kilograms of wild animal meat. This is Wahyabao's long-standing distribution method. Of course, all the animal bones belong to the Wa family. When the winter is about to end, the Wa family will grow up, refining animal bones, extracting bone coins, gold and silver from it. In the evening, all Wahyapu villagers started to stew meat at their homes. Huakai had not finished eating the black bear meat last time. The butler gave him another 30 catties of steel-backed pork. A small part of the mother. Wait until it is over, and then take it out so as to ensure the freshness of the meat. Entering the space at night, Huakai looks at the family panel. In the afternoon, he got another 2 points of luck. A total of 12 points of luck earned him a total of 12 points of luck. He was thinking about how to use these luck points to make the whole family stronger quickly. Because only when the family becomes stronger, he can get more luck. This is what he found in the Ascension Family Meditation Ju. Looking at the 84 luck value displayed on the crystal column, Wakai checked all the family members' information. 4%. Chapter 23. Huakai checked the information of 100 family members whose loyalty points exceeded 88 points in the family. Among them, the grandfather's physique has not recovered to 40 points, even if the vigor value and the artistic conception value ascension strength will not be greatly affected. Butler Wafu is now on the 3rd floor of the aerodynamic realm. If you can enter the 3 secret realm to test your strength, ascension to the late stage of the aerodynamic realm should be no problem. And his aptitude B has the possibility of breaking through and practicing Qi. When Uncle Wu is not at home, Uncle Fourth is the 3rd power in the family. He now has 37 vigor, 39 physique, and 43 artistic conception. His mind and marksmanship are both great. As long as his family luck is 3 points, he can be promoted to aerodynamics. Circumstances, and the 4th uncle's loyalty point has been 99 points, the 100-point loyalty system will reward himself with 1 point of luck. Then there are Erzhuang, Waiyu, and Weiba. They were originally the main combat power of the family. Now that the family Kaiyuan realm has more combat power, it seems that the combat power is not so outstanding. It is time to help them ascension. After retreating, Wahyapu was still safe in a short time. Wakai looked at the artistic training secret realm in the family space. This secret realm has always been the highest among the 3 attributes, so I didn't try it. Moreover, the cost of entering this secret realm is too high. A little bit of luck, the family members 10 points, Huakai put in so much effort, the family's luck is increasing little by little. Therefore, it is not very necessary. Huakai will not allow family members to enter the artistic training secret realm. Fortunately, people with strength have the highest mood attributes of the 3 attributes. Entering the secret realm only releases their talents in advance. Early the next morning, Wakai asked the housekeeper to call his uncle into the living room of the main courtyard and told him about the 2 secret realm trials. Wazawan heard that the housekeeper told him not to come alone. He guessed that his nephew was about to use his special power again. Okay, I'm all ready, Kair, what do you say? Wazawan said. Today you enter the physical training secret realm first, and I will tell you what to do after entering. Remember to stick to it and don't give up until the last second. Wakai watched his uncle standing in a single suit. In front of him, he entered the family secret realm space to choose the 4th uncle to test, and soon Wazawan entered the physical training secret realm. The 4th uncle persisted for 62 minutes, but the system only rewarded him with 4 points of physique. Wakai found that in addition to himself, in order to obtain attribute rewards, one must persist for a long time, and the other reward seems to be related to personal qualifications. After coming out of the secret realm, Wakai received a reminder from his 4th uncle that he was loyal to 100, and a little family luck value was returned. The 4th uncle meditated for more than 10 minutes before slowly opening his eyes. He told Wakai his miraculous change. Wakai told him that he would be promoted directly to the pneumatic realm when he came over tomorrow. Believe. Wakai then called Waiyu, Erzhuang, and Wei to his main courtyard. Only Erzhuang was loyal to 100 points among the 3, and the other 2 had just passed 96. On the second day, waiting for the 4 mental energy to recover, Huakai sent the 4 people into the strength training secret realm, so that the attributes of the 4 of them have undergone a big change. Wazawan. Pneumatic realm 1st floor. Qualification. C. Physique. 33. Strength. 31. Will. 32. Loyalty. 100. Mind method. Meditation Ju, Yellow Level Intermediate Mind Method Dachang. Marksmanship. Split Air Spear, Yellow Level Advanced Marksmanship Dachang. YU. Ninth floor of Kaiyuan Realm. Qualification. C+. Physique. 32. Strength. 34. Will. 29. Loyalty. 96. Mind Method. Meditation Ju, Yellow Level Intermediate Mind Method Dachang. Marksmanship. Split Air Spear, Yellow Level Advanced Marksmanship Xiaochang. Second Zhuang. Kaiyuan Realm 8th floor. Qualification. B. Physique. 28. Strength. 30. Will. 31. Loyalty. 100. Mind Method. Meditation Ju, Wangji Intermediate Mind Method Xiaochang. Marksmanship. Split Air Spear, Yellow Level Advanced Marksmanship Dachang. Wei Hong. Level 5 of Kaiyuan Realm. Qualification. C+. Physique. 33. Strength. 27. Will. 24. Mind Method. Meditation Ju, Yellow Level Intermediate Mind Method Dachang. Saber Technique. 13 Demon Swords, Yellow Rank Intermediate Saber Technique Xiaochang. Loyalty. 96. All four of them entered the Physical Training Secret Realm and Vitality Training Secret Realm trials. The fourth uncle was directly promoted to the Aerodynamic Realm, and Captain Yu also came to the Kaiyuan Realm for Zochin. The second strongest Kaiyuan Realm on the 8th floor is 22 years old for him. The age is considered very good, mainly because he has the B-level qualification this time to get the most attributes. The most regrettable thing is Wei Hong. His artistic conception value realm is only a small rank of ascension, but the ascension of physique and vigor can also give him a lot of strength. The strength of the main members of Wahiapu has been increased quietly. Everything in the village is still the same as usual. The salt factory operates 24 hours a day without interruption. There are cleaning staff everywhere in the village. If they see someone who doesn't talking about hygiene will directly report to the owner's house, which makes Wahiapu more and more tidy. In the next few days, the system family's air luck value increased by 2 to 5 points every day. Kai found a rule that if he used more, his air luck value would increase slightly faster. He began to have his own vision of the air luck value. If Wahiapu's overall strength is fixed at a certain point in time, the system will measure whether the current family luck value is consistent with this expected luck value. If the actual luck value is too low, there will be some family crises. Wait until the chi luck value returns to the normal value. If the chi luck value is too high, it may be forever fortune, and then the chi luck value is recovering. This guess is too difficult to verify, and you can't try it. If you try to use your luck value to bring misfortune to your family, it will be over. You must know that any demonic beasts can kill the entire Wahiabao in seconds. He has heard it since he was a child. The story of countless demonic beasts destroying the city. After the Wahiapu village guard team killed the wild animals outside the village, heavy snow continued for 4 days. The weather was getting colder and colder. It was hard to see pedestrians on the streets of the village, but the martial arts field was still lively recently. Kai came to the training ground and heard Yu report to himself about the gathering of wild beasts outside the village. Patriarch, since yesterday, there have been wild beasts gathered outside the village. There are now about 200 in number, and no trace of wild beasts have been found. Yu saw Kai and said, "Always pay attention to the movements of the wild beasts. Be sure to wear cotton-padded clothes when patrolling at night, and be careful not to let the wild beasts sneak into the village. If you find that the situation is not right, immediately sound the drum." After Kai heard it, there was no other way. There were too many wild beasts in the winter to kill, and the snow outside the village could be as thick as 1 foot, which was not suitable for field operations. We can only wait for the desolate beasts to continue to gather, and it will be more difficult for the desolate beasts to climb the city wall in this freezing winter. Watching his grandfather take the lead in demonstrating to everyone, Kai saw that his fourth uncle's marksmanship had also increased rapidly since he was promoted to the aerodynamic state, and his artistic conception value had increased a bit in just a few days. He walked past all the villagers who practiced martial arts. Seeing that the family was looking at him, these villagers practiced harder. Most of these villagers are loyal to more than 60 points, including many villagers in the affiliated villages. They are completely trustworthy. Kai compares the list of crystal pillars in the family secret realm space and checks the attributes of all people in the martial arts field. As long as the mood attribute is particularly high, Kai will let them out. These people are more hard-trained and watch everyone's attention. Next, Kai took them to the main courtyard. After a meal of family luck, several realms began to break through, and Hua Jiabao had a few more Kaiyuan realm masters. In the following 10 days, Huakai sent more than 30 members of the family into the family secret realm space trial, and many villagers who had just broken through the Kaiyuan realm suddenly entered the middle stage of the Kaiyuan realm. There are more than 50 people in the Kaiyuan area of Wahiapu, including small villages attached. On this day, Huakai is studying how to use the secret realm to ascension family strength as soon as possible in the family secret realm space. Regardless of the 3 secret realm trials, everyone who can enter Ask the Sky has entered. Yanwutang upgrade splitting gun requires 500 family luck points. This is a different consideration. Wujingjai upgrade meditation Ju it takes 200 chi luck to reach the Huang tier advanced level. Weapon shop a piece of white equipment starts with 100 gas luck. Huakai checked some of the white equipment and it is still possible to gather all the materials, but only use 100 gas luck to refine a weapon or armor is something extravagant. Finally, pill refining room. Wakai used it to refine the first rank Van Pill Huaki pill for Grandpa. In this pill refining room, it is possible to refining. There are many medicine pills in Fandon that can be refined, but most of the medicinal materials used can only be encountered by aristocratic families. It is possible to open the pill furnace and the entire Wahiabao go bankrupt. In the end, Huakai reluctantly wrote down a few pill recipes that might be used. Rejuvenation pill. Second rank Fandon. Refining materials required. 50 grams of the main medicine 3 leaves spiritual herbs, 1 piece of clear wood fruit, 5 grams of the auxiliary medicine funeral flower. Efficacy. Treat trauma, promote blood production, restore energy, and restore true chi. The family luck required for refining is worth 2 points. The main effect of this rejuvenation pill is to heal the wounds. If you go out with the rejuvenation pill, the death rate will be greatly reduced. The main 3 leaves spiritual herbs and clear wood fruits are more common, and a pair of medicinal materials costs about 400 gold. Qi Yang pill. 8-pin Fan Dan. Refining materials required. Main 1000 spiritual herbs, 70 grams of devil's spines, 20 grams of tianxingsao, 20 grams of Haidianma. Efficacy. A small amount of true chi for ascension users will speed up the operation of true chi and double the speed of ascension true chi. The efficacy lasts for 1 month. The family luck required for refining is worth 8 points. This Qi Yang pill is an amazing thing. Doubling the running speed of true chi means doubling the speed of cultivation. It also purifies the quality of true chi and improves the strength of the cultivation base. It is a very good medicine pill. The reason to pay attention to this medicine pill is that someone in Donglai County once found 1,000 spiritual herbs, and he sold the 1,000 spiritual herbs to a young master of the Tian family in Lindsay City. After the young master took it, the breakthrough Shantian passed on in Lindsay City. Wakai sees that these side medicines are common herbs that are relatively easy to find. As long as they have a chance to obtain 1,000 spiritual herbs, this medicine pill can basically be refined. There is also the last pill recipe. Huakai is drooling. This is a Baodin pill recipe. Guiyuan Dan. First rank Bao Dan. Refining requires materials. 1 main medicine monster core, 1 lingzi mushrooms at the center of the earth, 10 ice cordyceps, and 1 chiguo. Adjuvant huang jurui 2 grams, 1 Buddha heart fruit. Efficacy. Physique increases by 3 points, blood chi increases significantly for 3 months, and has a slight anti-aging effect. The family luck required for refining is worth 10 points. This Guiyuan pill can not only increase physical fitness, but also increase blood chi value. Blood chi is the basis of cultivation. Why is it that after 60 years of age, blood chi declines and there is no possibility of breakthrough? Isn't blood chi not enough to satisfy the body's consumption? This Guiyuan pill can make people have enough blood chi, even if it is 3 months. Many people who are hopeless in the bottleneck period have a chance to get promoted. Besides, it is very effective even if ordinary people take it. There are 4 main medicines in this pill recipe, and more than 20 side medicines. Among them, the medicine requires a monster core. What is demonic beasts? Before demonic beasts, the Shantian realm can only kill you. The other 2 main medicines are Huaki pill and Lingzi mushrooms, which are easier to find. As for the other spirit pills and elixir, Wakai didn't want to look at them. They all needed heaven and earth spirit quenching and spirit treasure as the main ones, but Wakai couldn't do it. Coming out of the space, Wakai got up and got out of the bedroom, and saw his 4th uncle walking worryingly in the yard. Uncle C, are there more wild beasts outside the village? Why don't you come in and sit down? Wakai asked. It has been 10 days in a row. The number of wild beasts outside the village has exceeded 1,000, and there is still one wild beast. They are waiting for more wild beasts if they are not moving. Today I saw that the wild beasts outside the city of Guangxian have attacked the city. Now, it looks like there are dozens of brutal beasts, and all brutal beasts have been on the wall in the morning. Guangxian City has a big goal and attracts a large number of wild beasts. It is inevitable. The ability to kill the city wall shows that Guangxian will definitely lose a lot. The wild beasts are no more than the wild beasts. Each jump is more than 10 meters. The city wall of Wahiabao is against them to put it in vain. Wazawan's worries are inevitable. Go, let's go to the city wall and have a look. Kai walked towards the entrance of the village as he said. On the gate of the village, grandfather Xing was looking at a pile of golden apes in the distance. One golden ape reminded that more than 3 meters is especially obvious among the apes. The leader of the golden ape is a savage beast, and his intelligence is not low. The housekeeper and I have been staring at it now and dare not remove our eyes. Let it break through from other locations in the village, and Wahiapu will lose a lot. Now, Xing whispered when he saw Kai's arrival. The villages outside the city are most afraid of brutal beasts. As long as they encounter brutal beasts attacking the village every winter, the villages will not lose much. Now that the outer area is so thick, we can't leave the city, we can only guard it strictly. Add patrol teams to the wall of the village. Even if a beast is found at night to attack the city, even if it sends a signal. By the way, let someone pour water on the wall. Right, frozen city walls at night can increase the difficulty of siege by wild beasts. Kai has no good way. At this moment, a villager suddenly saw a figure walking towards Wahiabao on the official road in the distance. He was followed by many wild beasts, stopped from time to time to fight with the wild beasts behind him, and then turned and continued to flee. How can anyone dare to leave the village at this time? Isn't this looking for death? Wazawan looked at the figure who was still insisting in the distance and said. It's not Chenur. Xing realized that the person in the distance was not On, and ignored him. Kai saw that the man killed several gray wolves with a big knife in his hand for several rounds, but it was a pity that he walked alone in the wild in winter as a living target, and all the wild beasts surrounded him. He seems to be dying. What should Kair do? Wazawan asked after seeing that Wandering Shaw almost fell to Kai next to him several times. For an irrelevant passerby, let us go deep into the dangerous place, this kind of kindness. Kai was about to say that such kindness Wahiabao had no strength to give, but a system prompt sounded from his mind. Post-system side mission. Rescue novelist student Yu Jun. Task reward. A pair of purple ice silkworm armor. Quote. Purple gold ice silkworm armor, blue 9 rank, a high-quality inner armor made of purple gold and ice silk, which can resist 60% of the attack power of the foundation building and 90% of the true chi attack. 4%. Chapter 24 Novelist Yu Jun. Quote. This. Where is the conscience of people who come to our village and can't save? I think they are still saved. Kai just heard the system task prompt and had to change his words instantly. Whether to save or not, the person we don't shoot may be going to die. Wazawan looked at the Wandering Shaw outside the village who was almost reaching the limit and said. Save, you must save. Kai affirmed. 10 people from the village protection team come out and open the village gate. Wazawan shouted to the village protection team. No, I'm going to save people. Wufu, fourth, you stare at that brutal beast. Xing jumped off the wall after saying that the master of chi level can release true chi outside, and short volleys are all right. As soon as Yu Jun killed a gray wolf, he was hit by a triangular rhinoceros. He vomited a mouthful of blood when he landed on the ground. He felt that he could not exert any strength all over his body. Looking at the nearby wild beasts, he knew that he was doomed today. Everything in front of him gradually lost its color. At the last moment of losing consciousness, Yu Jun felt that the wild beasts around him seemed to scream, and then he didn't know anything. Since Kai decided to save people, Xing jumped off the city wall alone. The brutal beast outside the city seemed to have a low intelligence, and he had to get up and flee when he saw it. Xing came to this name Wandering Shaw with just 2 breaths. By his side, he quickly speared out a spear thrust to kill a few barren beasts. Before waiting for the barren beasts to surround him, he lifted Bai Jun, who had been unconscious on the ground, and returned to the village gate in a few steps. Wazawan was still instructing the village guard team to open the door to greet him, and Xing had already carried Bai Jun back to the city wall. Langzhong, how is it? Bai Jun lay on the bed in the guest room of the main courtyard. After Huakai's renovation in the past few years, there was high-temperature smoke flowing through the mezzanine of the back wall, and there was no coldness at all. Patriarch, this man has 2 ribs broken in his chest and his internal organs are severely damaged, and because of the continuous use of true qi after the injury, his body is completely out of control of true qi now. To save it, it is best to take him the last time he used it. The medicine pill is only good, and only when true qi is stabilized can he treat other injuries. The doctor has spent half his life in Wahiapu. Although his medical skills are not very good, his diagnostic skills are slowly accumulated. Wakai looked at Wandering Shah, who was unconscious, and checked his attributes. Yu Jun. Pneumatic Realm, 9th floor. Qualification: A. Physique: 37-39. Strength: 42. Will: 47. Novelist. Students, apprentices, students, big people, giants, sage. Mind method. Introduction to basic copywriting skills, TN level, low level mind method. Marksmanship. Sword technique, Xuanya intermediate marksmanship, Xiaocheng. Status: seriously injured and dying. Wakai is still the first time he has seen 100 schools of thoughts. This novelist's mental method turned out to be the heavenly mental method. The effect of the mysterious elementary mental method is similar to that of the Xiaocheng Huang level mental method. Just getting started is similar to Huang Jia's consummation. Wakai sighed deeply. The last Huaki pill could not be kept. He actually took out the Hukchi pill from his pocket and put it in the mouth of the novelist. The effect of medicine pill came soon. The doctor diagnosed that his true qi had all stabilized. Only then did he prescribe a prescription for Yu Jun and put his own ancestral plaster on him. After a meal, Wakai actually spent dozens of taels, silver. There is only one guard at home, and now he can only resign himself to his fate. This kind of injury is undoubtedly unavoidable for ordinary people, but the life is harder than the aerodynamic state, and he is still a mysterious student of the Baijia, so it only depends on himself. In the morning of the next day, Wakai got the system prompt: congratulations on completing the side quest. The task of helping novelist student Yu Jun is completed, and a pair of Zijinai silkworm armor is rewarded. Is this done? Wakai came to the guest room and saw that Yu Jun was still in a coma, only to check that he had been out of the endangered state, his physique had recovered a little, and his state had become seriously injured. Seeing that Jading changed his plaster, Wakai was not in a hurry to extract the rewards for the mission. The village North Salt Workshop saw that there was not much coarse salt left in the warehouse, and the salt production work would be over in a few days. Huakai shipped back more than 9,000 caddies of coarse salt in 4 trips, and now it has used about 8,000 caddies to refine more than 4,300 caddies of refined salt, and the salt yield is more than half. This is the result of proficiency in the process. These refined salts are almost 1 cubic meter together, salt density 2.3. Coming out of the salt workshop, Wakai came to the stables, and Yan Yan saw him coming and rubbed his head intimately against his chest. This flame was so spiritual that he was less than 3 years old, and for a horse, he has not yet reached adulthood. Wakai intends to try his best to ascension flame strength, which is actually a kind of ascension to the family strength. He was about to lead the horse back to the main courtyard when he heard the sound of drumming at the entrance of the village, and it was 6 consecutive drums, which showed that the village suffered. By the time of the attack, the situation has become more dangerous. All villagers need to be prepared, and all the village protection teams will gather to prepare for the battle. After boarding the gate tower, the temperature outside the city seemed to be getting colder overnight. It has been a month in winter, and the wild beasts are already too hungry. Now it is the time for them to attack the human settlement. Huakai is now on the gate tower. You can faintly hear the roar of beasts in the distance, the loudest of which comes from the direction of Guangxian town. At this time, no village can live easily. Grandpa, has the wild beast attacked the village? Wakai stepped forward and asked when he saw his grandpa now fully armed on the wall. Just now, a few clouded leopards wanted to sneak over the city wall and were killed by the village guard team. Last night, the number of wild beasts outside the village doubled, and there was another earthy tiger. The earthy tiger is not an ordinary savage beast. Even low-level savage beasts are more difficult to deal with than many intermediate-level savage beasts. Judging from the current situation, the desolate group of beasts is likely to initiate a total against us at noon. Hua Xing said. Seeing the wild beasts outside the village, Wakai couldn't help but slowly approach the Wahiapu city wall. A strong tiger in the distance looked very mighty. It looked motionless at Hua Xing above the city gate, and seemed to know that this would be his strongest. The big enemy. Since the battle is inevitable, Huakai still intends to go home and extract the armor from the system first. In case the village protection team cannot withstand the disaster of Wahiapu, all men, women and children in the village will launch weapons desperately. I have one more chance to live. After quickly returning to his room, Wakai extracted the reward for the task of saving novelist Yu Jun, and an exquisite purple gold inner armor appeared in his hand in an instant. The surface of this purple ice silkworm armor is woven with thin purple gold threads. Purple gold is 100 times more expensive than gold. Its hardness is difficult to destroy even by Shantian masters. The purple gold threads on this inner armor are actually very soft to the touch. Huakai pulls it with a hand, and its softness is also very good. There are several layers of crystal clear white brocade silk inside the purple ice silkworm armor. It feels cool to the touch. Not only does it feel very soft when worn on the body, but the temperature feels just right. Huakai feels that the inner armor is silky after leaving the house. The heat comes out. This is a magic inner armor. This inner armor seems very thin, but Wakai weighed it down, but it weighed about 5 kilograms. It can protect the entire upper body when worn on the body, and the outer jacket is very concealed. As soon as he left the courtyard, Wakai heard shouts everywhere on the city wall, and it was clear that the siege of the wild beast had already begun. Secondary quest reminder. Wahiabao has been attacked by an unprecedented group of wild beasts. Please repel all the wild beasts and guard Wahiabao. The task rewards are issued according to the degree of completion of the task. D. Yinhu. Elementary Savage Beast. Strength. 48. Agility. 45. Intelligence. 53. Bloodline. Enlightened Demon Tiger Bloodline. 0.2%. Skills. Claws. Shaking Roar. 3 Leaps of the Golden Tiger. The system unexpectedly gave another task. I have never received any side task from the system before. It triggered a side task yesterday and triggered again today, but today this task is a bit strange. Humans are qualified, and realm is different in strength, and wild beasts are not the same. D. Yinhu has the blood of demonic beasts. In the future, there is a possibility that he will break through to become demonic beasts, and his intelligence is more than 50 points. This is already the intelligence of high-level brutal beasts. Generally, the county can meet the strongest brutal beast, that is, the intermediate brutal beast. Look at the many skills of D. Yinhu. Seeing here, Wakai hurriedly walked towards the city wall, and someone at the top of the wall was commanding and reminding him that the desolate beasts had begun to attack the village. Don't go up to the city wall. Here is enough for me. Order everyone to prepare supplies for the city, and the wounded will arrange for treatment. Hua Xing saw Wakai leaving and coming back, and quickly said, but his eyes kept staring at the distant place. D. Yinhu didn't dare to move away. Even if D. Yinhu just stood far away, he could feel the strong pressure. Grandpa, the tiger is extremely dangerous. You must be careful. I don't want to walk around here, so don't worry. Wakai looked outside the village after he said it. Because of the deep mountain valley in Wahiapu, the main entrance of the village is the place where most desolate beasts gather. Now they have gathered under the wall outside the village, trying to jump towards the wall one by one. It may not be difficult for them, but it is not so easy for them to climb the wall. A black cat had just jumped on the wall before it could react. Several spears appeared where he was about to land. Even with his agility, the black cat was pierced by several spears at the same time. He just jumped on the wall and has not yet landed. Just when the desolate beast is exhausted, the village protection team will easily get the desolate beast seriously injured if it seizes the opportunity, and the possibility of the injured desolate beast falling off the wall and surviving is very small. Wakai looked nervously under the city wall. These wild beasts showed their hideous faces, and rushed towards the wall desperately. Some wild beasts with high IQ were actually the most difficult to deal with. They would always look for the village guard team to take action. Soon someone in the village protection team began to get injured. The third uncle commanded the villagers to lift the wounded off the city wall. The defensive pressure on the city wall was increasing. A few silver monkeys quietly climbed to the side of Wahiapu. In that area, only 2 members of the body tempering Jingu village team were present. Soon some silver-sniffed monkeys grabbed the gap and boarded the city wall and jumped into the village. Fortunately, there was Yu's reserve team under the city wall. The silver-sniffed monkey was besieged and killed as soon as he jumped off the city wall. Yu, you take people to the city wall quickly. Wei Hong organizes your people to quickly prepare under the city wall. The second Zhuang, you make all the young people in the village ready. The third one, prepare for the battle in the village. Hua Xing sees the tiger step by step. Approaching the entrance of the village, the wild beasts under the city wall became more fierce. They leapt up to the city wall regardless of their life and death, and the whole city wall suddenly became confused. The golden apes are here, everyone be careful. Wazawan saw the golden apes all running towards the side of the city wall, and hurried towards the direction of the golden apes' attack. The leader of the golden apes saw that the wall of Wahiapu was tight and then led the own group to launch an attack. Wahiabao missed many places on the wall at a time. Fortunately, Yu took the second team onto the wall at this time. Kai saw a rat-shaped beast climbed onto the spearhead in a panic. He quickly out of the eyes of the giant rat in the spear thrust. The giant rat screamed and fell down the city wall. The fourth uncle and the golden ape leader could barely block him without boarding the spearhead. The village protection team was boarded on the wall by multiple golden apes at a time. Yu and Erzhuang had already gone to support at this time. At this time, the entire village is in crisis, but Wahiabao often encounters this situation every year. At this time, the village protection team tries to prevent the middle level and above desolate beasts from climbing on the city wall. Wahiabao masters can drive away or kill the wild beasts outside the city, and these wild beasts that enter the village will die sooner or later, but the casualties of ordinary people in the village may be greater. Kill. As soon as Kai repelled a mid-rank wild beast, two wild beasts stepped onto the wall from in front of him. He tried his best to stab a mid-rank gray wolf, and he saw a horned cow flying up the city wall. Among the high-level beasts, they are all powerful types. The body-tempering middle stage of Huakai district is not an opponent at all, but he saw that all the guards behind him were already participating in the battle. Let it enter the ordinary villagers, Wahiabao must have suffered heavy losses. At this time, many people also saw Huakai's crisis and all came to rescue him. Huakai knew that as long as he blocked the opponent's first wave of attack and support personnel, he would come, but when the horned bull stepped on the wall, Huakai, I found myself too simple. This horned high-level desolate beast is equivalent to the Kaiyuan realm of human beings, and desolate beasts often go through battles and fight alone. Generally, humans are not opponents. Kai naively thought that he could stop him for a while, but when the horned bull walked in front of him, he seemed to see an extremely fast truck rushing towards him. Before he could react, the horned bull came to him. At this moment, Kai felt that death was so close to him, he roared Truchi and gathered his arms, struggling to stab the horns. The imaginary collision did not come. Kai stabbed the horn of the horn but only pierced into the inch. The horned cow ran to him and lay down directly. Kai was puzzled, but he heard the voice of his grandfather. Sounded around him. Everyone retreat, hurry up. Kai only saw that Di Yinhu running towards the city wall at this time. It was Grandpa who rescued him just now. Being dragged down the city wall by two family members, Kai regretted it. He knew that Di Yinhu was so powerful that his grandfather was distracted by him just now. This allowed Di Yinhu to seize the opportunity to kill his grandfather. Unfortunately, he was not at this time. When he was responsible, Kai knew that staying here would only make the family lose even more, so he hurried to the village. On the street, Kai saw many villagers fighting with wild beasts. There were a lot of wild beasts entering the village, but most of them were middle and low-level wild beasts. The pressure on everyone was not too great. Kai helped kill two low-level wild beasts and looked back at the city wall, only to find that since Di Yinhu climbed the city wall, although his grandpa blocked his way into the village, more wild beasts behind him had crossed the city wall and entered Wahiapu inside. 4%. Chapter 25. Nearly 1,000 wild beasts all crossed the city wall, and various huge boulders and rolling logs continued to fall. These wild beasts came under the wall and squeezed together. Soon after the city wall, a lot of beast corpses piled up. A member of the guards just shot a bow and arrow. A desolate beast saw that there was a desolate beast in front of him continuously climbing on the city wall. At this time, Xing was inevitably retreated by the Di Yinhu. This Di Yinhu has the blood of demonic beasts, and his combat power is almost equal to that of the ordinary middle-level brutal beasts. Seeing here is also anxious, but how can ordinary people intervene at will in this kind of battle, and Xing and Di Yinhu have become a vacuum belt within 10 meters. No one noticed that the butler of Wufu was slowly approaching the main battlefield of Xing. He saw Xing being forced to the corner. There were already more than 10 barren beasts entering the village. It's over. Di Yinhu kept fighting on Xing's body, and suddenly felt someone approaching behind him. He turned around and saw a human holding a spear and killing himself. This human being can slap to death with a slap in peacetime, but this is how the other party prevented him from entering the last game of this hunting ground. Master, I'll help you. Wu-Fu finally seized the opportunity and just assaulted Di Yinhu's back. Di Yinhu could only turn around and slap Wu-Fu's spear on one side, but Wu-Fu did not give in at all. He turned around and stabbed Di Yinhu's head with the spearhead. Di Yinhu was very annoyed now, and it put Hua down. Xing Shang Wu-Fu killed him. Hua-Fu's spear collided with the opponent's tiger paw for the second time. He felt that his spear had touched the rock, and both arms were numb. Before he could react, Yinhu was close. Hua-Fu only heard one sound. With the roar of the tiger, his whole mind was in confusion, and his whole body was unable to make it out. Knowing that this is the skill of the brutal beast, he bit his tongue with his teeth, and only felt a bloody smell in his mouth. The giant bone in front of him has rushed to him. Knowing that he might not be able to escape this time, Wu-Fu felt in his heart a piece of calmness. He stood his spear on the ground, and the head of the spear faced Di Yinhu, who was leaping towards him in the air, but he just clenched the gun body, completely ignoring the bone claws that approached him. Hua-Fu, Uncle Fu. Everyone yelled loudly when they saw this place. Wu-Fu was snapped by Di Yinhu and fell from the city wall to more than 20 meters in the village, but the spear could not be avoided. The spear had pierced its body more than a foot. Di Yinhu let out a cry of pain and almost fell over. Kill. Hua Xing held a red sandalwood dragon wood spear, and Tru Chi surged towards Di Yinhu to kill him. Di Yinhu felt the danger but turned around but ran into the long spear stuck in his chest. It was so painful that it almost fell. How could Xing Zheng miss such an opportunity in his anger, stabbing the injured Di Yinhu to death in 3 rounds? Grandpa Fu, Grandpa Fu. Hua Kai came to Hua Fu and saw that Hua Fu's entire chest had been deformed, and a burst of blood was spit out from his mouth. He smiled when he saw Hua Kai coming over. Grandpa Fu. I can't watch you lead the whole family to revitalize. Grandpa Fu, don't talk. The doctor is. Hua Kai cried and shouted. The second uncle went to find the doctor, but Hua Fu shook his head. He smiled at Hua Kai and signaled that he didn't need it. Hua Kai could feel that Hua Fu's butler's breath was getting weaker, but he had nothing to do. AFU. After Hua Xing killed Di Yinhu, he helped Hua Zawan kill the leader of the Golden Ape, so that the group of Golden Apes was quickly wiped out. Hua Zawan, Erzhuang, Huayu, etc. The famous Wahiabao master began to deal with the high-level beasts in the village, and soon the entire Wahiabao was under control. Master. Don't. Hua Xing Tru Chi entered Wu-Fu's body and felt that his internal organs had been broken. Owning Tru Chi could only hang him at best, but he kept typing in Tru Chi. Everyone knew this was in vain, but no one stopped it. The old man and Wu-Fu were really brothers in their lives as masters and servants. This time, if Wu-Fu hadn't hurt the tigers personally, everyone might be in disaster. Soon after, more than a dozen high-rank wild beasts were killed. Some of the high-rank wild beasts began to flee. The villagers of Wahiabao all picked up weapons and started chasing the wild beasts in the village when they saw it. The situation changed in an instant. The desolate beast that entered Wahiabao either jumped the wall and escaped, or was surrounded and killed by everyone. At this time, Huakai heard a system prompt sound. Congratulations to the host for repelling the offensive of the barren beasts and gaining 16 points of family luck. Secondary task. The task of protecting Zhongjiabao is completed. 2 wild beasts and 427 wild beasts have been eliminated. Task rating. Excellent. Reward. Zhang Lingdan 1. Rewards 1 spirit beast cub for killing Yinhu in the wild beast. Quote. When Hua Kai heard this, he hurried to check the attributes of Zhang Lingdan. Zhang Lingdan. 9 grade Baodan. Function. Quickly recover from the injury and have the effect of bringing back the dead. Quote. Seeing here, Hua Kai seemed to have grasped the last straw that fell into the water, and he directly extracted Zhang Lingdan. No one noticed that a special bottle suddenly appeared in Hua Kai's hand. He took out the medicine pill and only felt that this Zhang Lingdan was surrounded by 9 layers of pill, and a strong pill fragrance floated from Bao Dan. Hua Kai only felt energetic for a while. He didn't dare to open the mouth of the butler Wu-Fu and put Zhang Lingdan into his air. K, what are you doing? Hua Xing asked when he saw that Hua Kai seemed to feed Hua Fu a medicine pill. It depends on whether Grandpa Fu can be saved this time. Grandpa, Tru Chi, don't stop helping Grandpa Fu resolve the medicine. Hua Kai's butler's collapsed chest seemed to be recovering a little bit, he said excitedly. With a breath of time, Hua Xing unexpectedly felt a powerful energy gushing out of Wu-Fu's body. This energy quickly flooded Wu-Fu's body like a mountain, and Hua Xing Tru Chi was completely forced out. Let's take the housekeeper home first. Don't talk nonsense about today's affairs. Let me know that someone chewing the tongue will not forgive. Hua Xing saw that Wufu's chest was actively recovering. What else could he do? Even more miraculous than this, he quickly greeted the people around him and carried Hua Fu home. At this time, Zhuanggang cleared away the wild beasts in the village and entered the door. He saw his father being hit by Di Yin, who just now in Wazawan's dealing with Jin Yuanchun. He only hated that he was not strong enough to avenge his father at that time. At this moment, he just drove the desolate beast out of the village. He hurried home. Father! Father! Zhuang walked to the gate of the main courtyard and cried out. Hua Fu had just been sent to the bed, and he heard his son calling him. He opened his eyes and felt a burst of heat all over his body. His collapsed chest only felt itching, but he didn't feel any pain. He only remembered Hua Kai just now. Feed yourself medicine pill for a while. Grandpa Fu, are you awake? Hua Kai said happily. Hua Fu, you are really fate this time. This is not dead. Ha ha ha. Hua Xing said with a big laugh. When the others in the room saw Wu Fu woke up, as if they had seen a ghost, they kept their eyes fixed on his chest, where the bloodstain hadn't dried yet, but the person was as if he hadn't been injured. Father! Father! Hey, father, why are you? Zhuang walked in the door and cried halfway, and he couldn't help being surprised when he saw his father looking at him with his eyes wide open. You bastard, are you looking forward to your father's death? Hua Fu said with a smile, but there was no point in his words to blame his son. Zhuang was a little embarrassed standing at the door at a loss. Hua Kai told the family members to exit the house, which made Wu Fu to take off his shirt. Seeing Wu Fu's entire chest clothing was torn apart, his chest was invisible. A trace of scars. K, what medicine pill is, how can it be so magical? I am afraid it is not an elixir. Hua Xing looked at Wu Fu's wounds again and again, and said puzzledly. The elixir, it should be almost the same. Grandpa Fu, I want to do a small experiment now, so bear with me. Hua Kai used his own red cherry to cut a small cut in the Wu Fu butler, but the wound only shed a few drops of blood. Then he wiped off the blood, and there was no trace of injury. There is such a magical thing, Dad. You are immortal. Zhuang said happily when he saw this. Grandpa Fu may be too low in strength. He doesn't consume much energy after eating this baodin. That's why he has the ability to quickly recover from his injuries. After a period of time when the medicine is exhausted, he will return to normal. Hua Kai thought about it. Speaking of Patriarch, to be honest, it is really a waste of your precious medicine pill to take me. If the master can take such a medicine pill, the injury will definitely recover soon. The family has a middle stage or even a late stage. Nawahiabao. It's not as important as your life anymore. You are now surging with blood qi, and I feel like you are like a burning stove. It's uncomfortable, don't you? Hua Xing said, looking at Wu Fu's butler with a flushed face. Generally, baodin is taken by the strong people above gold core. Zhang Lingdan is a 9-grade baodin that is only one step away from the elixir. Wu Fu's injury only consumes a small part of the energy of medicine pill. Now baodin has no energy. The purpose is to act on his body, making each of his cells several times more active than before, and blood qi is also particularly powerful. Hua Kai was afraid that Steward Wu Fu would not be able to hold her body. He asked his grandfather to look at Steward Wu Fu and enter the space by himself. There was indeed an introduction by Lingdan Zhang in the pill refining room. After reading Zhang Lingdan's introduction, Hua Kai knew how lucky and extravagant he was. Zhang Lingdan is one of the strongest medicine pills below the elixir. As long as he does not die, he can recover from any injury. Wu Fu Hua's family is too weak. The Bao Dan energy used is too little, which makes the energy in the body restless. After leaving the space, Hua Kai came to the housekeeper of Wu Fu. He saw that his face was flushed and restless, and his body seemed to have unlimited energy that could not be released. He probed the attributes of the housekeeper of Wu Fu. Wu Fu, 3rd floor of pneumatic environment. Qualification, B. Physique, 52-33. Strength, 40. Will, 37. Mind method, meditation. Ju, yellow order. Low level mind method consummation. Marksmanship, split air spear. Yellow level advanced marksmanship. Dachang. Loyalty, 100. Wu Fu butler's physique is now 52. And it says that after normal, it will be restored to 33 o'clock. This is a short-term physique ascension of 19 o'clock. Grandpa Fu, you should be unable to digest the medicine, and your body is too hot to bear. I have a small way, and it's also an attempt. Patriarch, Just do what you want. I can't bear it, Hua Fu said blushingly. Huakai asked someone to take a bowl, and someone took a wooden needle. He pierced a small hole under the earlobe of the butler of Wufu, and the blood was sprayed out directly. No breathing wound had healed. Huakai continued to puncture and bleed for more than 10 times. Wufu's body agitation finally healed. This blood. Hua Xing watched the housekeeper's health improve, and was a little surprised at the blood in the bowl. The blood in the bowl actually gave off a fragrant smell without a trace of blood. There should be a large amount of Zhonglingdan in this blood. A large part of the medicinal power that Grandpa Fu can't absorb is stored in his blood. This makes his whole body blood qi turbulent. This blood should have a part of Zhonglingdan effect. Hua Kai analyzed. Should we try? Hua Fu said, if he could release a little blood to help other people. Besides, in the current situation, he can only be a little more comfortable with bloodletting. Patriarch, didn't we save Wandering Shaw yesterday? He is still in a coma. Give him a try. Zhuang suggested. Several people came to Yu Jun's guest room. Yu Jun was still lying on the bed motionless. Hua Kai saw that his attributes had not changed, and he was in a coma with serious injuries. They poured half a bowl of blood into Yu Jun, and a few people stared at him for a long time. Yu Jun seemed to react quickly. His face became ruddy, his brows no longer wrinkled, and the wounds on his body were visible to the naked eye. The speed is recovering quickly, and the wounds all over his body disappeared in a while. Everyone couldn't help but look at Hua Xing, and Hua Fu had to take a knife to bleed himself. As long as the old man regained his strength, Hua Hiapu could become stronger. I asked Hua Kai that there is no problem with bleeding the Wufu butler. Hua Xing also drank a full bowl of blood, but felt that it was completely hot and unbearable. The injuries suffered by his meridians were really recovering. See Hua here. Fu couldn't help but put another bowl, and now he finally felt that the restlessness in his body had diminished a lot. The novelist Yu Jun still did not wake up. Hua Kai checked that his condition had become slightly injured, and his physique was temporarily increased by 2 points like the steward of Hua Fu. It can only be said that Zhonglingdan is for the level below Shantian. The effect is too powerful. After leaving Yu Jun's house, Grandpa went back to his yard to rest. Hua Hiabao had already dealt with all the beasts in the village. The fourth uncle and the village guard team had taken the beasts inside and outside the village back for classification, this time because of killing the beasts. There are too many, and it takes a lot of time to sort out the harvest. Huakai arranges personnel to repair the damaged city wall and counts the battle losses at the same time. Wahiapu's battle seemed dangerous, but the losses were far beyond Huakai's expectations. The 6 villagers who died in the village were all below the ordinary body tempering level. More than 40 people were injured. Nearly 10 of them were seriously injured. However, they have all been rescued. Wahiapu has repelled the attack of thousands of wild animals. Another large group of wild animals besieged the village. In the afternoon, the entire Hua family fell into a burst of joy. Hua Kai gained 41 luck points a day. Now the stronger Hua Jiabao is, it will be easier for him to obtain luck points. In the evening, the village guard team only sent 20 personnel to patrol. The wild beasts outside the village disappeared completely. The entire Wahiabao has already started to walk around, and everything seems to have returned to normal order. 4%. Chapter 26 Spirit Beast Xiaoqiang, thanks to the reward of stealing vegetables from the void. In the evening, Hua Kai returned to his room, silently meditating on the system to extract the spirit beast. Hua Kai has heard of spirit beasts, which are on the same level as demonic beasts. I heard that some families will have special methods to raise spirit beasts, but spirit beasts are much scarcer than demonic beasts. Hua Kai has never heard of any of them in Guangxian. The family captive spirit beast. Successful extraction of spirit beast. Hearing the system prompt, Hua Kai saw a little yellow-haired milk dog in his hand. It whoops, with its head rubbing Hua Kai's hand to show intimacy. Spirit beast. First order, 0%. Strength, 1. Agility, 1. Intelligence, 1. Talent, tracking, fury, heir of the dog king. Owner, Hua Kai. Loyalty, 60. Tracking determining the target smell can track the target, and talent skills require Haodian training. Furious entering the anger state can convert a certain intelligence value into physique, and the strength will be greatly ascension. K9 Kings Qi the Wolf King gave birth to 9 children, and the 9 kings competed to live a mastiff. The gold mastiff is born with the Wolf King's gas, and its intelligence is undiminished when facing all wolves dogs into the state of fury. Hua Kai carefully read the introduction of the golden mastiff. The Golden Wolf King gave birth to 9 golden wolves at a time. Before opening his eyes, the most powerful golden wolf cub needs to kill the other 8 brothers in order to be called the Golden Mastiff. The Golden Mastiff feeding should be the easiest among all spirit beasts, but it is too difficult to have a Golden Mastiff. This little guy is the Golden Mastiff. Kai looked at the little guy who kept licking his fingers, and couldn't see that the system introduced the Golden Mastiff. There should be a shadow of the Golden Mastiff. This is clearly an ordinary little milk dog. Seeing that the little milk dog looked hungry, Kai carried the little milk dog to the kitchen, took a nest for him, soaked it in hot water, and softened it, and fed it a little bit into its mouth. But this little milk dog is really picky. He just tasted a bite and never eat it again. Kai thinks about it. I heard that some demonic beasts eat meat directly when they are born, but this little guy didn't open his eyes to grow teeth and eat meat. Kai plans to see if there are any dairy animals in the village tomorrow. Thinking like this, the little guy was hungry and rubbed around in his hands. Kai remembered that there was still some broth left during the day at home and brought it over. The little milk dog just licked it and stopped drinking. Wotu, you don't eat the broth, you don't eat the broth, you can eat the meat yourself. You can only wait for tomorrow if you want to eat milk, it's late at night, you should bear it. Kai saw that the little guy actually bitten on the desolate animal meat. Although it hadn't grown teeth yet, its fierce appearance made Kai believe that he was not an ordinary puppy. Helped the little guy turn the barren beasts into thin shreds of meat. It ate more than a catty in a row before slowly stopping, lying in Kai's hand with satisfaction, closing its eyes comfortably, and snoring after a while. Kai couldn't help but smile. He carried the little guy back to his room, built a doghouse with small wooden boards in the corner of the wall, and went to bed, turned off the lights and rested. Habitually entered the family secret realm space, Kai saw that the family luck value reached 119 points again. With the ascension of the strength of the members of Wahiapu, Kai found that the family luck value was getting easier. Therefore, Kai decided to try his best to use the family luck value in the strength of the family members' ascension space while training secret realm. Until now, he has not tried. Now the family luck value is no longer in short supply, it is time to try. Looking at the list of 100 family members on the crystal column, several new names appeared at the end of today. Today, Wahiabao has withstood the attack of the village by the barren beasts. Many people have a very high loyalty value. At this moment, Wahiabao the 100th loyalty point has reached 89 points. He paid attention to the state of his grandfather and butler Waffle. Grandpa's injury has recovered. Butler Wafuk is still the same as the afternoon. His physique is temporarily super high at 1900. He is thinking about today's shortage. When the beast attacked the village, the battle on the wall is not planned to be tried in the space at night. The sooner you enter the dream state big dream view idea, the better the effect. After leaving the space, Kai heard the little milk dog barking in his nest. He put the little milk dog in his hand, and the little guy wagged his tail and licked his fingers, looking hungry again. Putting the little guy back into his own nest, Kai planned to go back to the kitchen to find him something to eat. At this time, he saw the butler of Wafu walking around in the yard. Grandpa Fu, when is this? Are you going to find me something if you don't go to bed? Kai looked at the other party and asked. No, it's okay. I feel a little hot in the room, so I'll come out to cool off. Wait for me, I'll go to the kitchen and let's talk later. Kai brought a large bowl of wild beast meat from the kitchen this time, as well as a bowl of broth. This little guy can understand that as a spirit beast grows up and consumes a lot of money, the big bowl of wild beast meat he took has 5-6 kilograms, the weight is much heavier than the little guy. Back to the door, the butler Wafu was waiting here. He was wearing a single shirt but his face was red, and it was very uncomfortable that the energy in his body could not be released. From the afternoon to now, I have put more than 10 bowls of blood, but the more the final effect, the less the effect. The old slave, I am restless and restless. Wafu said honestly, this medicine pill is for Kai to eat. Yes, and he knew best about medicine, so Wafu found Kai here if he couldn't sleep at night. The two entered Kai's house. Kai put 2 bowls for the little milk dog into its nest. The little guy staggered over when he smelled the meat, and ate by himself on the edge of the bowl. The little guy hasn't opened his eyes and has no teeth, but when he sees the meat, he is not ambiguous at all. Look more cute and cute. Where did this little dog come from? It was so fierce before he opened his eyes. Wafu knew a little about dogs, and he asked when he saw that this dog was not like a normal house dog. I picked it up at the door in the afternoon. Hua Kai said casually. The less people know about the system, the better. Hua Fu didn't ask any more questions. He saw Hua Kai tearing up the barren beast meat into small pieces. The little yellow dog actually ate with gusto. After eating most of the piece, he drank a lot of broth before he fell asleep. You are now 55 years old. Even young people are envious of blood qi. Now it's normal to feel uncomfortable. I don't know how long this will last. But I think if you increase your training and consume more physical energy, it will consume more blood qi. Your physique will also get ascension at that time. I will send you into a trial space now. You will consume your energy as much as you want, and don't give up until the last minute. After Hua Kai finished speaking, he sent the butler Wu into the physique trial space. After deducting 1 point of family luck, Hua Kai meditated on his bed, waiting for the butler Wu to leave the space after the trial. But this wait is an hour and a half. Family member, Wu, physical fitness training secret realm training score is 1 hour 26 minutes 33 seconds, and score ascension 1 hour 26 minutes 33 seconds. Reward physical fitness +7. View the properties of Wu butler. Wu, pneumatic environment 6th floor. Qualification, B, physique, 52/40. Strength, 40. Will, 37. Mind method, meditation Ju, yellow level intermediate mind method consummation. Marksmanship, split air spear, yellow level advanced marksmanship, Dachang. Loyalty, 100. Butler Wu was originally the weakest physique, but now he has added 7 points of physique to let him realm ascension to the late stage of the aerodynamic state. From the physique trial secret realm, the blood qi of the steward Wu body is obviously much quieter, but his face was still red, and his physique increased to withstand more blood qi, which at least no longer made Wu butler as uncomfortable as before. After coming out of the secret realm, Wu felt that he was no longer so uncomfortable. The trial in the secret realm space consumed a very large amount of mental energy. He was even more tired of exerting himself, so he bid farewell to Hua Kai and went back to the house to rest. In the evening, Hua Kai repeated the experience of guarding the village in Wahiapu today. He learned a lot from it, especially when he found many loopholes in the defense of the village, and the combat power of the whole village was not properly distributed in the first time. There are also scenes of everyone fighting. Hua Kai has seen many scenes that he did not notice during the replay many times. Everyone played a different role in this battle, especially the high-loyalty villagers who encountered the beasts. Did not take a step back, often fight to the last step. Grandpa, fourth uncle, and Wu steward have different fighting styles. They have their own ways of coping with different levels of beasts. This is the experience summed up after fighting with the beasts for many years. Big dream view idea is far more effective than Hua Kai's imagination is much more important. When Hua Kai woke up late the next day, he heard that the little milk dog had crawled out of his den and kept shouting on the ground. This little thing, such a big bowl of meat, no one torn it up, it actually ate it by itself in one night. Looking at the little milk dog's still-footed body, Hua Kai felt that it seemed a little bigger than last night. Since the system says you are a spirit beast, then I hope your life will be harder in the future. Don't die before you grow up to become a spirit beast. I will call you Xiaoqiang in the future, at least better than Xiaohuang, Awang and other yellows. I hope you can live like Xiaoqiang. Hua Kai glanced at the little guy and said, the cooked meat in the kitchen has been eaten up by Xiaoqiang. Hua Kai took out 20 kilograms of wild beast meat and put it in the pot. This wild beast meat has much more energy than the wild beast meat. I hope Xiaoqiang can carry more hunger, or he will keep on going. It's too much trouble to eat. While eating breakfast, Xiaoqiang was screaming more fiercely. Hua Kai knew that he was hungry, so he didn't eat it. Hua Kai took out a piece of raw savage beast meat from the space. For a long time, I screamed it out in a hurry. Hua Kai only had to let someone chop it up before he started to eat it slowly. Dogs generally cannot be fed raw meat or they will grow up too aggressively, so Hua Kai plans to feed Xiaoqiang cooked food as much as possible. After dinner, the wild animal meat was cooked. The little guy fell asleep again after eating half a caddy of raw meat. Hua Kai put it in his own nest, and put 10 caddies of cooked meat next to him and locked the door and went out. Xiaoqiang is too young and now it's winter. Hua Kai can only keep it in his room. The Wu butler and the third uncle, fourth uncle and others are already waiting here in the main hall. They report to Hua Kai the harvest of yesterday's battle. Yesterday, a total of 429 barbarous beasts were killed. In the end, only 397 barbarous beasts were found, and 397 beasts were harvested, with more than 80,000 caddies of animal meat and 10,000 caddies of animal bones, which is much larger than previous years. Casualties were relatively low, so everyone was very happy to talk about yesterday's events together. For the dead villagers, I have already distributed the supplies. The animal skins and bones have been arranged by people. That Dean tiger skin is a very rare savage animal skin. The price can be at least 30 gold. If you put it in Lindsay City, it's also possible to sell 100 gold. Will this beast meat be distributed today after it's sorted out? Sanshu said. Send it. Let everyone eat more wild beast meat earlier. Ascension strength. Don't relax the village patrol these days. The training ground has enough wild beast meat. I will go to the training ground in the afternoon. Hua Kai said. Many people in Huakai's village will come to the training ground. They know that as long as they are valued by Huakai, they can be trained by the Hua family, regardless of age. Just like those outside villagers who are considered geniuses by Huakai, they plan to stay in Wahiapu in the future, so that the children can stay in the main home when they grow up. For their families, the quality of life will gradually change. After arranging things in the village, the family member who took care of Yu Jun told Wakai that it was Wandering Shaw who woke up. Wandering Shaw is very common in this world. They all have good strengths. They travel with cities or villages in various countries and join the family when they encounter opportunities. This is the most effective way for ordinary people to get ahead. Yu Jun slowly opened his eyes. He remembered that he had been imprisoned in Huchuo Mountain for more than 3 months, and Huchuo Mountain tried everything he could to make him surrender. After finally finding an opportunity, he was seriously injured by the third master of Huchuo Mountain and did not dare to flee towards Lindsay City. But the wild beasts in the winter are all wild animals. He passed through a few villages and the other party was unwilling to help and asked him to go into the village to hide. In fact, he could understand all this. At this time, if there is no special relationship, the village will not accept strangers. In this way, he followed a group of hungry wild beasts to the gate of Wahiapu. Yu Jun, who was originally injured, finally exhausted his strength. True Qi is stable and purer than before. I don't feel any strangeness in my whole body. How long have I slept? Who saved me? Yu Jun was thinking about seeing the door opened and several villagers following. A child walked in behind him. How do you feel? What's uncomfortable? This is meat porridge that just came out of the pot. You can eat some first. Hua Kai saw that Yu Jun had gotten up and asked Jia Ding to put the meat porridge on the bedside table. These you saved me. What time is it now? How long have I slept? Yu Junjung said. His stomach suddenly gurgled. He fled for 3 days, and lay in bed for 2 days. He was hungry as normal. It's the 17th of the 12th lunar month. You were chased by a wild animal outside our village. My grandfather rescued you. You just woke up with a serious injury. You can only eat some meat porridge first, and the rest will be discussed later. Yu Jun saw that the child in front of him was not very old, but his speech was very clear, and the demeanor of a big family focused on cultivating the sons of the elders, but compared with the sons of the elders, he was more confident and stable. Thank you, young son, for saving my life. I am Yu Jun, a novelist and student. I wandered around the villages and talked about rituals, but I didn't want to pass Huchuo Mountain to meet the bandits. I was imprisoned on the mountain for 3 months before I found a chance to escape. Had it not been for Guikun's rescue, Yu Jun would have died long ago. Hua Jiabao has a life-saving grace for Yu Jun, and Yu Jun directly frankly owns his own background, which can be regarded as respect for Hua Kai. He held down his curiosity to recover from his injury, and slowly drank the meat porridge in front of him. 5%. Chapter 27 Supporting Yijieling Village. After Yu Jun finished the meat porridge, he put down his bowl and chopsticks and said thank you sincerely. Can you take me to visit the head of your family? Yu needs to thank him in person. Yu Jun bent down and said to Hua Kai. This literate person is different. Every action is polite. Apprentices in this world are not considered as beginners. Those who understand the mentality of various schools can only be regarded as students. Those who have outstanding abilities in various majors are regarded as students. Every student in the family is a social elite. Their academic understanding and knowledge can already guide many small countries or aristocratic families. Although Yu Jun is a novelist student, he is still polite as a scholar. Hee. The person in front of you is our Hua family patriarch. You can recover so quickly thanks to our patriarch. Thank you in person for that. Before Hua Kai spoke, the villagers around him spoke first. Yu Jun did not expect that the young man in front of him was the head of the village. He quickly got up and bowed his hands. This is already the greatest etiquette for thinkers like them. You can come to our village. It happened to me that all of this is fate. It's just after winter. It's not safe to go out now. As for Huchuo Mountain, don't worry. Wahiapu and Huchuo Mountain have a deep grievance. It's definitely not right. Hand it over, and you will live here first. Wakai helped Yujun and said lightly. When Yujun saw Huakai talking about Huchuishan, the villagers behind him gritted their teeth, knowing that he was really lucky this time. If the average village heard about Huchuishan, he might hand him over. The leaders of Huchuishan are all experts in the Qi realm. Ordinary families generally dare not provoke them. After Wakai left, Yujun left the yard. He saw that Wahiabao was an ordinary village, but the clean roads in the village and the villagers who were training in winter made the whole Wahiabao look unusual. When Yujun went out and saw an ordinary villager rushing to the martial arts field, he approached and asked. The villager first looked at himself with a vigilant look, and after learning that he was Wakai rescued from outside the village, he happily talked to Yujun. There is no need for Yujun to ask specifically. He knows why Wahiabao hates Huchuishan so deeply, and this villager has chatted with him so much, and the most talked about is the owner of the family, Wakai. When it comes to Wakai, he looks proud. Obviously, the things he said were all added fuel and jealousy, but Yujun still sincerely admired the juvenile patriarch. When he arrived at the martial arts field, Yujun only took a cursory look, and found that the old man at the front of the queue was actually in the Qi practicing realm, and there were more than 40 masters at Kaiyuan realm and above in this village. It is difficult for ordinary villages to have such a strong strength. Hua Xing's body was fully recovered, and his strength came to the Qi training realm 30%. He played a set of splitting gun and nodded in satisfaction. The smooth feeling of meridians all over his body was really great. He felt that if he met that Diyin tiger, he can be suppressed by himself. You're awake. Does my grandson know? Hua Xing asked when he saw Yujun and stopped the red sandalwood dragon gun in his hand. Ordinary people in this world have some awe of these learnings. They are the disseminators of knowledge and culture in this world. Many families are based on the mind of the philosophers and martial skills. Realm belongs to the method of own cultivation, thus establishing families. Slowly give perfection. I have seen Patriarch Hua Yujun thank the old gentleman for his life saving in my heart. When Yujun saw Hua Xing, he guessed that he was the grandfather Wakai said, so he bowed and said with both hands. You don't have to thank me. It's God's will that you can survive. My grandson is young, but you don't have any bad thoughts about Wahiapu. If you let the old man know. Old gentleman, please rest assured, Wahiapu will never do anything to avenge my life-saving grace. Yujun, if the old gentleman feels uneasy, I will leave the village now, and the life-saving grace will be repaid in the future. Yujun understands Hua Xing's worries were mentioned before he was finished. At this time, a thick plume of smoke suddenly appeared in the southwest of Wahiapu, which was about 20 miles away from Wahiapu. Father, it's the direction of the Yi family. Yijiling village was breached by the wild beast. Are we going to help? Hua Zawan said to Hua Xing, looking at the wolf smoke in the distance. It's not too late to inform Kair that we will go after discussion. Hua Xing went to the main courtyard to inform Hua Kai after Hua Fu said. Hua Zawan assembled the village protection team and waited for Hua Kai's final decision. The relationship between the Yi family and Wahiapu has never been dealt with. The Yi family deliberately felt sorry for the Hua family at the funeral of Hua Ziming last time. Hua Kai went home to play with Xiaoqiang for a while, then he got dressed and took a weapon to go to the martial arts training ground. He knew that something went wrong when he saw the strong smoke rising from the west. On the road, I encountered Wu Fu, the housekeeper of On. Huakai came to the training ground and many people had already put on armor, but this time everyone seemed to be very reluctant. The relationship between Yijia and Wahiapu was not good. Yijiling village has been breached by wild beasts, do we want to rush to help? Hua Xing said aloud. The crisis in our village has been resolved. Wahiapu and Yijiling are the 8 largest villages outside the city of Guangxian. We should be rescued. However, it is a fact that the Yi family fell into trouble at Wahiapu. The castle is thrown into danger. Grandpa, how do you think is the best support? What Huakai said shows that Wahiabao cannot do its best to support Yijiling village. After all, not only Wahiabao can see the raging smoke, but the entire Guangxian city area has the responsibility of rescuing Yijiling village, which includes all families in the city. Heguang County Guards. That's okay, this time the housekeeper and I will take 30 people to Yijiling village. You can take good care of the other people. If there are wild beasts attacking the village and lighting up the wolf smoke tonight, we will come back to support. Hua Xing said, taking a look at Yu Jun. He knew that Yu Jun was a master of aerodynamics, and he could have an extra layer of protection in Wahiapu. Hua Xing took Wafu, Waiyu, Wei Beitu and others out of the village. Everyone in Wahiapu watched the old patriarch disappear into the distant snow with the hired person. Everyone in Wahiapu was very worried. For ordinary people in winter, the wild is a restricted area. I don't know how many people will come back this time. The entire Wahiapu suddenly fell into the former quiet atmosphere. Everyone on the martial arts field seemed to have no energy. They stared at the direction of Yijiling village. The village guard team on the upper gate of the city gate was also watching the surroundings. At this time, it was the Wahia, when the fort was most vulnerable. When it got dark, Wakai gradually couldn't stay at home. He filled Xiaoqiang's bowl with brutal beast meat and went to the wall of the village entrance. Wakai found that several elderly village elders had arrived. While worrying, Wakai saw a group of people appearing on the main road in the west of the village. A closer look at the front is Wakai's grandfather. The head of Wahiapu village immediately cheered happily, and the battle was victorious. Huakai focused on a few stretchers in the team. There were 4 stretchers carried in the team, and some people were obviously injured. This battle was not as simple as everyone thought. Finally, the Wahiapu support team was ushered into the village. Huakai was panting when he saw his grandfather and Wahiapu. Everyone was tired, but the housekeeper Wafu looked as usual. I'm fine, everyone came back safely. This time, thanks to your grandfather Fu, otherwise a lot of people will be in Yijiling village. Hua Xing looked at Hua Fu behind him and said, Master, Patriarch gave me such a precious medicine pill. If I can contribute more to the family, I can reduce the self-blame in my heart. All this is what I should do. It turned out that when everyone in Fenghuahiabao came to Yijiling village today, they found that the Guangxian city guard had not arrived yet, and they were the first to arrive. Yijiling village has all been invaded by the deserted beasts. A total of 3 wild beasts. Yijia can only choose to rely on the courtyard to entangle with the deserted beasts in the village. Nearly the deserted beasts break through the defense of Yijiling village. In distress, many houses were destroyed by wild animals. Yijiling village suffered more than 200 casualties. Had Wahiabao not been rescued in time, the entire village would have been destroyed. Hua Xing killed 3 savage beasts in a row. Wufu Butler broke into the Baron Beast group and turned into Baron Beast harvesting machines. Everyone in Wahiabao rushed into Yijiling village and slaughtered for more than 3 hours before the Baron Beasts retreated. By the end of the battle, only the Chen family, Wan family, and Yu family sent from outside the city. However, the strength of the people sent from these villages is mostly body tempering or Yunchi realm. Pressed on. More than 600 villagers in Yijiling village were rescued because of the people in Wahiabao. For this reason, more than 10 people in Wahiabao, including Wei Beitu, were seriously injured. At a critical time, the Wufu housekeeper put several bowls of blood in succession, which stabilized the wounded. For the life, Wahiabao only had Wei put the first 4 people in the hospital because they were too severely injured to move, and the others walked back safely. Wakai went to see Wei Beitu and saw that he was still awake, and the wounds on his body had been scarred and healed. Wakai checked everyone's attributes, and no one had temporarily increased physical fitness like Yu Jun and Grandpa. This shows that Wufu's butler's body Zhang Lingdan's medicinal properties are gradually weakening. Patriarch, you didn't see the embarrassing look of the patriarch of the Yi family. We went without anyone to save them. He should know now that he was blindly in favor of the Shen family. If it weren't for the nearly 1,000 lives in Yijiling village, I didn't want to save this ungrateful Yi family. A villager couldn't let go of the Yi family's exclusion of Wahiapu at this time. It's good if someone saves it. What about Yijiling village now? Those small villages are still willing to stay in Yijiling village. They didn't want to come back with you. Wakai asked. When we drove away the barren beasts, 50 people from the city guards came. Many small villages were frightened by the city guards and entered the county seat. I heard that Guangxian was under great pressure these days. The desolate beast has been attacking the city for more than 10 days, and many people have died in the city. Hua Fu Butler replied at this time. County targets are more likely to be attacked. Many beasts with low intelligence are looking for targets based on the smell of humans. Of course, big cities are the most attractive to them. Therefore, Huakai was not surprised that Guangxian City was attacked. After working hard for a long time, the final benefit turned out to be able to go to the city of Guangxian. For the sake of safety, everyone came back and didn't even bring a corpse of a barren beast. The return from the Wahiapu victory this time did not bring much joy to Wahiapu. The reason was that it was the Yi family that Wahiapu rescued, and there was no benefit in this battle. Yu practiced his marksmanship alone in the martial arts ground. Since his uncle's funeral last time, he has been dubbed a genius. Some villagers even compared him with Kai, saying that he is the second genius in the village. Originally, he was quite happy. The family master visited the genius in the village last time. He was ready to wait at home early, thinking that his cousin must be the first to visit him. After all, he is the first genius in the village outside of his cousin. But who knows that the first cousin to go to is the cousin Yu's family, which has taken a serious blow to Mo's self-esteem. He decides to train hard to defeat the cousin one day, so that he can stand in front of him and tell everyone, people, my Mo is the first genius of Wahiapu. Hearing the noise at the entrance of the village, Mo saw that his grandfather had brought the Wahiapu people back to the village. He also finished his practice and walked to his home. When he returned home, he heard his mother arguing with his father again. Let's go if the Yi family let go. Kai really regards him as the master of Jiabao. What happened to the end of the busy work? Mo's mother quarreled. Kyer is the patriarch of the family. Dad gives Kyer the position of patriarch. Then he is the master of Jiabao. Don't blame me for turning your face when you are so smooth. Zili watched On's wife and warned. Did I say that alone? Listen to someone in the village who doesn't say that. Kai is just a child no matter what, so Dad is so relieved that everything will be handed over to him. As long as he is slightly careless, the whole Wahiapu will be brought into danger. We may not be worse than his Huakai. Besides, Ziming should be yours without this Wahiabao patriarch. Mo's mother wanted to talk about it but was beaten by her father. Off. Shut up. Wahiabao can continue to this day. It is the owner of the family who decides the entire Wahiapu's affairs. Whoever is the next owner is also the owner's business. If you dare to talk nonsense, get out of Wahiapu. Zili said angrily. Mo's mother only curled her lips when she saw it, but she didn't dare to say anything. At this moment, she saw her son come back and walked over happily. Son, you came back from training, and at night my mother cooked you wild beast meat. Mo's mother was happy, but saw Mo sitting quietly at the dinner table and eating by herself. She knew that she was arguing with her husband and her son was upset when she heard it, but she always felt that she was right. The three people in the family ate silently like this. Mo didn't go to see any of his parents. He heard his parents quarreling since he was a child, and he knew a lot more than children of the same age, and his personality became more indifferent as he grew older. In the evening, Huakai went to his grandfather's yard and talked in detail about what happened in Yijiling village today. Although Wahiabao didn't have any gains this time, this kind of battle in the village is always the most tragic. Every battle experience is rare. Huakai check many people have a little bit of willpower, and the three attributes are the most difficult to ascension. This year, the number of barbarians outside the city of beasts has increased significantly. I heard that there are more than a dozen barbarians attacking the city every day outside of Guangxian City. Zaihe Huang's family did not go to Yijiling village today. According to the terrain of Zaihe village, they should be the easiest to defend. In the village of Huang's, the Huang's family asks for help every year. I am worried that the Huang's family may be in danger. Tomorrow, I will take a trip with the housekeeper. If the Huang's family needs help, we can't leave it alone. Although it was built in a valley, it became difficult as long as barren beasts entered and wanted to kill. Zing's worries were not unreasonable. 5%. Chapter 28 Artistic Conception Training Secret Realm Recommendation of Monthly Pass. On the second day, Xing and the housekeeper left the village early in the morning. Within a few days, there were nearly 100 wild beasts gathered outside Wahiapu village. This year, the speed of the gathering of the wild beasts was much faster than in previous years. It is not good news for the country or even other countries. In the afternoon, Xing and the Wafu steward returned. The situation of the Huang family in Zaihe village was indeed as Xing guessed. More than 1,000 barren beasts gathered at the gate of Zaihe village. The entire Huang family was in a state of preparation for battle. Did not go to support. The Wafu butler of Xing killed hundreds of wild beasts, but the battle did attract more wild beasts. They boarded the city wall of Zaihe village and discussed countermeasures with the two uncles of Kai. Finally, the Huang family took the initiative to attack. He and Hua Xing killed a leader of the wild beast, which made the group of wild beasts dispersed by 30%. The other wild beasts did not attack the city and did not leave. They were still waiting outside the village. The pressure in Zaihe village was reduced a lot for the day of fighting. In the afternoon, Hua Xing planned to stay in Zaihe village and help Huang's family solve the remaining barren beast tomorrow. However, thinking that he would not return to the village at night, Hua Kai would be worried. Maybe he would bring someone to Zaihe village, so the two refused. Huang Guangqi's retention and finally returned to the village. Hua Xing went to Zaihe village for 5 consecutive days. Every time he tried his best to kill some powerful wild beasts, but every night in Zaihe village, wild beasts continued to come. After 5 days, he died in Hua Xing and Hua. There are more than 4 wild beasts and wild beasts under the blessing, but there are still about 1,000 wild beasts outside Zaihe village. Hua Kai is more and more familiar with the habits of wild beasts. Unless you can chase away all the wild beasts at once, it will be useless to kill as many as they are. On the one hand, kill a few more wild beasts and collect more bones. Even if a wild beast cannot be eaten, its fur cannot be sold, and the bones must be worth at least 5 gold. In the following few days, Wahiapu's air luck value has maintained a daily growth rate of around 5 o'clock. This has a lot to do with my grandfather and Wafu's butler killing this savage beast. Wahiapu's air luck value has risen to 152 points. The daily growth of chi luck value is reduced. Huakai originally wanted to save up to 200 chi luck to upgrade his family luck. Now it seems that spending it earlier is the right way. Isn't it a waste to not spend it and not increase it? This evening, Huakai entered the artistic training secret realm for the first time. This secret realm, which requires 5 points of luck to enter, Huakai is looking forward to it. Entering the secret realm, Wakai found that he was in a square, transparent space, surrounded by a layer of light glass, as if on an arena. The spiritual chi in this space is abundant and abnormal. Huakai saw a dazzling light spot slowly moving from the wall of the space. The light spot became dim with the passage of time. Huakai felt that it should be a timekeeping thing, waiting for the light spot. There will be big changes in space after disappearing. Sure enough, the light spot just disappeared after walking around the walls in about 2 minutes. As if the energy was exhausted, Wakai saw a figure exactly like himself appearing in the corner of the space in the space. Mirroring, Wakai was curious, and saw the figure killing him. The Wakai was also holding the red cherry spear, making it a split air spear. Realm was no different from himself. Huakai didn't dare to be careless. He held the opponent's spear move, feeling that the opponent's marksmanship seemed to be just an introduction. Some marksmanship links were handled very bluntly, but the conversion of each spear move was very timely and natural. Huakai was a great master. But his marksmanship couldn't hold the opponent, which surprised him. My marksmanship is 2 levels higher than the opponent's, and the other attributes are exactly the same, but I can't crush the opponent. Is he so bad? Wakai felt that the secret realm with 5 points of luck was different. He started to use the opponent's power. Same. True chi use. Same. Moves. Too much worse than myself. Where is the problem? Just thinking that Wakai discovered that he had suddenly disappeared, and the light spots on the walls of the space walked up again. Is this time for himself to rest? After playing for 2 minutes and resting for 2 minutes, after 2 minutes, the light spot disappeared, and then, Wakai appeared in a corner of the space. Wakai fought with the opponent, and the opponent was still exactly the same as before. After 2 minutes, the opponent disappeared again. When will I continue to fight like this? I am obviously stronger than the opponent, but I can't beat the opponent. Isn't it enough to fight? Wakai thought. For the 3rd time when the mirror image appeared, Wakai behaved more fiercely and aggressively than before, but the mirror image was also fierce with his own hopes. He often traded injuries for injuries, which made Wakai a rush, so that he could not take advantage of it. After another 2-minute break, Wakai carefully recalled the battle just now. Although the mirror image was only an entry-level splitting gun, it could vaguely suppress himself every time he made a move, because he seemed to know that he would use splitting next. The trick of the gun, so that I was restricted everywhere, and I was very aggrieved. After finding the problem, Wakai carefully observed the opponent's firing rhythm and found that although the opponent only had an entry-level split-air spear, he had been predicting his own position and firing force, and the entire battle rhythm was completely controlled by the opponent. In this way, own shortcomings are infinitely magnified. No wonder that the more you fight, the more frustrated. After finding the problem, Wakai began to learn while playing against him. He started to cause damage to the mirror by surprise. The entire splitting gun was linked more freely, instead of blindly pursuing the speed and strength of the gun, so that it actually felt the mirror. It becomes easy to deal with. I don't remember how many times this is the illusion. Wakai waited for the mirror image to come again, and before he could react, he killed him to seize the opportunity. The mirror martial skill is not as good as he didn't dare to make a killer move easily. For fear of revealing the flaws, Huakai deliberately exposed the flaws and the other party did not venture forward. Relying on the advantage of martial skill, Wakai quickly gained the advantage. No, the mirror disappeared after 2 minutes. Wakai waited for the opponent to come again, but at this time Wakai found that he had left the space, and the system prompt sounded from his mind. Detecting mental energy has reached the limit. The host will training Secret Realm training score 23 games, not killing the target to get the reward will value +1. Huakai thought that he didn't kill the mirror and didn't gain anything. However, this trial gave him a better understanding of martial skill. Martial skill is not just a fixed move. The mirror image uses the strength of the entry-level splitting gun. Even if you are not careful, you may lose. The moves are fully integrated into oneself, and the conversion of moves is decisive and effective. Open your own properties panel. Huakai. Body tempering level 5. Qualification. E. Physique. 15. Strength. 16. Will. 21. Mind method. Meditation Ju yellow level intermediate mind method Dachang. Marksmanship. Split air spear yellow level advanced marksmanship Dachang. Special mind method. Introduction to the idea of big dream view God level. Special skill. Real eye cannot be upgraded. The will has increased a bit and is already ahead of other attributes by a lot. I believe that after digesting the secret realm, he will definitely be able to ascension by a lot. Was about to sleep, Wakai heard that the butler in the yard was really practicing marksmanship. In the past few days, the butler of Wufu is not as uncomfortable as before, but when it comes to night, he has to exhaust his energy to sleep. Wakai got up and went to the courtyard, called the butler of Wufu to his room, and sent him in. Artistic Conception Training Secret Realm. Butler Wufu fought more than 60 battles for 3 hours before coming out of the Secret Realm space. He only defeated 1 game and finally got 4 points of mood reward. Wakai intends to take advantage of the opportunity that Steward Wufu's body has no effect, let him go through all the secret realms, then Steward Wufu can become a major force in the family. In the following days, Wahiapu entered the normal winter life. Grandpa took the lead in training in the martial arts field every day. Huakai gave the young people some rewards from time to time according to everyone's talent, loyalty, and effort. Every day, people entered the secret realm trial. Slowly Wakai discovered that all the members of the human family on the crystal pillar of the space had almost entered the secret realm, but artistic training secret realm Wakai was only open to Grandpa, Housekeeper, 4th Uncle, Zhuang, Yu and others. Grandpa Yu reached the 4th level of Qi practicing realm after experiencing all 3 trial spaces, so that his B-level aptitude had almost reached the end. 4th Uncle Pneumatic Realm on the 2nd floor, Zhuang Kaiyuan Realm on the 9th floor, and Yu Pneumatic Realm on the 1st floor. What makes Huakai rush to the strange is the property panel of Wufu Butler. Wufu. 9th floor of Pneumatic Environment. Qualification. B. Physique. 52/45. Strength. 46. Will. 41. Mind method. Meditation Ju yellow order low level mind method consummation. Marksmanship. Split air spear yellow level advanced marksmanship Dachang. Loyalty. 100. Butler Wufu's 3 attributes all exceeded 40 points, but he still didn't enter the Qi training realm. However, his physique has reached 45 points. In a few days, his physique has been ascension to 12 points. The formerly thin body has now become full. Its muscles, which is an alternative to a 55-year-old man. In the past few days, Yu Jun became a lecturer, and spent the whole day on the streets of the village telling everyone for free. At first, some children and old people were onlookers, and then more and more people listened to the book, sometimes hundreds of people. On that day, Wakai also listened to Yu Jun's novel at the door for half an hour. He was telling a story about wandering Shah who sacrificed his life to save the monarch. They were all very interested. Some people heard the sound of cries, which made Wakai very puzzled. In his previous life, he spent more than a decade in the Chinese language online game at the starting point. To Huakai, the story of such a simple and old routine cannot be more ordinary, and the people of Wahiapu listened to it with gusto. Patriarch, are you here? Yu Jun saw Wakai also come to listen to the book. He was very happy. He came to Wakai after a paragraph. He eats and stays at Wakai's house for free these days, as a novelist. Qinlailu talked about Qinli Shu, which is a kind of practice. Now that the days have stabilized a little bit, he will come out to speak again. Well, that's pretty good. You wrote this story? Wakai asked. Such a simple and boring story was told for half an hour, and it was still ancient. Many villagers couldn't understand you and were complacent. I can't write such a good novel. My teacher, Mr. Hiwei, created this masterpiece 3 years ago. His old man allowed me to speak his book. Speaking of own teacher Yu Jun, he is proud. Everyone can accept disciples publicly, and everyone generally has the strength above Shantian. Then do you have own works? I heard that all of your novelists will have own novels. Wakai listened to the teacher in the village and said about the different ideas and characteristics of the philosophers in hundreds of schools. Among them, novelists wandered around the world to tell stories, and then separated. After going home for a while to write own works, many tea houses in the city like novelists to settle in their own tea houses, so that his daily business will be much better. I'm still just a student. I haven't learned the thoughts and meanings that a novel should have. I'm sorting out my own experience over the past 2 years. I have prepared a lot of manuscripts. After a while, I will write own works. Yu Jun heard this, speaking hastily. Okay, I am waiting for your masterpiece. Do you have any good novels to continue to say a paragraph? Wakai feels that with so many novel routines in his memory, it should be easy to write a novel that is on the fire in this world, so he become a giant novelist soon. I will tell a total of 8 stories, all of which are the works of my teacher, Mr. Hiwei. Next, I will tell you a story about Chuji Dancing Sword. People in this world still have a very strong awareness of intellectual property protection. One person's work cannot be shown to outsiders without his consent. Yu Jun said the beginning. Wakai couldn't listen anymore. The character description was too detailed and the plot was too simple. The main thing was that Chu's dancers' dance and sword technique were very good. Appreciate. After finally waiting for Yu Jun to finish speaking, there was a burst of warm applause, and Yu Jun walked towards him happily. The villagers in Wahiapu called for him to talk about one more. I could only talk about one in a day. I have already talked about 2 today and can't talk about it anymore. After I'm finished speaking, I will leave and go elsewhere to continue walking. Yu Jun said to the yelling crowd below that the thoughts of all the students in this world are very pure, not pure, and it is difficult to make great achievements. They have various ways of cultivation, but each has its own uniqueness. This makes Huakai very impressed. Wakai heard that it was a little funny, only 8 stories. Isn't it necessary to leave after staying in one place for 8 days? If a novelist can only write 1 story, can he not run to death? 2 days later, Huakai just returned from the entrance of the village. Today, the number of wild beasts outside Wahiabao has increased a lot. There are already about 600. This is almost reaching the danger line, and there are still 5 days before the new year. Wahiabao this year may encounter a second wave of wild beasts attacking the village. Back to Huakai in the living room, Yu Jun walked in with a parchment and showed it to Huakai like a treasure. Patriarch, this is a novel I wrote. I haven't finished writing it yet. The chief critic Yu Jun will let the family take a subjective view. Yu Jun cautiously handed the parchment to Wakai. Huakai knew the preciousness of knowledge and thought in this world, but couldn't help but watch it with curiosity. What are you writing about? How can the young swordsman's family be ordinary people? How to attract readers without the story at the beginning? It must be changed. To be framed by brothers and brothers of the family. And then seriously injured cultivation base is lost. It's better to add the 3-year agreement between the fiancé and the swordsman. The key is the contrast of the plot behind, the swordsman leaving the family for various adventures. Wakai watched Yu Jun's all-narrative form and made complaints. This. Yu Jun widened his eyes and looked at Wakai like a devil. 5%. Chapter 29 Winter Daily. On the 27th of the 12th lunar month, the world also said that the New Year's Day represents the desolate animal group is about to leave, that everyone can start planning for the coming year, and it also reminds that some people are about to be persistent and the winter is coming to an end. Wakai is practicing split air spear in the martial arts field at noon. In the past few nights, he often returns to artistic training space scenes in his dreams. Although his marksmanship is no longer ascension, his actual combat ability is much stronger. Wahiabao now has more than 50 people in the Kaiyuan realm, and its overall strength is much stronger than before. Because of the increase in pneumatic realm masters, Wahyabao has become more comfortable with ordinary beasts. This year the village is twice as lively as in previous years. Every family has everyone will no longer worry about food when eating meat. Kai actually saw someone selling maltose in the village. At this time, another wave of smoke rose up not far from Wahyabao, and the whole Wahyabao was busy in that direction. It's your uncle's house in Zaihe village. Now I go to Zaihe village with the housekeeper, your third uncle, Captain Yu, and Wang. We will take the general village protection team. If you stay in the village, you should light it early if you are in danger. Wolf smoke. Xing saw this and said to Kai and went home to change his armor. Kai saw that his fourth uncle quickly assembled 100 members of the village protection team, and it took a lot of killing and wounding the wild beasts to solve the wild beasts. Kai asked the third uncle to order all the young men in the village to wear armor. Wahyabao drew half of its combat power and left after the high battle. There are more than 700 wild beasts outside the village. Wahyapu must always pay attention to the beasts attack the village. Unexpectedly, my grandpa took the village guard team to leave in the morning, and they all came back just after noon. When they left for more than 3 hours and came back, they carried several barren beast corpses. The entire Wahyapu guard team looked very relaxed and happy. Wei turned his head and saw the village guards go home, opened the city gate to welcome them in, and the Wahyapu villagers happily surrounded them when they saw the group returning home victorious. Kai asked his grandfather before he knew it, because he and Wafu Butler helped Zaihe village several times to kill barbarians. This time around 1,600 barren beasts were attacked in Zaihe village, but there was only one ordinary low-level barbaric beast. Grandpa led people to rush. When he arrived in Zaihe village, the wild beast had just broken through the city wall, and the butler of Wafu attacked the beast herd alone without fear of any wild beast attack, and quickly killed the wild beast. The entire Wahyabao lined up to kill the four sides, the wild beasts. They keep being killed. 2 hours later, rescue teams from other villages arrived. Wahyabao had killed more than 500 barren beasts. The entire barren beast group began to flee, and the crisis in Zaihe village was resolved. Wahyabao was only slightly injured this time with 2 people. There were so many high-level battles to protect everyone and everyone opened up to kill the wild beasts, which made Zaihe village realize the power of Wahyabao. On the 29th of the 12th lunar month, Xing led the village team to fight outside the village for a while. In the past few days, the blood chi in the Wafu housekeeper has gradually become normal. His blood has no much effect on the injury, but 52 for the time being, his physique hasn't changed. Just now he broke into the barren beasts outside the village more than Xing killed. But the wild beasts can't be killed no matter how they are killed. Fighting out of the city is completely different from the defense of the city wall. Defending on the wall is easy to kill the wild beasts. As long as these wild beasts dare to attack the village, Wahyabao has the strength to kill them all, die. But it is very difficult to kill wild beasts outside the village. The wild beast will not stand stupidly and let you kill it. It feels like it can escape if you can't beat it. You can't disperse and hunt them. When you leave it back, the Wahyabao village guarding team killed more than 200 wild beasts yesterday. As a result, nearly 10 people were injured. Today, the wild beasts outside the village have returned to the number of yesterday. Everyone also realizes that the wild beasts outside the city are also balanced. Xing went home and took a bath. With this morning's battle, the wild beasts will not attack the village anymore. He came to the entrance of the village and began to listen to Yu Jun's story. In the past few days, the whole village of Wahyapu came here to listen to the story at noon every day. Not to mention, novelists tell stories that are full of emotions, because they memorize the stories they want to tell and understand them, and then tell them to others based on their own understanding. Therefore, listening to books is rare for the poor in this world. The way of entertainment. After listening for half an hour, then Yu Jun closed his parchment and prepared to end. Xing couldn't help but stop him. You kid, telling stories isn't straightforward. If there is a story, you can finish it for a while, and finish the rest quickly, or I will smoke your kid. Yu Jun ate and lived at Huakai's house for so long, and Xing was also familiar with him. His storytelling in Wahyapu for such a long time enriched everyone's life. His stories were loyal to the family and the theme of self-improvement, which made the entire Wa family fort's centripetal force has become much stronger. Master, I didn't write this story. It was written by the owner of the family. I am dull. I can't understand the essence of the story of the owner of the family after studying hard every day. Yu Jun couldn't help but tighten the parchment in his hands. There were some explanations of Huakai's novels, and he wrote down all the things he didn't understand, and he had to go to Huakai to study this afternoon. Even if my teacher does not necessarily write such a masterpiece, Patriarch Hua must be the kind of genius who is known to be born in the legend. Otherwise, how could he have so many ideas? It is God's will for Yu Jun to meet the Patriarch. As long as I learn the patron's little fur, and believe me, I can be promoted. Thinking of this, Yu Jun smiled at the corner of his mouth, and he left in countless admiring eyes. At this time, everyone has all dispersed. To listen to the story, you can only wait. Tomorrow. When Yu Jun returned home, he first reviewed the stories he told today, marked some of the bad points, and then took out the novels that Wakai guided him to modify, and read them a little bit. Sometimes he couldn't help but see the key points. He laughed, frowning when he encountered something puzzled. He waited until the afternoon when he heard a dog barking from Huakai's room and knew that Huakai was back. The Wahiabao salt factory has all stopped, and the weapon shop has already stopped. The weapons for business next year have been almost ready. The second uncle is checking and preparing for the final few days, and business matters cannot tolerate a slight sloppy. Just now Huakai wrote a blazing flame to the artistic training secret realm trial. The second mirror image of the spearmanship Wakai still couldn't make it through. This is the third time he has entered the artistic training secret realm these days, and his qualifications have been reached. At 23 o'clock, and the flame attribute artistic conception reaches. Dewanma flame tier 4 71%. Physique 41. Speed 36. Spirituality 44. Features: know the Lord, travel alone for thousands of miles. In addition to speed, other attributes have reached the level of a god horse, and the flames appear to be even higher. God tier Jun, especially his spirituality, it can already understand in ordinary Chinese. After half a month of growth, Xiaoqiang has been more than a foot long after returning home. Xiaoqiang will never leave his room when Huakai is away, and there are meats that other people give him. Not only does he not eat, he is also fierce to him roar. Xiaoqiang is obviously only Huakai. Add new wild beasts to Xiaoqiang again. In the past few days, half of the wild beasts in the family have been in the mouth of this little guy. A day of 10 catties of wild beast meat. If it is a wild beast, it is more than 30 catties. This is true for ordinary families. Can't support him. Compared with its edible, Xiaoqiang has also undergone a lot of changes in half a month. One aspect of being more edible is that Xiaoqiang has more than doubled his weight in half a month, and it is still cute, but it is its intelligence that surprised Wakai most. Huakai knows how to play with this little thing every day. Huakai makes it convenient in a fixed place, and it quickly develops a habit, which is not something ordinary domestic dogs can do. Xiaoqiang Gold Mastiff Tier 1 13%. Strength 2. Agility 1. Intelligence 7. Talent, Tracking, Fury, Heir of the Dog King. Owner Wakai. Loyalty 88. That's right, Xiaoqiang's loyalty rose to 88 points in half a month. Wakai found that his loyalty grew faster if he played with Xiaoqiang, and his loyalty would increase slowly if he was fed wild animal meat. He mastered the method of ascension Xiaoqiang's loyalty. Wakai also mastered its feeding method, so that he was very happy when he watched Xiaoqiang grow up at a speed that his eyes could see every day. After playing with Xiaoqiang for a while, Huakai heard footsteps at the door. In the past few days, Yu Jun asked Huakai some weird questions every day, and he had to give the gift of a student. This made Huakai realize the world of scholars. Persistent. The last time Wakai read Yu Jun's novel, it was a lot of familiar routines, and as a result, Yu Jun got into the horns. Why did the protagonist fall off a 100-meter cliff into the water? Which cliff did it fall? What kind of river is that river called? The protagonist is just how to comprehend the inheritance left by the Shantian realm experts. How can he spend so much time learning pill refining every day without abandoning martial skill cultivation? Wakai, who asked, was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that novelists in this world write novels very rigorously. Even fictitious matters must be explained clearly by karma, and most novelists write them. All of his novels are personally experienced. Patriarch, there are a few things Jun is unclear about yesterday's advice. Please ask Patriarch for advice. When Yu Jun saw Huakai, there were a lot of problems. Huakai has also used his own imagination these days. Mythology is associated with the three kingdoms, from Dupo to Duluo. In the end, he used various methods to successfully explain the 10,000 reasons. Who knows that Yu-jun is here again today? Today I'm tired and don't want to tell you about novels. After a few days, the Chinese New Year will be celebrated. After the New Year, there will be fewer wild animals. You have been in Wahiapu for more than half a month. As a future novelist, you should continue to own mission, go to other places to tell your 8 stories. Patriarch, Yu-jun's novel has reached a critical point. I am going to finish writing the content you pointed out for the first time under the guidance of the master. Compared with writing own things, traveling around the world and telling stories is just a kind of experience, if I can finish this time. This work, I must be able to make a blockbuster in the novel industry. Yu-jun said excitedly. But doesn't your master miss you? Your family, my beloved girl. You don't think it's not a problem that you have been living in my house, right? Wakai is already rushing customers. It's not that Wakai insists on rushing people. How can the philosophers of Baijia provoke ordinary people at will? It is good for Wakai to save him and leave a good destiny, but it is not good for him to stay in Wahiapu forever. Different families in this world treat hundreds of families differently, but which one is not a genius to be a student of 100 families? When others know that Wahiapu has 100 students, will there be more students coming? Their strength can be they are not too weak, and sometimes they quarrel greatly, so ordinary people hate and resist the philosophers. Patriarch, I know what you are worried about. I will only study with you in Wahiapu, and will not cause trouble to Wahiapu. Patriarch, you have a life-saving grace for me. Even if I die, I will not let you fall. I'm in danger, and I'm also a master of nomadics, and I can protect the safety of the village in the village. Yu Junquan said. Needless to say, I won't agree. In the spring, the snow melts and you leave. Our fate is exhausted. If you want to perfect your own work, you can go to all parts of China. I believe it is better than staying in Wahiapu anyway. Wakai did not want to let Yu-jun stay. One reason was that students from hundreds of schools could cause trouble, which went against his wretched development plan. One is that all schools of scholars emphasize academics and despise their family and country, and they have their own emphasis on family affection, friendship, and love. If the Guangxian family knows that Wahiapu has taken in 100 students, isn't this looking for something for yourself? Even if they will not target Wahiapu, they will definitely increase their attention. Speaking of the last 2 people did not convince each other, Huakai got up the next day to check the family luck value as soon as possible. In the past few days, the family luck value has been used less every day, and now it has risen to 162 points. Huakai is in consider waiting to upgrade meditation technique Huang Tier Intermediate, or upgrade the portable space. Wakai has always wanted to build a long spear for his grandfather. The red sandalwood dragon wood that Grandpa has used for his chi realm has been unable to withstand his true chi. Recently, it is best to build a golden gun so that he can fully withstand the strength of the chi realm true chi. He went to the space to find a lot of weapon forging, not to mention at least 100 points of family luck. He has not heard of those strange metal names. There is no metal underground in this world. Huakai planned to wait until the end of winter to let his second uncle look at the cities of Guangxian, Lindsay and other cities to see if there is any strange metal to build a handy spear for his grandfather. Thinking of not using the family air transport value, it would be wasted. Huakai chose to upgrade the storage space. After the space was upgraded, the capacity became 2 cubic meters. The system prompts to upgrade 200 air transport value next time, and then expand the space by 1 cubic meter after the space upgrade. In the morning, I ate dinner and came to the martial arts training ground. In winter, most people in Wahiapu came over for breakfast. When Huakai was practicing martial arts, he especially talked to the villagers who were not enrolled in the family crystal list with a loyalty value of 85 points or more. Now I hope that those who are in the top 100 of the loyalty can get a place and let others go up and sit, because if you don't enter the top 100 of the family loyalty, Huakai will not be able to enter the secret even if it has family luck for them ascension strength. Realm. Every time a newcomer in the village squeezed into the top 100 of the family loyalty, Wakai would be happy for a long time. He quickly called the other party to his yard and let him enter the space trial according to the opponent's situation. 5%. Chapter 30. On the 30th of the 12th lunar month, there are thousands of wild beasts outside Wahiabao, but without the savage beasts leading and commanding, these wild beasts have been waiting so much. The beasts appear so that they can have the opportunity to invade human villages, where there is a large amount of food and livestock for their food. Everything in Wahiapu remains as usual, because the wild beasts have not retired yet. This year's New Year can only be postponed. Hua Kai was playing with Xiaoqiang at home. When he heard a noise outside the yard, he thought the wild beasts had begun to attack the village again. He left the yard. Patriarch, Lord Wu is back. We are at the entrance of the village now. Hua Fu said happily when he saw Hua Kai. Wushu Hua Zichen is the pride of the entire Huahiapu. After the county studies, there are not many in Guangxian that can go to Jixia Academy to study. Now he comes back from Lindsay City on the last day of the year, and he will meet him on the road. To a great risk. Hua Kai came to the entrance of the village and saw the fifth uncle Hua Zichen entangled with a few barren beasts 200 meters away from Huahiapu village. Behind him was a girl in red on a horse, who was following Hua Zichen. The combat power is also quite good. The desolate beast that was killed in a few seconds dare not approach. The fifth uncle took his wife home. Hua Xing arrived with a smile on his face. He asked the gatekeepers to open the village gate. The Baihu village team all out of the village, and soon came to the location of Hua Zichen. When they received people, they picked up the corpses of the wild beasts, protected the fifth uncle and the girl and returned to the village. Hua Kai watched Wushu return to the village. Everyone on the wall was excitedly discussing the genius of Huahiapu. After that, he saw that his family's luck continued to be ascending, and within a short while he rose by more than 10 points, a genius. The importance of a family is self-evident. Hua Zichen will grow stronger when Hua Zichen returns home. The fifth uncle and the girl in red came down as soon as they entered the village. Hua Kai saw that this girl was wearing a pair of exquisite gold silk armor, and the thin willow sword in her hand was most suitable for women. Jila. Level 7 of Kaiyuan Realm. Qualification. A. Physique. 26. Strength. 27. Will. 30. Doctor. Apprentice. Mind Method. Getting started with Hu Tu Ju, Zon level Advanced Mind Method. Sword Technique. Small Willow Sword Technique, Advanced Sword Technique, Introduction. Doctor's Mind Method. Huang Chi's Technique, High Level Heart Technique, has not yet been introduced. Hidden Weapons. Shutter Flying Daggers. This woman has a handsome face and wears clothes made of high-quality silk. At first glance, she was from a big family. Hua Kai saw that she acted well and paid respects to her grandfather with Wushu, but her eyes were always on Wushu. At first glance, it is the little girl who was occupied by the fifth uncle. Looking back at Wushu, this Huahiapu first genius. Hua Zichen. Pneumatic Realm First Floor. Qualification. A+. Physique. 30. Strength. 34. Will. 51. Confucianism. Scholars. Taoism. Apprentice. Mind Method. Meditation Technique. Yellow Level Elementary Mind Method. Dzogchen. Marksmanship. Split Air Spear. Yellow Level Advanced Marksmanship to complete. Confucian Mind Method. Righteous Qi Ju Tian Level Elementary Mind Method. Xiao Cheng. Confucian Sword Technique. An Introduction to Sword Technique. Intermediate Sword Technique. Taoist Mind Method. Dao Te Ching Tian Level Advanced Mind Method has not yet been introduced. Taoist Fist Technique. Introduction to 8 trigrams palm. Taoist Formation. Hexagram Formation and 2 Dynasties Formation Beginner 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams Formation Beginner Sui Sword Formation Before Entrance 12 Capital Tianmen Formation Before Entrance. Righteousness Value. 53,147. Loyalty. 85. Is this the world of genius? He is already a Confucian student at the age of 24. The next step for a student is to think about everyone, the existence of the Shantian level. Besides, with so many mental skills, Uncle Wu, you are not afraid to practice Qi deviation. Looking at the 3 major attributes of Uncle Wu, weak physique leads to the lowest physique value of the 3 attributes, with an artistic conception value of 51 points. This is already a Shantian level artistic conception. He is 21 points higher than his physique, and coupled with the martial skill he has mastered, his strength can't be considered on the first level of aerodynamics at all. And how does this righteousness matter? Hua Kai was curious, but saw Wushu's righteousness give a line of explanation behind. This relay can still be used like this. Positive Qi value. To accumulate magnanimous righteousness in one's own body, to cultivate one's morality, and ascension's own artistic conception. The power of righteousness is equal to Shantian true Qi, so use it with caution. Let's just say why the handsome face of Uncle Wu is a little blue and yellow. It turns out that the righteous value is used too much. He can walk from Lindsay City to Huahiapu in the winter with an oil bottle on the first floor of the pneumatic realm, can do it. Even if Grandpa Hua Xing goes to Zaihei village, more than 10 miles away, he still needs to bring a Wufu butler. Hua Zichen was already handsome, and his white fine cloth robe was a little more bookish when he wore it. He saluted his father and the big brothers while observing this home after 2 years of absence. When he arrived at Wakai, his eldest nephew, his gaze passed with confidence. 2 years ago, Wakai entered the Aura state at the age of 10 and was called the first genius of Wahiapu. Hua Zichen has always liked this big nephew, and he often came up with many peculiar ideas to make himself. I was shocked. Seeing him again today, he was already the head of the Hua family. Hua Zichen has seen the patriarch. Hua Zichen walked to Wakai after he had bowed to his father and big brother. As the head of the family, whether he was a guest or a wanderer returning home, Wakai should bow to him. Uncle Wu, you just go home. Such a big ceremony makes my nephew terrified. I don't know who this one is. As the owner of the Hua family, seeing the guests come, he should be entertained. He looked at the woman in red and asked Wu Shu. This is Jila, the daughter of Lu Wengong. We met at the Jixia Academy in Lindsay City. This time, thanks to Princess Jila accompanying me, I can return home safely. Hua Zichen said solemnly. Hua Kai looked at him with an unbelieving look on the side. You can say this. Does the Confucian power teach you how to lie? Princess Jila looked at Wu Shu with a shy expression on the side, a trace of complaint leaked from her eyes. Welcome Wu Shu home, because Grandpa has many maids in the west courtyard, and there is no room left. Wu Shu still owns the house before returning to the main courtyard. Princess Jila chose a room closer to Wu Shu and moved in. Hua Kai's mother Huang Shuyun has been with Princess Jila at noon. Soon after her grandma came with her third and fourth aunts, they had already treated Princess Jila as the daughter-in-law of the Hua family. Hua Kai went home and saw Xiaoqiang. Later, I really planned to go to Wu Shu. He was the closest to Wu Shu when he was a child. Although I saw Wu Shu today, he seemed more mature, but his feelings for Wahiapu did not weaken at all. At this time, Hua Kai saw Wu Shu change his martial arts uniform and came to his door. It seemed that Hua Kai knew that he was here for Princess Jila. Uncle Wu, you should accompany Princess Jila when you come to our house. Why did you run my nephew here? Hua Kai said deliberately. You also laughed at Wu Shu. Princess Jila means you are so smart. It is impossible not to see. Princess Jila secretly ran out of Lindsay City with me this time. Start. Hua Zichen said distressedly. The fifth uncle, do you like Princess Jila? Princess Jila is so beautiful and talented. Yes, a man is not indifferent. Besides, I think she has moved affection for you. Hua Kai said. I like what it can do. She is Princess Ruben's most beloved daughter. How could Lu Wengong marry a dignified princess to a commoner? Hua Zichen said with some disappointment. Few people in this world, even aristocratic families, marry their daughters to ordinary families, just like the second uncle married a daughter of the Shen family or Wahiabao climbed Gaoji. This is because Wahiabao is the first village outside the city of Guangxian. Uncle Wu, you don't have to be so arrogant, your talent is also very strong in Lindsay City. Is there no reason why Princess Jila can recognize you? It is a nail-biting thing to enter Shantian with your talent in the future. How could it be possible that Lu Wengong couldn't see it? Hua Kai comforted Uncle Wu and said that he couldn't talk to his grandparents about this matter, and he couldn't communicate with several big brothers. He could only find this clever nephew. If this is the case, I have nothing to worry about, but care, you don't know. Even if Lu Wengong is willing to marry Jila to Wahiapu, the people of Lu will not agree, and all the noble families in Lu will not agree with Lu. The princess of the country married a commoner. Hua Zichen said, shaking his head. In the final analysis, the Hua family is too weak and has an early stage in the Qi training realm. This is just the qualification to enter the family, but the overall strength of the Hua family, the scale of the industry, the relationship with allies, etc. are far too poor. If Princess Jila marrying to Wahiabao, if you randomly encounter a hostile force in the Shantian state of Lu state seeking revenge, the entire Wahiabao may be destroyed, so marrying a princess is not that simple. Wahiapu is too weak compared to the entire Lu state, but we are not without any hope. This time my dad was killed by thieves through Huchuo Mountain on a business trip. Grandpa almost had no life. Hua Kai told Hua Zichen about what happened at home recently. Although Hua Zichen received Hua Xing's letter, he knew everything about it, but Fang Huakai still felt very dangerous when he said it. He studied at Jixia Academy. During the 6 years, I have been to many small countries in Qingzhou. I have a thorough view of the relationship between the monarch, aristocratic family, and ordinary family, and I know the risks faced by Wahiapu. You see, Grandpa has already practiced the third level of the aura. Butler Wafu has completed the aerodynamic state. He may enter the aura training state at any time, and the fourth uncle and Captain Yu have already entered the aerodynamic state. In the future, we will only be able to. It's getting better and better. Now you're back. As long as our trip to Linhu grassland does not happen unexpectedly, Wahiabao's power will surely expand more than twice in the coming years, so are we still far from the aristocracy? Huakai looked at 5 Shuhua Zichen said. Hua Zichen was really surprised when he came home this time. The villagers of Wahiapu were not so enthusiastic when they met him. His nephew has raised the cohesion of the whole village in a few months. This is not a simple matter. If Wahiapu can continue to be like this, the promotion of the family under the leadership of Huakai will not seem so far away. Kay, I heard your grandfather said that your father was in trouble. I can't wait to fly home. When winter comes over, I will go to Huchuo Mountain alone and kill some of their leaders to avenge Dage. Hua Zichen said in his eyes. There was a trace of ferocity. Hua Kai knew that he had righteousness to deal with a few chi training realms and it was fine, but if the righteousness ran out, it was estimated that he would be killed by a group attack. Uncle Wu needn't be so anxious. I already have a plan to avenge my father. I will wait for Wahiapu to return home from business next year. The development of the family now requires a lot of funds. Next year I will let the entire Huchuishan be buried with my father. Hua Kei said firmly. Hua Zichen nodded lightly. He also knew that the water in Huchuo Mountain was very deep. His rash attack might bring disaster to the family. Since the nephew said he had a way, Hua Zichen suppressed the impulse in his heart and decided to wait first. Wait and see again. Wahiapu Hua Zichen went home, and the news spread quickly. Huakai's family luck value actually increased by 26 points in one day, which is more than Wahiabao's solution to the siege of the barren beasts. Just broke through the portable space last night, and now his luck value has risen to 92 points again. Open the family properties panel. Wahiapu. No entry. Prosperity. 58. Power. 46. Agriculture. 8. Animal husbandry. 31. Commercial. 16. Culture. 40. Comprehensive strength. 199. Allies. None. Capital. 14 taels of gold, 162 taels of silver, 94,283 bone coins. Hostile forces. Huchuishan, Shenjia in Guangxian County, 9th product. Luck value. 92. Unknowingly, the comprehensive strength of Wahiapu is nearly 200. At the end of the winter, the strength of the family's various industries will definitely be ascension. Huakai remembers that Wahiapu's military force was only 31 points last night. Today, Wushu came back and added 15 points directly. The system's evaluation of Wushu's combat effectiveness should be similar to that of Grandpa. At this time, Wushu still has not entered any secret realm space for trials. Wakai only saw his loyalty point when Wushu left, 86 points. It's a bit more than when you first entered the house, but if you want to enter the family secret realm space, you must be loyal to the top 100. Wahiapu now only has the last 7 people with a loyalty point of 89. If you want to enter the crystal column list, you must be loyal. The value must reach 90 o'clock. The 5th uncle who is closest to him is not recognized by the system. Huakai has no choice. It seems that recently he has to find a way to find the loyalty value of Ascension Uncle, but he has no idea how to value Ascension loyalty. I don't know directly. Tell him it's okay. In the afternoon, the butler of Wafu told Wakai that all the things for the village elders were prepared. Although the wild beasts outside Wahiabao had not retreated, Hua Zichen went home today and the whole Wahiabao was very happy, because he unexpectedly bringing a princess back. Hua Xing planned to take advantage of the excitement and visit this year's village elder. Visiting villages is an older and important tradition in Qi. At the end of each winter, all the clan chiefs must bring heavy gifts to visit the respected elderly in the village. These elderly people are generally strong and influential elderly people. Only in this way can the main family be strengthened in the whole village. Huakai counted that there were more than 60 elderly people in the village this year. Among them, there were more than 10 people who could be called village elders. Huakai added a few elders to make up 20 people in one stroke, and asked the housekeeper to prepare silk, tea, fine salt, wild animal meat. Silk is a tradition in this world. It represents respect for the elderly and auspiciousness. It is one of the 4 rituals along with tea, refined salt and wild animal meat. It is generally only available to aristocratic families. Replacing cotton cloth with silk is also a demonstration of strength, so that the family luck value can rise faster. These items are bought from the Jigwo Big Market, so many things usually cost about 10 gold in the county seat, but Huakai Big Market only spent more than 3 gold, and 3 gold was used to exchange the cohesion of Wahiapu. Huakai has what is unwilling. 5%. Chapter 31. Huakai wants to visit the village elders. Wufu's butler has already told everyone of the village visit list that Huakai has selected. Today, the 3 uncles Wa Ziji and the 5th uncle Wa Zichan are walking with Huakai. When visiting the village elders, the head of the family will usually bring the core members of the family together. It is reasonable for Huakai to bring his 3rd uncle, Wa Ziji, and most of the affairs of the entire Wahiapu are in charge of the 3rd uncle. As for bringing the 5th uncle, Wa Zichan, that's it. It's purely to brush loyalty value. The first home Huakai visited was Wayu's family. Wayu's father is 70 years old this year. He is the pro-uncle of Huakai's grandfather. One of the highly respected elderly, he was the captain of the Wahiabao village when he was young. Now 5 and 3 of them have died for the family, and the most promising son Wayu has become the captain of the Wahiabao village. Wakai brought his 3rd uncle and 5th uncle to the home of Captain Wayu and saw that more than 30 people had gathered here. Knowing that Wakai came to visit the village elder in person, all of Wayu's brothers in the door gathered at their home, which was regarded as a gathering of the Wa family. Asking the entourage Ding to put down the gifts, Wakai brought greetings and blessings to Wayu's father. Although Wayu's father was a bit unclear, he still called a large family over and told them that they must treat the master with care for the prosperity of the family. And dedicate everything to obey the orders of the patriarch, even if it is fierce and fierce. This world is like this. Small families form a family together. When the family is strong, it becomes a family when surrounded by more families. When the family is strong and manages other families, it becomes a country. The concept of family and country has always been in everyone's mind, psychology. Huakai kept turning to the dark, and then finished transferring 20 houses with his 3rd uncle and 5th uncle. When he returned home, Huakai saw that his family luck value increased by more than 10 points, and his 5th uncle Wa Zichan's loyalty also increased by 2 points, reaching 88 points, 2 points away from the target value. 1 day later, the family luck value rose to 108 points. I used to be reluctant to use the luck value to help the family member ascension strength. Now that I know the use of the luck value, there is no way to use it. Huakai decided not to be too economical in the future. The artistic training space, which is worth 10 points, should be given to more talented people. In the evening, Wakai took his grandparents to his yard early, and soon several uncles came to the main yard with gifts. Now it is time to worship the patriarch. Several uncles came over, and soon Wei brought some of the villager representatives to the main courtyard. They all brought carefully prepared gifts. Although they were not too expensive, they also represented On's heart. Huakai asked Wufu butler to remember that after a few days to give everyone the same value in return. This gift must also be something that can be cashed in, usually some cloth, weapons and equipment, etc. No one in this world takes it. Gold and silver make jewelry. If you dare to bring it out like this, someone might directly attack you. When the village representatives came Wayu and other disciples of the Wa family came. Most of them came empty-handed, but Huakai had to prepare gifts for them. This is regarded as a year-end family dividend. Wahiapu every year it's all 10 taels of silver per family, sometimes more. After all the Wa family collaterals came, the family members who lived in the main courtyard were all regarded as the main family members, represented by the Wufu housekeeper. There were more than 30 family members, some of whom were from the Chinese family. The villagers in the fort paid for doing things for the main house during the day, and going back to their own house to sleep at night. These are important personnel in the village with higher talents, stronger strength, and higher loyalty. Later, some prestigious village elders and famous genius representatives in the village wished Huakai New Year together. This is a century-old tradition. All the money in Huakai's hands was gone after a lively night, and Huakai returned to the house in the evening to hear a system prompt. Congratulations to all members of the host's family Wa family for reaching 90 points of loyalty, and family luck recovery plus 50%. Wakai sees that the family luck value is now 126 points. It should be the family spirit after the Wushu came back. The online fortune value increased, which made the family luck value increase faster. Last time when the luck value was the highest, I reached 168 points and the speed of increase became slow. Maybe I can try to accumulate 200 luck points. 200 luck points can be Ascension Family Mentality Meditation Formula, or continue to Ascension my self-carry storage space. Wakai couldn't help thinking when he heard this system prompt. At the same time, he carefully studied the entire family secret realm space. In addition to the secret realm energy consumption fee family air transport value, he also found that the air transport value one that can be used easily. That is the cheapest piece of equipment in the weapon shop. Golden silk soft armor. It takes 50 taels of gold, 1 damask, and family luck worth 100 points. Wakai tried the best southern brocade in his portable space, but he can't build this equipment without 50 gold now, but this is at least a way to spend his family's luck. When the fortune reaches the apex, it will no longer increase. You can consider creating a golden silk soft armor to try. Early the next morning, Wakai saw Wushu and Princess Jila discussing something in the yard. Wushu was obviously deliberately keeping a distance from Princess Jila. Although Wushu was handsome and upright, he made him feel good. It looks more attractive, but Princess Jila is only 16 years old. This was told by Wakai's mother last night, so even with Wakai's enlightenment, Wushu still does not have much confidence in Princess Jila. Wakai knows that Uncle Wu likes Princess Jila in his heart, otherwise he would not be able to bring Princess Jila back to Wahiapu. In this case, Wakai decided to release the potential of Uncle Wu as much as possible and possess the family secret realm space as long as the chi luck value is enough. Wazichan's strength can get a great ascension, but the premise of all this is that the uncle's loyalty value must be up quickly. When Wakai went out, Wazichan deliberately distanced herself from Princess Jila after seeing it. Wakai was about to step forward to greet Yu Jun's room. The door also opened. I have seen the Patriarch, I have seen Confucian students. Jila said to the two of them. The thoughts of 100 schools of thought belong to the spring and autumn. Although each family has a competitive relationship, most of the time they will learn and communicate with each other. Yu Jun is a novelist who is weaker than Confucianism in this world, and the students are one level lower than the students. The gap is a big difference. There are relatively few novelists in Chi country, and being able to come to Wahiapu is considered fate, but I don't want any unnecessary voices to appear in Wahiapu. You know what I mean. Most of the philosophers of Baijia support individualism, and the self is the main body of society. This conflicts with the ideas of many families and countries. Many young people who have studied the philosophies of the philosophers have gone to wandering Sha in the end. This is what the common people are right one of the reasons why the philosophers are not happy. Fifth Lord, please rest assured, all of Yu Jun's novels are based on family and inspirational themes, and these family owners know it. Yu Jun said. Well, we can discuss if you have the opportunity. I heard that you have recently started writing own novels. This novelist pays attention to the governance of the world. Although I don't agree very much, there are some lessons to be learned. The ultimate goal of 100 schools of thought is to guide the development of world thought. Confucianism has been the #1 master of hundreds of schools for thousands of years, and novelists can only be ranked after 30, which is normal. Although Yu Jun didn't agree with his ideas in his heart, he didn't say it. Whoever made him a student, he was nearly 30 years old and still a student, it is hard to say whether he can be promoted to a student in this life. Wazichan said that novelists want to use novels to govern the world, which is obviously out of context. Novelists advocate expressing all knowledge, principles, ideas, etc. in a way that people like, so that they can guide everyone to correct values, and managers can also guide people's thinking conveniently, which is more pragmatic than many schools of thought. However, the novelists' thoughts consider too little for the interests of the family, and the power of the supreme ruler is also imperceptibly weakened. Therefore, most novelists can only seek survival at the bottom of the society, and the family only regards him as a scholar who tells stories. In the next few days, the number of wild beasts outside Wahiabao increased again. Hua Xing planned to let the wild beasts gather enough to launch an attack. Wahiabao had to complete a defense for the wild beasts this year to pass, otherwise the wild beasts have been around China, waiting outside the home fort until the snow melts, which is not good for the village. Until the 6th day of the first lunar month, Huakai heard the whole village getting busy early in the morning. More than 1,300 wild beasts outside the village began to attack the village again. This time, Huakai did not tell Huakai a word. Wakai came to the city wall and saw that the village guard team and many villagers were on the city wall. The wild beasts in the desolate group had already been killed by Hua Xing. Waves of wild beasts came under the wall to die. It was only an hour in Wahiabao. More than 800 desolate beasts were killed. At this time, the other desolate beasts outside the village began to flee. Grandpa took all the Wahiapu warriors and drove these desolate beasts a few miles away, and the entire Wahiapu area was immediately clean. After killing more than 800 wild beasts this time, Wakai only got 9 points of family luck. It may be the family strength. All the villagers of Ascension are not surprised to defeat the wild beasts. There are still more than 20 days before the arrival of spring. This year it will be difficult for the wild beasts to gather after this batch of wild beasts leave. This winter in Wahiapu is over. Next, the family will prepare 2 things for the coming year. The first thing is to boil animal bones. Every winter, Wahiabao kills a large number of wild beasts, and collects a lot of animal bones. In most cases, it is nearly 10,000 catties, and when it is small, it can be more than 1,000 catties. We have to tell from these sides, so this is not a trivial matter for the whole village. Desolate Beast left this year to boil animal bones to start. In previous years, Washing personally came to the furnace. This was a special-made large tank. The fire underneath kept burning, and Jading kept throwing bones into the tank. Huakai comes here every year to see boiled animal bones. It can be said that the villagers of the whole village will come here. Boiled animal bones still have a certain technology. First, the bones of low-level wild beasts. These are easy to burn in the big tank. After 2 hours of burning, the bones will become soft and powdery, leaving only some hard bones and a few short ones. Metal, primary barren beast bones are worthless. For the first time this year, Wahiapu's animal bones broke through 10,000 catties, reaching an unimaginable 18,000 catties. Only 11,000 catties of primary animal bones were added within half an hour after the big tank was lowered some more. In this way, the primary barren animal bones were boiled for 4 consecutive days, followed by the intermediate yellow animal bones. It takes more than 6 hours for the bones to burn after being thrown into the big tank. The intermediate level barren beast bones of more than 3,000 kilograms have been cooked in 3 days. From a high perspective, you will find that the bottom of the special big tank has some black liquid was rolling. Next is the focus of this time to make animal bones, more than 2,000 kilograms of high-level barren animal bones and 2,000 kilograms of wild animal bones. This is the focus of this time. It took 6 days to burn all 2,000 kilograms of high-grade wild beast bones. It is estimated that it would take at least 10 days for the wild beast bones. Wahiabao's large tank is inconvenient every year, and the size of the fire does not change much. According to the length of the burning time and the quality of animal bones, everyone has an early estimate. This year, Wahiabao bone coins will harvest about 60,000. Silver 537 taels and gold 23 taels. Wakai doesn't care about this. Even if there is no grandfather, many old people in the village are very familiar with the animal bone making procedure, so you only need to check it when you are out of the tank. On the 16th of the first lunar month, the temperature gradually warmed up. As soon as there were beasts outside Wahiabao, the village guard team drove them out of the village. In winter, they left the land and returned to the hands of the people. The second thing Huakai has to do is to determine the number of the family. In winter, many villagers will definitely die in the fight against the barren beasts. At this time, the main family may need to add some family members or absorb some nearby villages. If invited by the main family, some villagers can choose to stay at the main house. Of course, they can also choose not to stay and leave after the beginning of spring. The villagers who left would either return to their previous villages to continue farming. In the winter, the surrounding areas of Guangxian County were quickly scattered by the city guards. At that time, at most some low-level beasts were left in the wild. This is not a threat to ordinary villagers. It's too big. Therefore, Wakai must now decide to keep those villagers, and whether the owner needs to recruit some family members. These 3 uncles, 4th uncles, and housekeepers have already told Huakai in advance that who has the idea to stay, how many jobs Wahiapu can provide, and how much money the family can have to pay for the labor in the coming year. This is too much. There are 36 households with a total population of 294. Our village has 100 mu of village land. If we accept so many people, how can we feed them? The 3rd uncle Wa Ziji took the list given by Wakai, read it once and was a little surprised. Although he also hopes that Wahiapu can continue to grow, but everything still has to be within the scope of his own tolerance. If so many people are collected, the family will not have corresponding things for everyone to do. Or if you can't afford the wages, then it will be difficult to handle it. These lists have been carefully considered. These 17 households are members of the Kaiyuan Environmental Protection Village team who brought their families to join Wahiapu. We have no reason to refuse. These 9 households have highly qualified teenagers in their families. All 6 households are fighting against the wild beasts as the most brave and the most loyal to the family. And these 4 households are all made by special crafts. Wakai opened the list and said, 6%. Chapter 32. Huakai left Wahiapu with nearly 300 people all at once, which will increase the population of Wahiapu by half this year. None of the 8 large villages outside Guangxian has done so. It's okay to accept so many people, and it's okay to raise these people in the family. The key is what we want everyone to do. Can't just train in the village all day long. Sishu Wazawan also disagrees with the village's collection. Multiple people. Uncle C, these people are very important to Wahiapu. As for what we want them to do, it's actually very easy. Isn't the village not enough for housing this year? You can let them build houses for us. I think we are too. The size of the village has also been expanded. In the beginning of the spring, people will be organized to move the city wall outside and build a city wall more than 6 meters high. At that time, our caravan will return from Linhu grassland, and there will be more places for horses. By the way, we still have to train some grooms in advance. Huakai insisted on keeping so many people, and no one opposed it. At that time, he said that he wanted to expand Wahiapu, but only to say that if the city wall is expanded by 100 feet according to the plan, it will be difficult to win the light city wall without 30 gold. Sanshu's exit interrupted Huakai and let he knows that the negotiating family must basically have money. You don't need to think about money. I will find a way when the spring starts. It is best to renovate all our yards and build a new yard for my uncle. Wakai looked aside. Uncle Wu, he is also upset recently. Uncle Wu has been at home for more than 10 days. Wakai tried everything to make his loyalty value rise to 90, but family secret realm space still does not have his name on the crystal column, and this is the last raising 91 in one step is difficult for Wakai. For the first time, he felt that raising a little loyalty value was more difficult than facing a desolate beast attacking a village. In the past few days, Huakai has been looking for plans to talk to Hua Zichen. The topics are mainly about how to improve Hua Zichen's cultivation base, ascension Wahiabao's strength, and let Hua Zichen marry Ji La home early. Wakai already knows that Wushu wants to stay in Wahiapu. Wushu's indifferent personality is not suitable for the family. If he joins the family, there is basically no hope for marrying Ji La. It is impossible for Lu Wengong to marry his daughter to a subordinate. Wahiabao has changed a lot this year. After Huakai became the owner of the family, the atmosphere of Wahiabao has also improved. The whole Wahiabao is now full of hope for the future. Although no one has clearly stated that the Hua family is becoming more and more of a family, everyone also faintly expects that as long as the family can maintain the current momentum of discovery, Wahiapu will become stronger and stronger. Hua Zichen wanted to stay at home. He actually had a kind of expectation in his heart, that is, to help the family to promote the family. Every time he saw his young and mature nephew and paternal master, he felt that that moment would not be too far away. Wakai looked at Wushu who had left Wu and let out a clear sigh. In terms of Wushu's strength on the first floor of the aerodynamic stage at the age of 24, he can only be regarded as a moderate among the children of the big family. Even if he is a Confucian student, he can play Shantian in a short time. Class combat effectiveness, compared with some of the family's Tianzhao, is still a lot worse. Therefore, Wakai hopes to let Wushu's strength gain a breakthrough earlier and narrow the gap with the Tianzhao of this age, so that Wushu will be more confident in himself. This will have a great impact on his future marriage, strength, and thought realm, and it will have a great impact on the entire Hua family. The influence of the fort will also be very large, so Huakai eagerly hopes that Wushu will be loyal and hurry ascension. Wahiabao animal bone smelting has entered the final moment. The entire smelting site has more and more onlookers, and Wahiabao has begun to lively. In the past few days, the city guards have begun to sweep away the remaining beasts outside the county town. The door has opened, and winter has passed. The third uncle had already informed everyone in Wahiapu of Huakai's decision. Some were happy and some were worried. In fact, Huakai wanted to keep as many people as possible, so that Wahiapu had more people in a huge family, and it would be easier to obtain luck. You can't just think about yourself in everything. Wahiapu's population increased by half this time may have begun to pay attention to Guangxian. He left some high loyalty to give up those who are not loyal. This will help Wahiapu's internal stability. Don't worry. The secrets of the village were explored by other families. After going to the martial arts field to practice marksmanship for an hour, Wakai brought 2 people to his main courtyard and let them enter the artistic training secret realm Ascension Strength. This artistic training secret realm is compared with the other 2 secret realms. But Ascension's actual combat ability is really good. With it, a lot of hard training can be saved. In Huakai's view, its role is much more important than other secret realms. In the afternoon, Wakai played with Xiaoqiang for a while after taking a nap. Now Xiaoqiang can walk out of the house and play in the yard. Now he is very timid. He hurried back to the room when he saw other people. Wakai sees that his attributes are quite Ascension. Huakai is designing his house in the yard for Xiaoqiang. In the winter, Xiaoqiang also began to grow up slowly and could not stay in Huakai's room, so he planned to build a small nest for Xiaoqiang himself. The little guy ate too this morning. Jin Man Beast Meat was running around behind Wakai right now. Wakai was shoveling the ground, calculating the planks he needed, and going to the weapon shop to get the wood. He heard Xiaoqiang start to scream, and it turned out that Yu Jun was out. Yu Jun came to Wahiapu for 2 months. Recently, he has been shutting himself in the room in the morning to perfect his own masterpiece. He came to the village at noon to tell everyone about the book for half an hour, and then went back to the house to continue to improve. In the afternoon, I took a lot of questions and found Huakai here. Wakai didn't want to say too much, but he couldn't hold on to Yu Jun's enthusiasm. Yu Jun was not the kind of person who chased after him. He asked very skillfully. He knew that Wakai was very longing for the world outside Wahiapu, and he was also very interested in others. Zibaigia is curious, so he often talks about people and things in other countries, and Huakai often tells some strange stories, which is like a treasure for Yu Jun. Patriarch, when Yu Jun saw Wakai prostrated himself, he did not lose a trace of respect because Wakai was only a 13-year-old boy. Why? Don't tell me at noon. Xiaoqiang. Stop screaming. Wakai touched Xiaoqiang's head, and the little guy stopped yelling and stopped behind Wakai and looked at Yu Jun carefully. Patriarch, Yu Jun is greatly favored by the Patriarch, and Wu Yu feels guilty in his heart for the food and clothing of the Wahiapu, and I hope the Patriarch can. Stop talking. You don't want to leave, do you? Wakai interrupted Yu Jun. Wahiabao and Huchuo Mountain are as deep as the sea, and Yu Jun has been tortured by Huchuo Mountain for more than 3 months. When Wahiabao goes to Huchuo Mountain to avenge his revenge, Yu Jun is willing to take the lead to avenge his deep revenge, and stay in Huchuo Mountain for 3 months. I know a little about the defense of the bandits on the mountain. Yu Jun knew that the entire Wahiabao was holding a sigh of breath. It was the death of Wakai's father Wa Ziming. He felt that Wakai hesitated obviously when he said this. Patriarch, I have decided not to speak anymore from now on. I will not be able to speak until I finish this novel, so no novelist will stay in Wahiapu in the future. I am just an ordinary man. Wandering Shah, I hope the Patriarch will take it in. Yu Jun bowed and said seriously. Yu Jun also stopped talking to Zozo. He said that he was completely planning to have a heart-to-heart talk with Wakai. It is very difficult for a novelist to leave a masterpiece in his life, and it is even more difficult to complete a novel. Nowadays, the people who can leave novels in this world are all giants, and the worst of them are the masters of novels. Yu Jun has seen many things he had pursued before from Wakai. He fully believes that it is God's will to escape from Huchuo Mountain to Wahiapu. It's God's guide. If he leaves, he will probably regret it for the rest of his life. Therefore, he is willing to lay down his identity as a novelist and stay in Wahiapu. In this world, many thoughts and even giants have put aside academics and become peaceful, but none of them is 30 before reaching the age of 30. Retired. You decide what you own. Wakai glanced at Yu Jun's attributes and left for himself. Yu Jun. Level 1 of Chi Practicing Realm. Qualification. A. Physique. 40. Strength. 43. Will. 50. Novelist. Student. Mind Method. Introduction to Basic Copywriting Skills TN Level Low Level Mind Method. Marksmanship. Sword Technique Xuanya Intermediate Marksmanship Xiaocheng. Loyalty. 81. On the 29th of the first lunar month, the snow outside Wahiabao melted. After Wakai came to the village, before the big vat for making animal bones, the big vat had been burned for more than 20 days, and it was finally time to harvest today. I saw Huakai came to the lower cone and pulled out a bone plug. Several Wahiabao villagers carried a special wooden board like a diagonal washboard. A black liquid flowed over the board and fell on the washcloth. The small grooves of the board began to flow to both sides, and the slowly black impurities were filtered, and the golden liquid slowly flowed down the board, and soon fell into a special container. Patriarch, there are more bones in the wild beasts this year, and there is more gold than expected. The villagers on the side saw the gold flowing into the mold and said happily. The black liquid was flowing and suddenly turned silvery white. Washing was swift and quickly plugged the plug. At this time, the gold liquid had filled 2 molds. A villager smashed a mold, and what came out was just 10 tails of gold bars. Wahiabao has rich experience in making animal bones. When the gold processing is completed, the silver is slowly solidified into different molds according to the method of gold. When the silver water is running out, everyone pushes the big tank together. The water inside was as white as jade animal bones. Each of these animal bones was as big as a normal fingernail, and they opened up very beautifully. Everyone summed up all the results and cheered happily. This winter, boil animal bones to harvest 62,379 bone coins, silver 537 taels, and gold 24 taels, with a total value of about 36 gold. This is a very good harvest. I remember that Wahiapu's winter harvest last year was less than 5 gold. A large part of this was due to the fact that Wahiapu had masters in the aura. February 2nd is a special day. The city guards of Guangxian County have cleared away the wild beasts on all official roads 3 times, and figures have begun to appear on the road. In the winter, the wild beasts will retreat and everyone will be a new year. Get busy. Huang Shuyun returned to Zaihe village early in the morning, and it was time to visit relatives after one winter passed. Huakai was too busy as the head of the family and did not go with his mother. He asked the housekeeper Wafu to accompany and protect him, and by the way, he paid back his uncle's money. NS. Ordinary people's life is like this. After a winter, they have to show off when they return to their natal family. The horses in the stables in Wahiapu have been booked out early, and there are not even all the cattle left. Strength will bring a variety of gifts. Wahiapu also has some brightly dressed villagers who come to visit relatives. The completion of spring plowing at the beginning of March every year is the day for business. Huakai must make early plans to inform the merchant villagers one by one in advance. If the other party is willing to go with you, you can now practice the strategy of lining up and responding to the enemy early. Huakai has already decided to personally lead the team this year, and preparations for business are also on the agenda. The first thing is to bring goods. This year Huakai's focus is on the portable space, so he does not plan to bring too many goods this year. In addition to his own 2 vehicles, he only plans to bring some accessories that match the space for the sale of refined salt, silk, sugar, and tea. Commodities, it would be more than a dozen carts to sell food like in previous years. He would never do that if people could die of exhaustion but not earn much money. Grandpa said that Huakai would definitely go with Huakai this year because of Huakai's sales of refined salt. Yu Jun had already come to Huakai and would definitely go with him, so that the high-end combat power of the 2 masters in the aura training realm would be led. The other way heads are definitely going. As a talented young man in the family, Zhuang is only 1 step away from the pneumatic realm. Huakai also has to take it. The others Huakai plans to only take the Kaiyuan realm and above. Wahiapu this afternoon. There are nearly 40 Kaiyuan realms, and it's time to take them out for a trial. After the decision was made, Wakai began to pick people, and a total of 26 people were left behind in half a day. As for Wushu is still to be determined, Princess Lu is still in Wahiapu. These days, she has followed Hua Zichin a step behind. He didn't want to leave. Although Wushu repeatedly said that he was going on this trip to the grassland, how could he leave Jila alone in Wahiapu to take his own risk? Once the person is ordered, it is the next time to bring the goods. At this time, you can only go to Guangxian to buy goods. There are still 23 fat steeds in the Wahiapu stable. These are all good horses that have been raised by Huakai's secret realm ascension for the whole winter, except for 5 with special spirituality. Hi, Huakai intends to sell all 18 of them, and by the way, look at the county town to see if there are any strong horses that can be purchased. In the afternoon, my mother was very happy when she came back. Wahiabao helped Zaihe village this winter. The entire Zaihe village villagers are very grateful. This time Huang Shuyun was welcomed by the whole Zaihe village when she returned to her family. Many people in Zaihe village hope to marry their daughters. Go to Wahiapu, who will give Wahiapu a master at practicing qi. In the evening, the 4th uncle had already revealed Huakai's selection of merchants. Some people who were not selected directly found huakai, which made it very difficult for huakai to do it for a while. The road to business is full of dangers, and it is fatal if there is no accident for 3 years. In general, villages need a large sum of money to go into business in order to gather enough manpower for business, but Wahiapu began to compete for the number of merchants. This made the entire Wahiabao old people smile when they saw their faces, and the young people were not afraid to take risks. This showed that Wahiabao was getting stronger and stronger, and Huakai planned to push the list down again. Waiting for the goods to be purchased and then announce the business personnel, was thinking that Wakai heard Xiaoqiang in the yard yell twice. Wakai heard Xiaoqiang scream and knew that his fourth uncle was here. Fourth uncle seldom takes the initiative to find himself, and this is usually when Princess Jila is with him. Wakai estimates that Uncle Wu is also looking for himself for business purposes. 6%. Chapter 33 Genius. Uncle Wu, why didn't you accompany Princess Jila so late, and came to my nephew? Wakai said and checked the attributes of Uncle Wu. Hua Zichin. Pneumatic Realm First Floor. Qualification. A+. Physique. 31. Strength. 35. Will. 51. Confucianism. Scholars. Taoism. Apprentice. Mind Method. Meditation Ju. Yellow Level Intermediate Mind Method Dzogchen. Marksmanship. Split Air Spear. Yellow Level Advanced Marksmanship to complete. The martial skill of the remaining 100 schools of thought is a little bit, I am afraid that readers will say the number of water words. Righteousness value. 112,149. Loyalty. 92. After more than a month, the physique grew a little bit, and after recultivating the family mental method meditation Ju, it turned out to be at the Dzogchen level. This was completely different from other members of the family, and geniuses could not treat it with common sense. What Wakai paid attention to was Hua Zichin's loyalty value. At noon in the martial arts training ground, he still saw that his uncle's loyalty was 90, and now he has risen by 2 points to 92 points, and has entered the top 100 in the family. This is probably because Wushu's sense of family responsibility broke out after he announced the list of businessmen in the afternoon. I felt that my sense of existence was too low. This was the sense of belonging. Ascension. Wakai feels that he should study the family loyalty value more in the future. Sometimes a small setback can have a great impact on a person. K. How can you do business this time without me and your uncle? Without Dage, all 4 of our brothers will be there. In the future, when your grandfather gets older, you will still have to rely on the help of 4 of our brothers. 2. Brothers and third brothers have to be busy with the daily operations of the family. You can leave the 4th brother without them. I came back this time to help the family go to the Northland grassland. Why did you even pull me off? Is it because of Jila? Uncle Wu's heart speaking angrily. Hua Zichin usually looks like a weak scholar, and always maintains his demeanor. This is the first time Wakai has seen him so anxious. Let's not talk about this first. Uncle Wu, do you know why Grandpa, Steward Wufu, and 4th uncle are all able to make great progress? Wakai said suddenly. I have asked, but no one of you is willing to reveal a bit of information. Is it your kid? Is it because your grandfather made you the head of the Hua family? Since your grandfather made you the head of the Hua family, the entire Hua family castle has changed dramatically. Others may think it belongs to your grandfather. The reason, but I know it must be you. Hua Zichin said with certainty. Uncle Wu, I'll take you to a place later, and I'll talk about all the questions later. After Wakai finished speaking, he disappeared in place. Hua Zichin looked around where Wakai was just now. Could it be that is this house an entrance to a secret realm? Hua Zichin knows more than ordinary people. He has explored many secret realms of Confucianism in Jixia Academy. After a while, Hua Zichin felt that he was under a trace of traction. When he relaxed, he found that he came to a secret realm in a space. Wakai sat on the bed and waited for Uncle Wu to come out. After half an hour, Hua Zichin appeared in the original position. He closed his eyes and seemed to be still feeling. Wakai quietly waited for him to come back. This is unbelievable. I feel that the bottleneck I was promoted to Shantian has disappeared. Kyer, with this secret realm, we will never have a bottleneck at all. Do you know how terrifying this is? Hua Zichin opened his eyes cautiously speaking of. Looking at his attributes, Wakai's artistic conception value is a little bit, and the genius breakthrough fell to the ground without a trace. One entry into the Wen Tianxi secret realm can actually increase a little artistic conception value. Uncle Wu shouldn't be surprised. Go back to the room tonight and have a good rest. Please come to my room tomorrow morning. What happened here can't be mentioned to anyone if you leave this room, remember it's anyone. I know. Hua Zichen nodded back. He finally knew the secret of the growth of so many members of the family, but no one would mention it when he left this house. He felt that his heart was hot, and he was extremely excited about the future of the family. Confidence. Hua Zichen returned to the door of his room and saw Princess Jila at his door. What are you doing in your big nephew's room so late? Jila looked at Hua Zichen and said. It's nothing, just talk casually. Why don't you go back to your room to sleep so late? Hua Zichen didn't feel that his speech was a little different from before, but Jila did. I want to find you, can't you? Are there any happy events for you today? Jila asked, seeing Hua Zichen in a completely different state. No, how is it possible? I heard that my second sister might go home in a few days, Hua Zichen prevaricates casually. Really? The two people chatted in the garden, and slowly the atmosphere began to be wrong. Hua Zichen went back to the room on the excuse that he was a little tired. Although the relationship between the two is still the same as before, Jila is very happy today. When talking about the relationship between the two before, Hua Zichen showed silence and escape, but today she saw a glimmer of hope in each other's eyes. A woman's intuition is always so accurate. The next day Hua Ziji woke up before he started crying. After washing up early, he also carefully sorted out his hair and beard, and looked at the door of the main house from time to time before dawn. Finally seeing Hua Kai's door open, Hua Zichen sorted out his own clothes and came out. Come in, fifth uncle, the space you enter in a while is for the ascension physique. Last night you also knew that your physique is weak, and you will enter the space later. Hua Kai gave Wushu the precautions after the trial, and sent Wushu into the space. Take Xiaoqiang's yard and ran around, cleaned up its nest. Hua Kai washed himself, and Wushu returned to the room and still hadn't come out. Waiting until dawn, Hua Kai finally saw Wushu appear in the room embarrassed. Family member Hua Zichen physique training secret realm training score is 1 hour, 8 minutes and 27 seconds, and ascension score is 1 hour, 8 minutes and 27 seconds. Reward physical fitness +7. In less than 70 minutes, the physique turned out to be +7. This is the first time Hua Kai encountered this. Is there any new insights in the Wushu secret realm? Wushu originally had the weakest physique, but now it suddenly rises to 38, and realm directly rises to the 5th floor of the pneumatic realm. Hua Kai looks a little envious. Uncle Wu, go back to the room to rest when you are tired, and continue to come here tomorrow morning at this time. Hua Kai saw Wu uncle open his eyes and said. When Hua Zichen heard this eye move, he didn't ask much and got out of Hua Kai's house. He went back to his room and closed the door. When the hawking sound of the village street sounded in the morning, Hua Zichen opened the door and came to the restaurant Jila to have breakfast. Because of Hua Kai's request, the main restaurant of Hua's restaurant serves buffet meals every day. Although it is not very rich, it has everything that should be given to ordinary meals. Hua Zichen took a large piece of wild animal meat and 2 nests, and a bowl of thick porridge. Don't you usually eat meat very rarely? How can you eat it like this today? Jila said while sitting opposite Hua Zichen, looking at the big meat in his bowl. Recently, I feel that my body has a breakthrough again, and I have a lot of appetite. Hua Zichen can only say that. His physique suddenly became 7 points, and the energy that needs to be supplemented is very large. The animal meat in the restaurant in the main courtyard of the Hua family does not know how to store it. Every time the meat comes out of the pan, it tastes so fresh. After eating a big piece, Hua Zichen took another big piece, which was bigger than the one just now, about 3 jin. Is it really okay for you to eat like this? This is brutal beast meat. Jila couldn't help but reminded him of how delicious Hua Zichen was eating. Ordinary people can only eat less than 2 tails of wild beast meat. 1 catty in aerodynamic state is a lot. Hua Zichen actually ate more than 5 catties of wild beast meat in one meal. How could this not be shocking? After the meal, Hua Zichen accompanied Jila to go shopping in the village. These days the village was busy, some snacks and small games appeared on the street. The two people played Jila until noon and felt very relaxed and happy. When Jila first met Hua Zichen, he was debating on behalf of Confucianism and other students at Jixia Academy. Hua Zichen was polite and elegant, and his words were reasonable and well-founded, making every debater speechless. Confident and funny. Since she and Hua Zichen slowly developed emotions, Hua Zichen's face has slowly lost the original self-confidence. She knows that it is very difficult for the two of them to be together. Although Hua Zichen will deliberately be with her every time keep away, but she knows he has himself in his heart. I'm very happy to see you like this. Jila tried to pull Hua Zichen's hand. He didn't expect that this time he didn't avoid it. She could feel that the other party's love for Own was as hot as a flame, but the two of them there is always an invisible mountain, making them difficult every step, like walking on thin ice. Give me some time, will I give you an answer in a few days? Hua Zichen faced the two questions head-on for the first time. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Even if I just stay with you for a few more days. Jila smiled softly. Hua Zichen gently stroked his hair, and the pedestrians on the road saw their loving couple, and they all sent blessed smiles. For the next 2 days, Hua Zichen waited at the door of Huakai's room every morning on time. Huakai also truly saw the difference between geniuses and others. Family member Hua Zichen will training Secret Realm, training score 107 games, kill 3 targets, get bonus physical +1, vigor +1, will +7. Hua Zichen, a member of the Patriarch, understands magical powers shadow transformation. Huakai looks at the attributes of Uncle Wu. Hua Zichen, 9th floor of pneumatic environment. Qualification, A+. Physique, 39. Strength, 43. Will, 59. Confucianism, scholars, Taoism, student. Mind method, meditation Ju, yellow level intermediate mind method Dzogchen. Marksmanship, split air spear, yellow level advanced marksmanship to complete. Confucian mind method, righteous Qi Ju Tian level elementary mind method, Shaocheng Confucian sword technique, an introduction to sword technique, intermediate sword technique. Taoist mind, introduction to Tao Te Ching Tian level advanced mind. Taoist fist technique, introduction to 8 trigrams palm. Taoist formation, hexagram formation and 2 dynasties formation beginner, 9 palaces 8 trigrams formation beginner, Sui sword formation before entrance, 12 capital Tianmen formation before entrance. Supernatural powers, shadow change, righteousness value, 143,164. Loyalty value, 99. It was the first time Wakai heard of supernatural powers, and he didn't know the use of Wushu's supernatural powers. In 3 days, Uncle Wu went from ascension on the first floor of the pneumatic realm to the great perfection of the pneumatic realm, and his 59-point willpower is beyond the reach of the average Shantian realm. There is also Wushu who has already started Tao Te Ching and has become a real Taoist student. It is important to know that the Taoist Tao Te Ching of the upper rank of the heavenly ranks has the same effect as the lower rank Dzogchen mental method of the profound rank as long as they get started. This is why there are so few official disciples of the Taoist school. Uncle Wu, how do you feel? Hua Kai asked when seeing Wu Shu opening his eyes. Unprecedented. I have realized a magical power called shadow transformation. I used willpower to condense a clone. The clone can be transformed into anything to influence others. There is no entity yet, and it needs to be cultivated by a late stage. Hua Zichen directly told Hua Kai about his own supernatural powers. Hua Kai was also surprised when he heard it. No loss is a supernatural power. When you fight a person who has a clone, the opponent's clone can be transformed into something else. Even if the clone has no attack power, can you not be affected? Uncle Wu, can you tell me what supernatural powers are? Hua Kai asked if he didn't understand. Uncle Wu had studied at Jixia Academy, and of course he knew a lot. How did the supernatural powers come from falling to the ground? How to obtain supernatural powers? So far no one has studied it clearly. Many sages of the Baijia have their own supernatural powers. No matter what supernatural powers can be understood, it is not easy for me to have supernatural powers. Fighting is very useful. Hua Zichen said with a smile. When Hua Kai saw that the Wushu trial was over, the system gave him 2 Qi luck points. Wushu realized the supernatural powers, and the system directly gave him 100 Qi luck points. Even though Wushu spent 13 points for luck in the past 3 days, the family luck value has not been reduced. With these 102 points, Huakai now has 231 points of luck at home, which is just for the heart of the Ascension family. Method Meditation Ju. In the early morning of February 5th, Huakai took more than 30 people from Wahiabao, leading the family with 18 horses, and 3 carriages to provide weapons to the county weapon shop. Today, the second uncle's family will go back to the county weapons shop. In the next few months, the second uncle will stay in the county. But the Hua's family in Guangxian cannot ignore the weapons shop. Wushu Hua Zichen also came out with Huakai today. He rode his own steed and looked at the familiar Guangxian town in a daze. For so many years, this Guangxian town has not changed at all. Facing the same Guangxian town Hua Zichen again, he feels all this seems to be the same. There is a voice in his heart that Wahiapu will be much stronger than Guangxian in the future, and the small Guangxian town of Wahia cannot be put down in the future. There are 10 bone coins for one person, and 10 bone coins for horses. Kaichungguang County is very lively. The people come to buy the life supplies that are badly needed in the new year. Some villagers also come to the city to find opportunities at this time. There are many families who need people in the spring. Hope to find a suitable job here. Spring represents hope. How do you sell this horse? Hua Kai and his team hauled all the horses to the horse market in the city. Just as they were tied to the pegs, someone came to ask for the price. It looked like a family member. Buy a single horse for 30 gold, buy all of it and charge you 520 gold. Hua Kai glanced at the other person and said, "These horses of Hua Kai know that they are steeds at a glance. This is the time when livestock is the most expensive in a year, and Hua Kai's asking price is not high." That clan family watched for a long time and finally chose 3 horses and gave them 90 gold. There are not many horses in the horse market in Guangxian at this time. Most of the horses here are Donghu horses from the Shen family bought before winter. At this time, the whole market is only about 300 horses, but there are a lot of cattle and sheep in the bull market. 6%. Chapter 34. When selling 8 horses in one day, Hua Kai will only make a maximum of 20 silver for each horse. The 8 horses sold a total of 239 gold and 20 silver, which is not a small amount of money. In the afternoon, everyone at Wahiabao surrounded Hua Kai, fearing that he would be approached by outsiders. They didn't relax until they left Guangxian. Don't you know that Hua Kai Gold has long been able to earn money? The next day Wahiabao continued to come to the market, selling 5 horses a day, and the remaining 5 Hua Kaiban didn't want to sell anymore, but the city guards saw that every 26 gold horse was sold to the city guards. 26 gold is indeed cheaper, but Hua Kai knew that the city guards belonged to the Li family, and the Li family was the spokesperson of the Qi family in Guangxian, and it would be easy to talk to the county lieutenant Li family in the future. The 18 horses are sold out. Hua Kai already has 550 gold in his hands. The first thing Hua Kai thinks of holding a huge amount of money is to refine medicine pill and equipment. He went to the family weapon shop and asked the second uncle to go to the county town to find out where there are special metals to buy. By the way, he will see if there is any elixir to buy. A person with a handy weapon can ascension a lot, such as 5. Uncle Yuzheng bone sword is given by the teacher. Shantian true qi injection cannot be damaged, which allows him to use his true qi and even righteousness at will, and his strength can be perfectly displayed. The second uncle went to the county seat of Jubao Pavilion to find out that there is a piece of Tianhui meteorite iron for sale here. Tianhui meteorite iron is one of the important materials for forging high-quality weapons. This piece of meteorite iron is not small, weighing more than 40 kilograms. Jubao Pavilion is in Guangxian County. The property of the Governor Zheng's family. The Zheng family is one of the 2 largest 8-class families in Guangxian County. It is said that they have good relations with many large families in Linzi City, and the other party offered a price of 600 gold. It is reasonable to say that 600 gold of meteorite of more than 40 kilograms is not very expensive, but this meteorite is an excellent material for making fine weapons and even treasures. Wahiabao can't come up with so much gold to buy meteorite. Spring was when the elixir was most scarce. There was no elixir for sale in Guangxian, and Qian Hua Kai could not buy what he needed. It's still early, and the fourth uncle suggested to visit the city. The human market here is not about buying and selling slaves, but a lot of unemployed people who come here to try their luck. Many families need to recruit homes, or there is a lack of tenants in farming, and they can be found here. Of course, the most important thing here is the trade of maid servants. Poor families send their daughters to the big family. Being a maid for a few years can not only relieve the life pressure of the family, but also get a large commission. It is great that these girls can stay in the main family when they grow up, even if they don't. After being favored by the master's family, they can learn a lot of things that ordinary families can't learn in the employer's family, so many people are willing to send their daughters to the big family as maid servants. When I came to the city, there was a lot of people. As soon as he stepped into the city of Wahiapu, everyone was surrounded by people. There are many dental workers here who specialize in employment business. He recommends outstanding talents to employers and will receive a certain commission as long as the transaction is completed, and in many cases the commission is required. It was paid by the hired. Wazawan drove away the surrounding Yaren. There are not only aristocratic families in Guangxian, but there are also many families with the same strength as Wahiabao. They all have their own way of living in this county, which constitutes such a prosperous city. Guangxian County. Master. All right, my daughter works fast and eats less, so she only needs 2 taels of silver a year. The cheeky woman seems to be in her 20s, and she seems to be malnourished for a long time. The girl in her arms looks only 6 or 7 years old, and she looks at the pedestrians in fear. Kai wouldn't show any kindness here. I don't know how many people die of starvation every year in Guangxian County. He checked that the qualifications of this pair of mother and daughter were all F grades, and then turned to look at the next goal. There are generally 3 types of people looking for jobs in the market, and it is very easy to distinguish between these 3 types of people. The first category and the favorite of all families are those young wandering Shah, who stand there and need to choose a good employer, just like choosing a principal. Generally speaking, if they negotiate, they will sign an agreement of 3 to 10 years. During these years, he must continue to serve the master, otherwise he will have to refund the double commission. The second category is those families who drag their families to seek asylum. They generally choose a better home to serve the Lord for the rest of their lives. There is no wages to get. The third category is those who seek part-time jobs, including those who want to sell their daughters to be maids. Huakai has always hoped that some of the misgeniuses can be picked up here. Very few people have seen C-level qualifications after walking a short distance. Most of the people who can come here are civilians. Talented figures have long been discovered by the major families and included in their own families. Although the big families do not have the same true eye as Huakai, they all have their own way of seeing people. Ask this girl's family if you would like to sign a long-term contract with Wahiapu. Kai saw a 10-year-old girl with talent B+, and said to the uncle next to him. The uncle went to negotiate with each other. Huakai found that there are quite a lot of highly qualified girls in this market. The girl's family said it was okay to sign the long-term deed, but not to sign the death deed, 36 silver. The fourth uncle asked the child's family and said to Huakai. The death deed means that after selling the child, it has nothing to do with yourself. It will be difficult to meet again in the future. Moreover, the death of the child in the main county office is at most a symbolic fine. Generally, few people sell their daughters to death. If you live a contract, you will have to give the girl's family a sum of money at one time. The girl can redeem her body at any time, but the redemption must be refunded in full for the sale of her life, and she must also pay for so many years of spending at the host's house. Every year, she can go home to visit relatives. Huakai gave 36 silver to the girl's family, and the girl followed Huakai with an uneasy look. Although Wahiapu is an out-of-city village, it is well known in Guangxian County. The girl's family can rest assured that they can sell their daughter to Wahiapu, a lot of. After walking for another half an hour, Wakai bought 2 more B-level maids. At this time, he saw a tall tea house full of people. This is the only large-scale building in Renshi, and it is one of the most influential places of the Han family in Guangxian. Now it is the most lively time here. Huakai often hears people say that the tea houses in Renshi often show up with talents. Appears, as long as you have money, you can recruit. He must enter and see when he comes here today. Guest, where do you want to sit? We have 2 tables left in the front row. Showerer, seeing that there were more than 10 people in Huakai's party, and 3 young girls, he knew that he was coming to the market to pick real buyers. Huakai sees that this tea house has 2 floors. The upper level is beautifully dressed up with various silk brocades. The lower level is where Huakai currently stays. There are a lot of people, but most of them are standing. You can sit on the table and drink tea. The clothes are not civilians. Lead the way, Kai said. Good. 12 people at the front table, 20 taels of silver. Guest officer, please. The higher the position, the higher the cost, and the tea served is different. Huakai sat down and paid 20 silver, and the shop shower brought pastries and tea. The 3 young girls who had just been bought by Huakai were afraid to look up. Their tattered and thin clothes were out of line with the environment here. Huakai signaled them to sit down and they still did not dare to sit. Okay, you 3 like to stand, just stand. Kai did not force them. There is a platform in the center of this tea house. A young man of about 20 years old is standing on the platform. He quietly waits for someone from the second floor family to choose him. If not, it will be the ordinary family's turn to choose him. No one spoke on the second floor, and the host on the stage spoke. This Mr. Deng Lun is 24 years old this year, with the strength of the first level of the Kaiyuan realm. The Huang level intermediate Ba Mie Dao has been trained to a great level. He is willing to play for a powerful family with 20 gold for 3 years. Is there any family willing to? In trying to sell this young man has begun to be a little impatient. He is also a genius in his family. He entered the family to find a way out for his family, but how easy is it to get in the family relationship? No one on the second floor is bidding for the first floor. Is there a yard 20 gold to invite a master of Kaiyuan realm for 3 years? The opportunity is rare. The host continued to sell hard. If the 20 gold is handed to their tea house, they will get 10% of the middle fee. Hua Kai looked at the attributes of this young man. Deng Lun. Level 1 of Kaiyuan realm. Qualification. C. Physique. 30. Strength. 32. Artistic conception. 34. Mind method. Hong Lei Ju. Yellow level. Low level hard method. Dachang. Saber technique. Da Mie Dao. Yellow level intermediate hard technique. Loyalty. -16. And loyalty is negative. It was the first time Hua Kai saw a negative loyalty value. He looked around and found that there were quite a few people who were loyal in this tea house, but most of them were the core members of the family or even the head of the family. Such people are rarely seen by others. For family recruitment, Hua Kai will never recruit such people. This young man was finally grabbed by an ordinary family in a city for 24 gold. The Kaiyuan realm is already a good combat power in Guangxian City. Many families want to increase their family combat power in the new year. It is also a good choice to choose to hire masters here. Several young people who applied for employment appeared at the highest level of B-level qualifications, and they were hired away by the 34th gold of the 9th grade family before they reached the first floor. The ordinary family on the first floor can only take a look at this time. Hua Kai wanted to take a look at the bid on the second floor, knowing that he had no chance with him again. Then came a middle-aged man in his 40s. Most of them were young people with strong talents. When he came to a middle-aged man, many families suddenly lost interest. Hua Kai checked the others' attributes. Shui Pan. Level 7 of Kaiyuan realm. Qualification. A. Physique. 33-39. Strength. 37. Will. 44. Mind method. Shuijia mind method. Zon level low level mental method. Zochin. Archery. Archery intermediate archery. Dachang. Loyalty. 24. Note. The injury has not healed all the year round, and the vitality is damaged and needs to be replenished urgently. Hua Kai suddenly became interested when he saw this place. This turned out to be an archer, and his archery skills were very good. Mysterious intermediate archery has been practiced to a great extent, but his body is in a state of injury. This strength is considered good for Kaiyuan intermediate. NS. Mr. Shui Pan is 35 years old this year. He is a master of the Kaiyuan realm on the 7th floor. He is a master of archery and arrow shooting. He is looking for a master who is willing to pay 60 gold to sign a death agreement. And Mr. Shui Pan has a small request. He needs to bring with a pair of children. The host felt that there would be no bids after he finished speaking. This middle-aged man looked sloppy and didn't look like a master. Besides, Jin is mainly a capable thug. You even brought your 2 children and you dare to ask for 60 gold. If it weren't for the amazing arrow shot by the other in the backyard just now, the host would not dare to lead him to the stage. Sure enough, the family on the second floor did not respond, and it was impossible for the ordinary family on the first floor to spend 60 gold to buy a middle-aged thug who didn't know the details. Despite this, the host turned his head to look at the tables on the first floor. Is anyone willing to hire a master of Kaiyuan realm 7th floor for 60 gold? If not, these young gentlemen are willing to bid 60. Is there any higher bid? Congratulations to this little gentleman. With the participation of the 7th floor master of Kaiyuan realm, your family will definitely become stronger. Hua Kai finally made a shot. Although this middle-aged man was injured, he still hopes to recover as long as he is well educated. In general, there are very few people who cultivation archery. NS. Seeing Hua Kai's move, the sloppy middle-aged glanced at him, and there was a loud noise from the entire tea house. Everyone was wondering that someone really wanted to buy the injured middle-aged for $60. No one continued to bid. A beautiful maid came to Hua Kai and took out a contract for Hua Kai to watch. With this contract, the employment relationship became established. Hua Kai looked at the contract and signed it without any problems. The middle-aged stepped down and signed it. After the applause of the crowd, Zhonghua Kai took out 60 gold and put it on the maid's plate. This contract came into effect from now on. There was a round of applause from the tea house. No matter how the Lord Yuming should be encouraged, Shui Pan left with the maid. He needs to get his own money from the tea house and leave with him when Hua Kai leaves. Then there appeared two young people with B-level qualifications, but they were both valued by the family upstairs. From age and cultivation base realm to cultivation technique level, it can be seen that a person's talent is very unlikely to be missed by ordinary families. After staying in the tea house for more than 1 hour, Huakai 28 Jin recruited a 19-year-old young man who was nearly 2 meters tall and trained with a sword and shield. Although his body muscles are strong, he has only the strength of the 9th floor of body tempering. But saber technique shields are all pretty good. The key is that he has B qualification. The 5-year contract, as long as his loyalty can be on the crystal column of the family's secret realm space, it will be worthy of Huakai's dedication to cultivate. Compared with the first contract, everyone in Wahiapu is still optimistic about this second contract. When he left the tea house, the sun was already a little westward, and Wakai walked for a while in the city, and found that it was still suitable for him. Many young people in body tempering here are waiting for their employers to arrive. They all hope to enter the family so that they can change their own destiny. Huakai saw more than a dozen young people with qualifications above B, and after more than an hour of negotiation, 7 young people agreed to join the Chinese family. Fort, Huakai offered them a commission of at least 1 gold per year, and left the city reluctantly when the sun had all set. Back to Wahiapu, it was already dark. Xiaoqiang felt that Huakai had gone far home and called out. Now the entire Wahiapu knows that Huakai has a puppy, which only recognizes Huakai and is very smart. Lying in bed at night, Huakai is quite satisfied with today's harvest. Hiring so many people today is also Huakai's consideration for the future of the family. These qualified young people now join Wahiapu. As long as Wahiapu can accommodate the growth of these geniuses in the future, they will be labeled as Wahiapu in the future. Whenever the Wahia family becomes a family, they will leading the own family to work for Wahiapu. This kind of relationship is very important in this world. Therefore, whether these people were able to enter the crystal pillars and become important members of Wahiabao in the end, or if they were not loyal enough, they could only be regarded as one of the bottom forces of Wahiabao. Huakai was very happy. 6%. Chapter 35. In February, Huakai was walking between Guangxian City and Wahiapu all day long. Before March, Wahiabao had to take or confirm this year's business office, and then went to Shen's house to report, and Shen's family was going to Han's house again. And after all the procedures have been completed, the Hua family can get the guide. The Wahiapu nowadays actually belongs to the Shen family of the 9th rank family in name. On the 9th of February, Huakai got up early in the morning and saw Wushu walking in the yard. A few days ago, Huakai upgraded his family mentality to Huang level advanced. Now the core members of the family have cultivation the revised mentality, which has a lot of popularity. The value has a breakthrough, but the Wushu is naturally entangled in the matter of being unable to break through to the Qi training state. Wushu's 3 physical attributes belong to weaknesses. Huakai has tried the physical training secret realm test 3 times with Wushu, but the last 2 results did not exceed the first time, and he did not get the strength bonus. I think I should enter the Phantom secret realm again. Compared to physical fitness, I feel that my use of martial skill and supernatural powers is still far behind. This time I will definitely be able to break through. Hua Zichen is now accustomed to coming to Huakai's door before dawn. He discusses with Huakai regarding own shortcomings. He enters the secret realm once a day, but the free Ask Tianxi secret realm is the one that enters the most. Okay, since Uncle Wu said that, then enter the artistic training space and try it. You are only 25 years old now. Don't worry too much. Martial arts training is a matter of course. Irritability sometimes affects your perception of your realm. Hua Kai returned. How can Hua Zichen know? In the past, I didn't have a breakthrough in aerodynamics, but now I've reached the threshold of training aura. As long as I break through to the training aura and add my own Confucian righteous Qi sword, I can barely keep up with the tales of the great princes in Lindsay City. Those people are all of their own age and late-stage strength, and it is difficult to imagine the vast world outside in the Guangxian City area. Hua Kai sent Wushu into the will training secret realm. In the past few days, since the upper-level family mentality reached the Huang tier advanced level, the family luck value has been rising at a rate of about 10 o'clock every day. Zichen's secret realm is completely open. As long as you feel you need it, you can enter the 4 secret realms for trials every day. This is the only treatment for Wahyapu. Kai knew that it would take a long time for Uncle Wu to perform the secret realm of will training. After washing up, he had breakfast, and then went to the martial arts training ground for 2 hours of morning exercises. He returned to the room and Uncle Wu did not come out. Having been sitting in meditation to experience the upgraded meditation technique, Kai can deeply understand the difference in high-quality mentality. The great achievement of this Huang level high-level mental cultivation is equivalent to that of Huang level low-level mental cultivation. The effect is one tier, but there is too much difference. Kai is now the Dacheng level meditation formula mental cultivation is running, and the cultivation speed is the same as before. More than twice as much. Mind is truly the foundation of a family. Waiting until noon, Kai saw that Wushu hadn't come out yet. He somewhat believed that Wushu could make a breakthrough in the will training secret realm. Will training secret realm is the most important place to experience a person's talent. Kai has seen Wushu who can kill the third mirror image, and his grandfather can only kill his second mirror image. Family member Zichin will training secret realm training score 111 games, killing 4 targets, get bonus physical +2, vigor +2. Seeing Uncle Wu appear in his room, Kai heard a system prompt sound. Uncle Wu's will has reached 59 points. It's the same as the last time that entered the secret realm of will training breakthrough ascension, but it is physique and vigor. Is this because Wushu's willpower can no longer be ascension, so every time it's physique and vigor? But in any case, Wushu finally completed the breakthrough. Zichin. Level 2 of Qi practicing realm. Qualification. A+. Physique. 41. Strength. 45. Will. 59. Confucianism. Scholars. Taoism. Student. Martial skill strategy. Supernatural powers. Shadow change. Righteousness value. 149,165. Loyalty value. 100. Go directly to the second floor of the Qi Lian realm, and the loyalty value is also full. Wushu's loyalty value was not even on the family list a few days ago, and now he suddenly became the 3rd loyal and worthy member of Wahyapu. Kai received 2 points of luck reward. There are still many people in the family with 99 points of loyalty, but it is very difficult to get from 99 ascension to 100. The 4th uncle's loyalty has always been 99. Kai tried many ways to make him loyal, see. It all takes time to come. Congratulations to Uncle Wu, who finally broke through into Qi training. Wahyapu has another master of Qi training, and the family will be stronger in the future. Kai saw Zichin open his eyes and said congratulations. Zichin smiled and nodded without answering. He still immersed himself in the previous battle and never recovered. Just now he used magical powers to forcibly kill the 4th mirror image. There were a lot of chances, but in the end he succeeded. His will not breakthrough was what he expected. Realm breakthrough, he felt his whole body true Qi turbulent, and he could freely explode the magical blessing to all objects. This feeling is really wonderful. When Kai saw the Wushu, he knew that the concerns in his heart had basically disappeared, and the whole person relaxed, and the amiable smile appeared on Wushu's face again. Wahyapu's genius should be like this. Before I was not very familiar with the use of my supernatural powers. This time, after several dangers, I finally knew how to use supernatural powers. As long as I didn't break through the Shantian realm, I would have the confidence to defeat the opponent in a short time. Zichin said confidently. Kai knows what Uncle Wu means. Every Wahyabao villager's hatred is in the hearts of every Wahyabao villager. Even the Jadinghayuan who just joined Wahyabao can feel the hatred of the entire Wahyabao towards Huchuo Mountain, but Kai knew that the time was wrong. Uncle Wu, I know what you mean. But now there are more than 200 people in Wahyapu who can fight. We may not be far behind Huchuishan in our aura, but there is still a lot of difference in the strength of other realms. Right now, the most important thing for Wahyapu is to succeed in this trade route. Only when Wahyapu has completed this trade, can it strengthen itself and then have the strength to destroy Huchuo Mountain. Kai said. Your mind at such a young age is better than an average adult. Your grandfather is right to hand over the family to you. From now on, all the 5 uncles in the family will listen to you, but I hope to participate in this business trip. Among them, this time I returned to the village, many people stared at me. If I can't participate in the business, how do people look at me? Wahyapu geniuses have learned to go home and are unwilling to take responsibility. Hua Zichen looked at Huakai and said seriously. In this case, Uncle Wu, I have a bold idea. Hua Kai saw Hua Zichen's breakthrough training qi, and his mind became more. Hua Jiabao now has 3 qi training realms with Yu Jun. With Fu Butler it can be considered as a half-training realm, so that the high-end combat power they can dispatch has surpassed some of the 9th grade merchants. I heard that there are only 3 in the Shen family's realm, and up to 2 business leaders each year. Hua Hiapu is now fully equipped. Don't be afraid that Shen Jia will force yourself to eat. This year we may be able to go to the Xiongnu, Mongolia and even the great food country with the Qi family caravan. There is gold everywhere. I think as long as we have a good relationship with the Han family, let them know the strength of our family and let me participate in it. Not difficult. The stronger the family is, the farther the place is. The Linhu grassland is 2,000 miles away from Qi state, and one trip has nearly 10 times the profit, while the farther Mongolia, Xiongnu, Dayu state, Shaoyu state, Chang tribe, and Dashi national profits can reach 20 times or more. It's not impossible. I heard that Wei Beidu had been to the southern Huns before. The grassland area in the north is larger than that of the central plains. If we want to go, our strength should be enough. Let him inquire about the attitude of the Han family. Hua Zichen also agrees that Hua Hiapu will no longer follow the Shen family this year, and the profits of going to the Xiongnu will be higher. In the afternoon, Huakai and Hua Zichen went to Guangxian County. Huakai went to the horse market to buy 7 strong horses. Now there are few horses in the horse market. These 7 horses are of poor physique and speed, and one of them belongs to after picking up. With these 7 horses plus 3 horses at home, Wushu's horse riding back from Lindsay, plus the flames of Wahiabao, there are 12 horses, and a trip to the grassland is basically enough. I went to the city to select a few nursing homes and more than a dozen craftsmen. This year Wahiabao needs a lot of craftsmen to expand. Huakai also intends to let the family train some craftsmen with good technology. In the future, the family will build a variety of craftsmen. Indispensable. When I returned to my weapon shop, Wushu came back in the afternoon. He told Huakai that the Han family was willing to discuss with the Hua family about going into business this year. This showed that the Han family was also optimistic about the potential of the Hua family and was willing to shelter the Hua family. As long as the talks are good, the Hua family will accept the Han family in name and leave the Shen family. Many families will choose a more powerful family to seek refuge when they become stronger. This is normal in this world. And if the 2 parties negotiated, the Han family would inform the Shen family, and give the Shen family compensation if they still need to maintain the current relationship. Huakai cannot negotiate the negotiation in person. You must find an intermediary, so that even if you fail to negotiate, it will not leave a bad influence. Huakai left this to Wushu. He has many classmates in Lindsay City. Qualified to be this intermediary, Wakai handed him 50 gold as a management fee. It only took 3 days before Wushu spoke to him. The Han family is willing to become the main owner of Wahiabao, but the Wahiabao must show sincerity this time. The value of the goods brought by Wahiabao must exceed 100 gold, and it must bring more than 50 gold Korean wine. In addition, all purchases must be made. With the permission of the Han family, Han Jialu can give the Hua family a deduction of 20% by introducing money. Uncle Wu said. Huakai heard that it was also subdued by the greed of the Han family. The wine cultivation acquired from Huakai was transferred to the Hua family and sold to the Hua family. He also asked the Hua family to go to the grassland to help promote it. Although the wine is very popular in the grassland, the profit is huge, but the transportation is very inconvenient. Compared with those luxury goods. Tell the Han family that we basically agree to this requirement. We can bring 50 gold fine wines, but maybe other life items should not be just ordinary life products. Luxury goods should also occupy 20%. Hua Kai thought for a while and said. This time the Han family was able to accept the Hua family. This is already very good for the entire Wahiabao. After all, the Han family is the 7th grade family and the nominal master of Guangxian, so it will be more convenient for him to act in Guangxian in the future. More importantly, if the Hua family wants to be promoted to a family, the best choice is to join the Li family or the Han family. The Li family is in charge of the entire Guangxian city defense and needs a master to join the army. Wahiapu cannot let its core members join the army. The Han family heard back soon, and the other party agreed to the Hua family's request, but said that the Hua family should go to the Han family restaurant before the 25th to discuss the details of the business. All said, Huakai held a family meeting in Wahiapu on February 15th. All the village representatives of the entire Wahiapu were present. At the meeting, Huakai first told everyone that this year's business will no longer follow the Shen family, but that there is no Korean after the family talks. We will discuss the specific business matters with the Han family tomorrow. All the villagers were extremely excited when they heard this news. Wahiapu not only left the Shen family, but also caught up with the Han family, the county magistrate. This made the Shen family have to consider the attitude of the Han family if they wanted to deal with the Hua family in the future. The Hua family in Lion is not afraid now. Half of Hua Ziming's hatred of the entire Wahiapu is recorded in the Shen family. Huakai saw that all the villagers looked happy. After the news was announced, they received more than 20 points of family luck. Everyone was very satisfied with the head of the Hua family. Most of the families who wanted to join the Han family were the Hua family. It is not easy to be accepted by the Han family. Then Huakai determined the new construction plan of Wahia this year. Now the 100 acres of land in Wahiabao have been converted into houses, and Wahiabao has expanded 400 meters towards the city gate to build a new city wall. The new city wall is 6 meters high and the city wall is all reinforced with stone. There is a parapet wall on the city wall. This is completely built according to the reduced version of the county city wall. After the new city wall is completed, the area of Wahia Fort will be doubled, divided into inner and outer walls. The newly added village land is about 500 acres, of which 200 acres will be used to build a new horse farm, 50 acres will be built into a new Wahiapu weapons workshop, 50 acres will be reserved for a new martial arts field, and 50 acres will be used to build houses. About 200 acres are reserved for farming. This is not a big deal. Everyone can't help but feel enthusiastic when they hear this. The expansion of Wahiabao will be handled by Sanshu. Later I will leave 100 gold as the special fee for the expansion of Wahiabao. Sanshu must rush the caravan to come back and give us a different Wahiabao. After my grandfather and I left Wahiapu, my uncle will be responsible for all the affairs of Wahiapu. You will also pay for all expenses in the family. If you encounter any major issues at home, please come back for your second uncle and discuss with the three of you. After the meeting, Huakai called the second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle to the main courtyard and gave the third uncle 100 gold and the fourth uncle 60 gold. This is basically enough for the entire Wahiapu for 1 year. You must know that Wahiapu was 1 year ago. The cost is about 20 gold. On February 16th, Huakai brought his grandfather, Wei Beidu, Zhuang, and Wu Shu to the gate of the Han family. The housekeeper of the Han family welcomed Huakai and others into the Han mansion. A small Chinese family was not enough for the Han County magistrate to personally entertain them. Huakai and others were greeted into the living room of the outer courtyard. Huakai took a look. It said 5,000 caddies of fine wine, 400 pieces of coarse cloth, 200 pieces of cotton cloth, 10 pieces of silk, 300 kilograms of gray sugar poor quality, 10 kilograms of refined sugar, 500 kilograms of coarse salt, 200 kilograms of refined salt, and 150 kilograms of brick tea. Gin, 30 gin of refined tea. Weapon Wahiabao prepared by itself. There can be nearly 100 kinds of things on this list, all of which are relatively scarce in the grassland. The total value is just 100 gold, which is calculated by the Han family. The Hua family is very satisfied with this order. I don't know when we can pay for the delivery. Huakai said politely. The owner of the Hua family will give me the money. Yes, the number of weapons carried by the Hua family should be reported as soon as possible these days. The county magistrate also needs to report to Lindsay City. Can't delay the time to leave. The Han house steward said lightly. 6%. Chapter 36 The Chinese Caravan. It takes at least 10 carriages to pull 5,000 caddies of fine wine with a carriage. You must be very careful when transporting fine wine. A carriage can only hold 2 large wine tanks, and 1 wine tank is 250 kilograms. It's a big loss. And most of the other goods given by the Han family are well transported. About 5 horse-drawn carriages can be pulled, so this trip requires at least 15 horse-drawn carriages. The Hua family's preparations are still insufficient. This is a test given to us by the Han family. The amount of goods they gave us is about to catch up with the ordinary 9th grade family. If we succeed in this business, I believe the entire Guangxian city will look at us with admiration. Hua Xing looked at Huakai on the way home and said that this is a challenge and an opportunity for the Hua family. The Han family is much more reliable than the Shen family. We did not allow us to transport grain. That would be a waste. Although the transportation of wine is dangerous, the profit is much better than that of grain. As long as our 5,000 caddies of wine are successfully delivered to the Zongnu, at least can earn 200 gold. Wei said that he knew the situation of the Huns. We have already paid the 100 gold. Tomorrow, Uncle Wu, you will report the number of our weapons. See how much money is needed to get the road guide. Grandpa Fu, you will arrange for a carpenter to make 10 carriages for wine tanks. We have to go to the Zongnu for a while. It's not enough. Tomorrow I will go to the horse market to buy a strong horse. The selection of the trader needs to be redrawn. This time we are going to take a new road and most of the family's combat power may be taken away. The journey to the Huns is more than 5,000 miles. It's not like Linhu grassland that every carriage can pull 2,000 caddies of goods. Everyone has to walk at least 50 miles a day. This requires high physical strength for horses. Perhaps only steeds can meet the requirements. These are not problems for Wahiapu. In the evening, Huakai thought deeply about Wahiapu's preparations. 10 days have passed since the last upgrade of the family mentality, and the family luck value has been accumulated to almost 100 points. He hopes to save 200 family luck value before leaving. When things go out of Guangxian County, they can earn space on their own, so that everyone can relax on the road. Thinking of the 20 large wine tanks to be transported this time, I don't know how much there will be left after arriving at the Huns. The carriage bumps are inevitable, and moreover, it has to travel 5,000 miles. Huakai suddenly thought whether it could do shock absorption work for the carriage. Thinking of this, he woke up directly from his sleep. Early the next morning, Wakai took the drawings to the carpenter's room and discussed the possibility of shock absorption for the carriage with several masters. In this world, there are wood with strong hardness and wood with excellent toughness. There are also some special woods that can be fireproof. Only you can't imagine that you can't make it without wood. Huakai gave ideas and several carpenters became excited at once. If the carriage can achieve the shock absorption expected by Huakai, the carriage speed will be much faster, and the carriage of goods will also increase. This is for a caravan. It's hard to imagine the benefits. We can separate the sight from the carriage, add a layer of shock absorber in the middle, and then add a shock absorber between the sight and the axle. These shock absorbers can be made into whole links. That's how we can call them bolts. Wakai used his thinking and surprised several masters with their eyes wide open. No one in this world has ever worked so much on a small carriage. The status of a carpenter is worse than that of ordinary tenants, and he can only make sophisticated weapons. The status of the master carpenter can be slightly higher, but no one who makes weapons generally thinks about how to make a simple carriage. After Wakai finished talking about shock absorption, he thought of second-level shock absorption and third-level shock absorption. After opening up his ideas to several carpenters, he left. He is a layman about how to make it, and he is still more than half a month away from the business. Time is enough for them to develop a shock-absorbing carriage. In the next few days, Huakai was busy going to Guangxian horse market to buy horses. At this time, the price of horses in the horse market was very high. Huakai spent 50 gold to buy 21 strong horses. Several of these horses are needed. Ascension spirituality can be upgraded, and there are a few more horses that need to be entered into the physical training secret realm and strength training secret realm to upgrade the steeds. At the end of February, a year of spring plowing began outside the city of Guangxian. It took only 3 days for hundreds of people in Wahiapu to repopulate the newly planned world. There were already some scattered caravans on the official roads outside the village. After passing by, sometimes it will stop at the gate of Wahiapu. Most of these caravans were caravans of various families in the south of Qi. Some of them transported goods to Qi for sale, and some were composed of multiple caravans and many families joined together to drive to the northern grasslands. The whole land went through a winter season. Rest and begin to lively. The Wahia family has confirmed the transformation plan for the new carriage with several carpenters in the village these days, and samples of the new anti-seismic carriage have been made. Huakai has conducted special experiments. The carriage is indeed a lot smoother, and it feels like walking on the official road. No bumps. On the last day of February, the weather has warmed up. The housekeeper of Wafu brought dozens of family members to load the carriage with goods. It is also an art to travel more than 5,000 miles to load the carriage. A carriage can hold up to 2,000 caddies, but it is impossible to load 2,000. A caddy of cotton cloth and weapons can't fit in this car. There are 18 horse-drawn carriages neatly placed on the main street of Wahiapu, and the top 10 horse-drawn carriages have already been placed with large wine tanks. Each of the 2 wine tanks of each carriage can be half a person tall, and the wine tanks are outside with wooden shelves. There are some hay and cotton cloth around the fixed area for protection. Even if the new carriage has two-stage shock absorption, it is not sloppy. Shui Pan took a pair of children to eat at the outdoor restaurant. This is usually the place where the family members of the Wahiapu main courtyard eat. Hua Kai once said that he should go to the internal restaurant to eat with the owner, but Shui Pan refused. As a subordinate, you should look like a subordinate. Wahiapu paid 60 gold for himself, and signing a death agreement by himself is equivalent to selling this life to the Wahia. I dare not have too many ideas. It's just that the children of my own are still young, and I have to raise them no matter what. When I think of this, Shui Pan has some entanglements in his heart. Father, are you going to leave? The daughter is 13 years old this year. She is elegant and beautiful. She is eating the wotu and broth while looking at her father and asks. The master paid 60 gold to hire me to Wahiapu. It stands to reason that I must go to the business this time, but no one has given me notice. So many days we have come to Wahiapu. Regarding our current people, I have food and housing every day, and I will follow the village guard team to inspect for a few hours. I am always uneasy in this situation. Shui Pan said with some annoyance that the Kaiyuan realm master hired for 60 gold would be allowed to patrol every day. No one in the family dare to really do this. Didn't the patriarch tell us the last time we came to see you? Let your dad take care of your health this year. It is difficult for your body to get better without cultivation base. Dad, just stay with us in Wahiapu, isn't it good? Shui Hiyu looked at her father aside with a look of reluctance to say. Our family of 3 lives and eats in the main courtyard of Wahiapu. The head of the family is not bad to us. Dad should give a share of ownership when the family needs it, but since the head of the family wants you to stay at home, he may also have his consideration. Daddy, go and talk to the patriarch of your thoughts, and you must know the patriarch's intentions. Shui Pan's son Shui Chen has just been 12 years old this year. He has been smart since he was a child. Many things are considered more thoughtful than adults, but his thin body looks a lot smaller than Big Sis, which is more than a year older than him. Shui Chen was frail and sick since he was a child. He used all kinds of elixir to maintain his life when he grew up. Shui Pan bought all the elixir for his son before the 54 gold he got this time. When it gets better, you can leave the room. Okay, I will go to the patriarch later. If I leave Wahiapu this time, I may not be able to return for more than half a year. Chanur, you have to eat more and exercise. The pills I bought are almost enough for you to eat this winter. Let's talk about everything when Dad comes back. Yiyu, you have to take care of little brother, don't let him keep reading, and take care of his wife. Shui Pan told his children. It is safest for Shui Pan to have children in Wahiapu. When he came to the main house, he saw that Hua Kai was discussing directions with the housekeeper. Hua Kai originally had more than 550 gold in his hands, but this Wahiabao spent too much money on the expansion, and now he only has more than 100 gold left in his hands. Today, the 5th uncle told Hua Kai Han's guide list here. The 18-carriage Wahiabao road guide cost a total of 263 gold. Fortunately, the Han family allowed the business to come back for Wahiabao to pay. Shui Huyuan, what's the matter? Hua Kai asked when he saw Shui Pan standing at the door waiting. Patriarch, Wahiabao is going to the Zongnu's Tiangao road this time. I should go to the Zongnu with the patriarch. It is no regret for my children to have the Wahia to protect me. Please also ask the patriarch to allow me to travel with the caravan. Shui Pan walked into the house and bowed to Hua Kai. Hua Kai saw that his physique had recovered to 35 points, indicating that he has been raising well in Wahiapu these days, and his loyalty has also risen to 52 points. Has reached a value that can be used with confidence. You have a dark injury and it is difficult to recover without a year of training. This martial arts is almost going to waste. I am recruiting you for 60 gold to help your family with illness. I have already said hello to the village school for your children. They can go to school to study. My mother is not used to serving. Your family of 3 can stay at home with peace of mind, and the safety of the home depends on you. Hua Kai said to Shui Pan. Since Shui Pan came to Wahiapu, after cleaning up himself, Hua Kai discovered that he was actually quite young, about the same age as his 4th uncle, and he was still A-level qualification. As long as he cultivated a good future, it would not be difficult to enter Shantian, Hua Kai. He didn't want to let him go to the Huns with himself. Seeing the Hua family, Shui Pan was resolute and knew that he was really worried about owning his body. Shui Pan didn't want to think about the past. Now that he came to Wahiapu's patriarch and sincerely treated himself well, Shui Pan suddenly felt that own life was not that way. Worse, I can accompany a pair of children, and life is actually pretty good in such a Wahiapu for a lifetime. The number of horse-drawn carriages on the official road outside the village began to increase, and some caravans settled outside Wahiapu every day, which can add some income to the family. This afternoon, Wakai heard a visit from the Shen family. When he returned to the main courtyard, he saw that his grandfather, fourth uncle, and housekeeper were all there. The Shen family was sitting on the chair drinking tea, and when he saw that he came back in, he turned his head with a hum. I have heard of ungratefulness, and I really met. My Shen family just gave you the qualifications to sell horses. Wahiapu made money and invested in the Han family in a blink of an eye. Does Patriarch Hua think this is a good thing? I was somewhat impressed that my second aunt's relative, little brother, could not be on the stage at the Shen's house, but came to the Hua's house today to test the Hua's house. The ungrateful Hua family can't afford it. Everything is arranged by the county lord. The Hua family dare not offend the Shen family. Even if the Hua family does not follow the Shen family in business, the friendship between our two families will not be there. Uncle Shen joked. Quote. Hua Kai answered decently. He first moved out of the Han family to block the conversation. Chen Bao could only sneer when he heard this. He could be arrogant in the Hua family, but he didn't dare to say that the Han family was nothing. I heard that the Hua family has a new talented young man who can speak eloquently, transcendent. I saw the rumors today. I wonder if what you said today represents the entire Wahiapu. When Hua Kai heard this, seeing that the fourth uncle was already a little angry, he was about to stand up and argue with him. Hua Kai raised his hand to signal him not to worry. I am the owner of the Hua family and the owner of the Wahiapu. Of course, I have the right to represent the entire Wahiapu. I wonder if the Shen family when you come to the Wahia this year knows whether you can represent the entire Shen family. Hearing what Hua Kai said, Shen Bao stood up directly from the chair. As a member of the Shen family, he came to beat the Hua family today. The Han family did not dare to violate the order of the Shen family, but he had to let it go so easily. Wahiapu, where is the face of the Shen family in Guangxian? Ha ha, after all, I saw the greatness of the Hua family today. I came to the Hua family as a kind reminder. If so, let's ask for more blessings. This business is not based on enthusiasm. Don't think of Hua. A person who is out of the home can be arrogant at will. Let's just wait and see. Shen Bao smiled contemptuously and walked out of the living room. Thank you for the kindness of the Shen family. Butler, help me send Uncle Shen. You may have lost your life if you encounter a single wild beast when you go out in Yunchi realm. You have to send people out of Wahiapu. Jiabao won't do our business. Hua Kai said deliberately. Okay, Patriarch, I must watch Mr. Shen walk out of Wahiapu. Wu Fu said cooperatively. Shen Bao's face was flushed, but he dared not say anything, so he could only turn around and leave. He gave the family a package this time and said that he could persuade the Hua family to join the Shen family team. After all, an aura is very important to every caravan, but who expected this Hua family to have such a tough attitude? After leaving the main courtyard of the Hua family, Chen Bao saw the butler of Wu Fu following him all the time. He remembered what Hua Kai had said earlier that he did not dare to stay in Hua Jiapu, and the other party was still very casual to clean up with his own little aura. When Hua Kai just said that he was going to have an accident, he felt a murderous intent. He took a few family members and left quickly when he left Wahiapu, not daring to stay for a while. 6%. Chapter 37 Sacrifice to Heaven. Add a more chapter for recommendation. March 3rd, the day before the Wahiapu caravan left. The 18 prepared carriages were neatly placed at the entrance of the main courtyard. All the dry food and forages to be brought for tomorrow's trip were also prepared. Hua Kai was taking his grandfather, housekeeper Wu Fu, Wu Shu, Yu Jun, the 2 and 5 people went to the villagers' homes together. The former family leader personally took important business members to visit and inform the villagers' homes. This is a tradition. Patriarch, the troubled family visits with the master, the 5th master, and the housekeeper. It is an honor for my son to be valued by the family owner. I have told him that he should listen to the family's instructions on the way and not greedy for meritorious service. It doesn't matter if you do something wrong, you just change your lesson, and it doesn't matter if you kill him. Seeing that Hua Kai brought all the members of the family, the villager enthusiastically poured tea to Hua Kai and others, and said that if his son had an accident on the way it is his name, and his family will always be loyal to the Chinese family. The dog is on the second floor of the Kaiyuan realm. According to the regulations, it takes about 200 days to go to the Zongnu. The salary is 220 silver. You will pay half of it before you travel. This is 1 gold and 10 silver. Please don't worry about the reissue of the division of wages. The dog is in the Kaiyuan realm, and we will follow the Han family caravan. There will be no problems. Huakai carefully handed over the money to the other party. This is a business rule. You have to pay half of your wages for the team members to give you their lives. In the eyes of the powerful villagers of Wahiabao, the winter beasts retreated to Wahiabao and became more prosperous. The entire Wahiapu villagers are full of confidence for this business trip. Who made Wahiapu a master of chi training? That can easily kill the existence of brutal beasts. Wakai finally confirmed the list of people for the Zongnu's trip. A total of 52 people were twice as many as the initial plan. Among them, the 3 in the chi training realm include grandfather Hua Xing, fifth uncle Hua Zichan, and novelist Yu Jun. Yu Jun's loyalty point has now reached 86, and he has not yet had the opportunity to enter the family's secret realm space. A few days ago, he was writing an own novel, and suddenly he had a lot of ideas. The novelist broke through to the student realm, and all attributes increased. After 1 o'clock, he finally broke through to the chi training realm, which made Wahiapu suddenly have 3 chi training powers. There are 4 people including Wafu Butler and Erzhuang in the pneumatic realm. There are 41 people in the Kaiyuan realm, and only 4 people in the bone refining realm, including Huakai. It can be said that the strength is beyond imagination. After walking through all the villagers who followed the business, Huakai's 40 gold was about the same. The family and the nursing home did not have to pay employment, but each of Huakai still gave them 12 taels of silver to allow them to stay at home for subsidies. The money can be used in the hands of these villagers and families to ascension the prosperity of Wahiapu. Although Huakai does not know what the prosperity is, it will definitely be used in the future. Everything was settled at noon. Huakai returned to his room for a nap, and he entered the family secret realm space to view the family property panel. Wahiapu. No entry. Prosperity. 64. Power. 51. Agriculture. 31. Animal husbandry. 28. Commercial. 40. Culture. 36. Comprehensive strength. 250. Allies. None. Funds. Gold 121 taels, silver 69 taels, 3,639 bone coins. Hostile forces. Hutuition, Shenjia in Guangxian County, 9th product. Luck value. 178. The air luck value is 178 points. It will definitely not be possible to upgrade to 200 points to upgrade the portable space. It is better to build a piece of equipment to improve the combat strength of the caravan. Wakai originally planned to build a handy spear for his grandfather, but it is a pity that the meteorite of Jubao Pavilion is 600 kilograms. Wa family can't afford it. He can only focus on the cheapest equipment in weapon shop golden silk armor on it. Golden silk armor it takes 50 taels of gold and 1 brocade. Huakai filled up the portable space a long time ago. The contents are all refined salt, refined tea, and silk. He took out 50 gold and 1 piece of silk. Weapon shop in the synthesis box, click to make, and all the things he put in were sucked into the weapon shop. Most of the family luck on the crystal column disappeared, and a beautiful golden silk inner armor appeared in the synthesis box. It's really a black technology. This inner armor is almost as flexible as the own purple gold armor. As long as the defense is not bad, selling 200 gold is not a problem. Thinking of Huakai's idea here, the meteorite iron of the treasure pavilion may be available for himself. Out of the space, Wakai tried many times on the golden silk armor with his own red cherry gun. Without leaving a trace, he asked Yu Jun to come over and try it with his own sword, leaving only a rough mark on the inner armor. Patriarch, where did this inner armor come from? The workmanship is so exquisite and the defense is so strong. Yu Jun asked curiously. Don't care where it came from, just ask how much the golden inner armor is worth. Wakai said. The price of weapons and armor is not always certain. It depends on the buyer's demand. If I see that the inner armor is going to be sold, someone should buy it for 500 gold. Leave it to you and the task. Take this inner armor and go to the county town, try to find a way to exchange the meteorite iron from Jubao Pavilion, and try to get anyone else to know about this. Wakai said to Yu Jun. Okay, I guess the Jubao Pavilion will be replaced. Such a delicate inner armor is too rare, and the defense is so good. I will go now. Yu Jun took a cloth bag and wrapped the inner armor several layers and stuffed it into his arms, went to the stable and led a steed and left. It took more than an hour for Hua Kai to see Yu Jun returning on horseback. He seemed to be very heavy with the bag in his hand. Hua Kai knew that the meteorite had finally arrived. Weapon shop. There are many spears using meteorite as the main material. Hua Kai checked for a long time and finally chose 2 spears that he could make. Mingyu Spear 3rd Grade Fanbing. Needs 10 caddies of meteorite iron, 30 caddies of silver, 20 caddies of gold. Family luck value 146 points. Yanling Spear 7 ranks of soldiers. Needs 40 caddies of meteorite iron, 10 caddies of silver, 30 caddies of phoenix wood. Family luck value 260 points. The first Mingmoon gun is relatively easy to forge. As long as the family luck value is enough, it can be forged quickly. Moreover, Hua Kai's weapon shop forged armor and weapons can also be forged according to the 5 uncles of the family members. Of course, the family members are limited to the list on the crystal pillar. Gooseling gun. Hua Kai chose it because Hua Kai had heard of Fengwu wood, which belongs to the 6th grade wood. Wahiapu is familiar with wood in the weapons business. This Fengwu wood Wahia can turn up. The 40 caddies of meteorite is a little bigger than a fist, and Hua Kai has no problem putting it in the space. In the afternoon, the whole Wahiabao began to become quiet. Tomorrow is the day when the caravan leaves. All members who want to follow the caravan must rest early today. Their families will also help them prepare to go out and salute. The whole Wahiabao all fell into a kind of hope and anxiety. Hua Zichen came to the door of Jili's room gently. Since this morning, Jila has never paid attention to Hua Zichen again. Hua Zichen knew that the other party was worried about him. Jael. Hua Zichen waited at the door of Jila for half an hour before finally speaking. Are you planning to drive me away? Jila said in a deep voice. I think we should have a good talk. Hua Zichen said. Jila seemed to feel that something was coming, and the grievances in her heart could no longer be suppressed, and tears couldn't help streaming down. She was afraid that Hua Zichen would let her give up. Don't cry, let me come in and I have something to tell you. Hua Zichen's voice sounded. Jila wiped his eyes and finally opened the door. Hua Zichen couldn't help but hurt when he saw Jili's crying face. It is this girl who gave up the comfortable life in the City of Kings for herself, and went back to Wahiapu in the winter to go through a lot of hardships. If she can meet her, it is God's blessing for herself. If she has let him down, he will not be at ease for the rest of her life. Jael, thank you very much for being able to fall in love with me. You gave up a lot of things for me, I know all of these. Hearing what Hua Zichen said, Jila couldn't help crying. She thought that Hua Zichen would give her a word. Don't cry. Good. You are crying like I didn't want you anymore. Hua Zichen smiled and wiped away tears for Jila. This was the first time that Jila had done such an intimate action with Jila. Jila looked at Hua Zichen's affectionate eyes, felt his love for own, and threw into the other's arms and held his waist tightly. I didn't dare to think about our future, because I don't think I will be worthy of you in this life. I don't want you to go with me to some small countries in the south and live incognito for a lifetime. This is too cruel to our 2 families. Hua Zichen said softly. Jila stopped crying and listened quietly. So I have always been evasive from you, even if I know you can't be erased in my heart. Until I go home and meet my nephew. Hua Zichen said and suddenly laughed. Your nephew is really interesting. He called me 5th aunt last time. Jila said with a smile. Well, I came to you today because I want you to return to Lindsay City tomorrow. Listen to me first, Hua Zichen said when he saw Jili's tendency to turn to light rain again. When my Hua Zichen wants to marry you, I also want to marry you gracefully. Give me 3 years and I will definitely go to Chufu City to find you. Then I will ask your father to marry you to me. Jila, willing to wait. Me, Hua Zichen asked, looking affectionately at Jila in his arms. I am willing. I will wait for you forever if you don't come. I will die in the Lu Palace in Chufu City. Tomorrow I will return to Lindsay City. When I return to Lindsay, my father will definitely take me back to the country. If you don't come, I will hate you, lifetime. Hua Zichen said this to Jila for the first time. Jila held him tightly and bit his arm hard until she felt the strong smell of blood and did not let go. Hua Zichen seemed to be savoring Jili's pain. He stroked Jili's hair lovingly, and he would never disappoint this girl in this life. Before dawn on March 3rd, the Wahiapu Martial Arts Training Ground set up an altar. Hua Kai led all members of the Hua family back to the altar to pray for blessings, and asked God to bless Hua Kai's smooth return from business. Hua Xing stood by him. To his side, the four Wazili brothers are now in the back row. Everyone in Wahiapu is very solemn, even children who are a few years old dare not make noise at this time. After the Huakai ritual was read out, a village elder and the villagers brought Huakai a see-off wine, and Huakai picked it up. After taking a sip and falling to the ground, after the sacrifice, everyone began to arrange their own weapons and armor, standing next to the horse team and waiting for the moment of departure. The Han family caravan has left the county seat. A villager ran in from outside the village and shouted, "Go!" Huakai ordered the carriage to slowly open, the Wahiapu gate opened wide, and the 18 carriages of the Wahia caravan slowly walked out of the village. Horses and horses on the official road lined up from Guangxian City to Wahiabao. The Han family's motorcade only had more than 20 horse-drawn carriages, but there were nearly 100 guards accompanying them. Half of their motorcade pulled a cylinder of wine jars, and half was wrapped in coarse cloth. The grassland scarce items such as refined salt, sugar, tea, etc., although they don't seem to be much, are worth more than the Wahia caravan. The Han family caravan is followed by the county seat Jia family and some ordinary family caravans. Most of their caravans are the same as Wahiabao. There are nearly 100 guards accompanying them. Because the journey is so long, there are not many things to pull on everyone's carriages, so that the caravan can go faster. The Wahiabao caravan kept up with the huge caravan led by the Han family. Behind him was the Shenjia caravan filled with goods on a carriage. The Chen and Yijia caravans outside the city followed behind the Shenjia caravan. It's just that the Yi family has only 8 carriages this year, and 4 of them are full of grain. A horse is pulling the carriage hard, and the entourage ding is still pushing hard behind the carriage. This travel posture can see the difference in the strength of each family. Wahiapu is a big horse-drawn carriage, and there are 8 people from Washing and others riding in front of the team to clear the way. The momentum is much larger than that of ordinary families. On both sides of the official road are ordinary people who saw off in Guangxian County. Everyone saw that the caravans of each family were always pointing and pointing. Even the Huang family of Zaihe village, who had never been in business, came with a large group of villagers who came to lively and walked every day. Whether the business can succeed represents the rise and fall of Guangxian as a whole. Are you a Chinese caravan? Where is the guide? At this time, a capable young man came out of the Han caravan and rode to the Chinese caravan. I am. This is a road guide. Kai got off the wheel and jumped to the ground, took the package from the carriage, and took out the road guide for this trade. Yeah, get out of the car for inspection, you didn't bring anything. The young man looked at the transportation materials on the road guide, and called a few Korean staff to start inspecting the Wahia goods. It hasn't been increased, it's all handled by the housekeeper Han himself. Kai returned. The person in charge of the business group inspects the goods. This is a procedure that must be followed every year. If a company has brought more goods and does not match the list on the road guide, then you cannot go with the business group. There are more checks in your heart on the road to the grassland. Okay, no problem. Our destination this time is the Huhan tribe of the Huns. We will stay in the Huhan tribe for about a month. If you can't keep up with the trade group on the way, we won't stop and wait for you. Know it all. Kai thinks that this young man is about 30 years old, and his strength in the 4th level of Qi realm should be one of the leaders of the Han family. Kai signaled that he knew that the other party went back to his caravan. Wahiapu caravan follow in the footsteps of the Dashang group and drove northwest along the official road. 7%. Chapter 38. Huakai sits in the middle of its own caravan. This carriage is specially set up for seating. The 3 people sitting in front of it did not appear crowded. Because of the added shock absorber, Huakai didn't feel any bumps when sitting on the carriage, and the horse was very easy to pull. Everyone in Wahiapu has been following the convoy to see off, unwilling to leave. The long convoy stretches for miles on the official road. Many young people who are first-time businessmen are very curious about all this and don't want to sit on the cowl. Stopped up and ran around the caravan. After more than 10 miles from Wahiapu, Huakai came to the most famous mountain here, the famous Fushan. Wangfu Mountain is only about 10 feet high, and its appearance is not much different from ordinary mountains. But at this time, the top of the mountain was full of people. Kai estimated that there were hundreds of people. Kai saw Grandma, Mother, Shui Pan and others standing on the top of the mountain quietly looking at him. He suddenly felt a strong sense of mission in his heart, and waved his grandma and mother. Grandpa Xing at this time, horseback came over. Okay, don't look anymore. The Wangfushan motorcade will speed up after you are in the car. Don't leave the motorcade easily. This is the first time our family walks a long way. We must be very careful if we are tired. Just lie down in the car and rest. Hua Xing worried that his grandson was too young to bear the pain of the business trip, but this time the business trip is related to the future of the entire Wahiapu. Although Huakai is only 13 years old, he is all the backbone of human beings. Grandpa, don't worry, I will stay in the carriage and not go out. Xiaoqiang, stay in the carriage and don't come out. Huakai watched Xiaoqiang poking his head out of the carriage and hurriedly shouted. Xiaoqiang heard the voice of his master and retracted his head into the carriage. This time Huakai didn't want to take it when he went out, but the little guy seemed to know that he was leaving with the caravan. These days after following him, he didn't dare to leave. Huakai took it with him. Jin Mastiff only recognizes one owner in his life. When the owner dies, he will starve to death and be buried with his owner. After half a year, Huakai is afraid that he will not have any moths out of this little guy at home, so he will simply take it with him. On it. The caravan, which was several miles long, speeded up after passing Wangfushan. The distance between the caravans was slowly opened up, and the strength of the feet between the teams was very obvious at this time. Most of the family caravans in the Shen family and Guangxian County could not get up quickly because of the poor horses and the heavy cargo of the carriages. The caravans that followed the Han family to the Zhongnu were faster, and soon the two teams split into two. The Linhu business group led by the family accounted for about 70%, and the carriage that followed the Han family caravan was only about 30%. Huakai sat on the carriage and watched the scenery on both sides of the road moving backwards. The shadow of Wangfu Mountain had disappeared from behind the team. The old team members had already started to tell the new team about things to pay attention to in business. The business was very deep. To truly become a caravan leader, a novice needs at least 2 years of training. At noon, the convoy had gone out for more than 40 miles, and some caravans had been unable to keep up with the large units and began to slowly distance themselves. The Chinese caravan has been steadily advancing and surpassing several caravans that have slowed down, and have begun to reach the forefront of the caravan. If you can go with the business team, you should go as far as possible. This is the experience that the business team has left for many years. In general, when caravans encounter thieves, they always start from the back of the merchant group, because the last caravan is generally the weakest, and the caravan's guards are relatively weak. Moreover, the caravan in front of it is difficult to rescue. The team estimated that the enemy's strength was too strong and would choose to abandon the last caravan. Last year, the Wahia caravan was so abandoned by the Shen family. The whole business group departed from the morning until noon. There were not many homes where the horses had exhausted their physical strength. Some handles began to greet everyone to get out of the wagon and walk to save the horses. Wahiapu has been walking in the middle and upper reaches of the entire business group, slow. People in this world live in cities, because cities can bring people a sense of security. Therefore, there will not be any villages or pedestrians along the way. If you encounter a pedestrian on the road, you are basically a gangster. After noon, Wei turned his head to tell Huakai that they had traveled 50 miles and were 120 miles away from Xinwen County. Generally, the business group walked for 5 hours in the morning, and then rested for 4 hours in the afternoon, and so on. In the afternoon, the sun will no longer be so venomous and walk for about 3 hours. If it is the second half of the business trip, it may only be about 6 hours in the morning. When all the members of the merchant group felt tired, the front Han caravan finally stopped. They gathered all their carriages into a circle and made a fire inside to cook. All the caravan saw the Han family stopped. When they came down to rest, they all looked for a suitable place and gathered all their caravans together, so that if there was a sudden attack, they could stop the reaction on the spot. Because Wahiapu was in the forefront of the merchant group, Hanja just stopped Wei and looked at a good hill position. When they pulled all the carriages together and unloaded the horses to rest, the caravan behind slowly caught up. Zhuang led all the horses to a short distance to let the horses eat some grass. The Hua family organized everyone to light a fire and cook. After eating, they fed all the horses with some concentrate, and the horses and men began to rest. The Hua family and the whole family sat together and listened to this Wei Beidu briefing some short stories on the business road. Although these stories sounded less reliable than Yu Jun's storytelling, everyone was very happy to hear them. In addition to danger, it is boring to go on a business road. Only when someone can tell a story can everyone be energetic and energetic. Wei, turn your head, you have told this story 100 times now. Are there any new ones? One of them yelled from his hand. That's Shusheng Yu, aren't you a storyteller? Let me tell you a paragraph. Last time your young swordsman had not finished half of the talk. The second man is young, but he has been with the caravan for 4 years. He looked at Yu Jun, who was listening with gusto. I promised Patriarch not to tell stories, Yu Jun said in a deep voice. Just talk about it. Anyway, everyone is free. A villager urged. Yu Jun, this is not in the village. Since everyone wants you to talk about it, let's talk about it. Hua Kai said. This. Yu Jun bowed his head in silence, which surprised everyone, and the scene suddenly became a little cold. To the Patriarch that I will not tell any more stories before the completion of my novel, and I also ask the Patriarch to forgive me. Yu Jun said. After he finished speaking, many of the team members were a little dissatisfied with the rescue, so he asked you to tell a story. You still pushed and pushed, and the owner said that you were still like this after you told you. This is not to regard yourself as a member of the caravan. A member of Wahiapu watched it. Hua Kai saw that everyone's eyes on Yu Jun changed suddenly. He only lamented that Yu Jun couldn't speak. The novelist has some rules, but you have to be tactful if you refuse. Most of the caravans are big bosses who have never even read Spring and Autumn. In this case, let me tell you a story. Hua Kai felt that this break time was also a good learning opportunity, and he could make use of it. Good. Patriarch, give us one. Everyone yelled happily when Hua Kai was about to tell a story, and completely forgot about Yu Jun. Then I will tell you a Three Kingdoms story. It is said that the Han dynasty has a vast territory, and the whole world is not a subject. The Han family is a big family. After hundreds of years of reproduction, hundreds of surnames have appeared. Because the Han family is strong, no family in the world can be controlled by it. The head of the Han family was made the emperor of the Han by all the people at the end of the Eastern Han dynasty. The world was in chaos. Sometimes there were 3 Taoyuan brothers, one Liu Bei, who was originally the queen of Zhongshan Jing. Hua Kai slowly began to tell the story of the 3 kingdoms in his mind, but now he dare not say that a long time must be divided. A long time must be combined. The world has never been unified, and the wild beast is currently the greatest enemy of mankind. Everyone in Wahiapu listened quietly. For the first time they heard such a good story. Hua Kai told them a brand new family. Hua Kai described Guan Yu and Zhang Fei as masters in the realm of aura, and counselors as masters of mind with spells and supernatural powers. Liu Bei was an offshoot of the Liu family's Luopao, and Zhang Fei was the owner of the family's family who sold 10,000 acres of farmland and abandoned the village with Liu Bei to save the Han home country. Everyone could hear the gathering, and even Hua Xing sometimes couldn't help asking for details that he didn't understand. Hua Kai stopped when someone asked and explained carefully to everyone. The 3 kingdoms that Hua Kai talked about has become a family of powers intertwined with each other. Practitioner is fighting for the Han dynasty. The character of each of the 3 kingdoms is described by Hua Kai as if it were a real person. Everyone laughed happily when they heard that Hua Kai talked about the benevolent people of the 3 kingdoms, and gritted their teeth when they heard that someone was relying on tricks to succeed. The image of justice of the 3 brothers Liu Bei was gradually established in everyone's hearts. Every time when they talked about the 3 brothers Liu Bei, everyone listened very happy. The Han family is gone. Suddenly a soldier and civilian shouted. Hurry up. Our cooking pot hasn't been washed yet. Hurry up. The entire Wahiapu didn't notice that time was passing quickly, and the Han family had been resting for more than 3 hours and started on their way again. In the morning, they drove more than 50 miles, and in the afternoon, the business group drove another 40 miles. The entire Hua family members discussed the story of the 3 kingdoms that the Hua family talked about in the afternoon. It was only at noon that Zhang Zhao's death was mentioned. Everyone was wondering why this book was called 3 Kingdoms. Hua Kai could feel that everyone looked at their eyes differently in the afternoon, with awe and admiration in their respect. Everyone had never thought that a story could be so nice to tell. Yu Jun looked at Hua Kai from time to time in the afternoon, with a sly look in his eyes. He had long known that Hua Kai was a genius in novels, a more talented character than his ancestor Yu Chu. Didn't he stay in Wahia Fort just hoping that this speculation would be confirmed? In the evening, the business group stopped and rested at a place called Yukon 30 miles away from the east side of Xinwen County. After all the caravans set up tents outside Yukon, Hua Kai was instructing people to feed horses and light fires to cook. The Hua family sent a representative to the main account. The main account is the main account of the Han family caravan. Hua Xing was afraid that his grandson would lead the team for the first time without knowing some of the business rules, so he accompanied him to the main account of the Han family. The Han family is also a Chinese caravan, surrounded by carriages. All horses are tied to the outside of the carriage. A tent is raised in the inner circle of the carriage. The main members of the team live in the carriage circle. Circled the tent, Hua Kai saw the foundation of the 7th-class family for the first time. The Korean carriages are made of the finest wood, but they are light and strong. The 4 leaders of the Han family sitting in the main tent are all Qi cultivation base. Among them, the middle-aged person with the strongest strength reaches the 8th floor of Qi cultivation base. The 13 representatives are here, and some new faces hope that everyone can work together in this trade. Today I call you representatives to reiterate the following trade rules. Maybe some caravans are still unclear. The principal of the Han family said now. I looked at everyone present. The caravans on the trade road must not fight, otherwise the caravans of both sides will withdraw from the caravan. If you can't make it to the itinerary, you choose to give up some goods. Tomorrow morning, we will stop for a long time outside Xinwen County and meet the caravans in Lindsay City. Everyone has spotted the banner of the Han family. It may be much more difficult to enter the Huhan tribe with embarrassment. You have to pay a lot of money yourself. So tomorrow, if you feel your caravan is struggling, you will sell some goods in Xinwen County. The person in charge of the Han family said that one person disagreed, and some people began to fall into contemplation. Everyone wanted to go to the Huns to earn more, but if they were separated from the big team without the protection of the Han family, it would be a question of whether they could reach the Huhan tribe. The Han family mainly reiterated the business rules, and the fairness of business should not be shoddy. It is everyone who has damaged the credibility of the entire business group. In the end, the Han family mentioned the formation of a first emergency team. The role of the first-hand emergency team is to detect possible dangerous situations around, and to gather all the caravans for high-level battles. This can eliminate the crisis on the road to the greatest extent, without slowing down the pace, in case of friction with other business groups. It would be better for the Han family to deal with it this way. Don't have too many people from each family. It's better to get to cultivation base at least Kaiyuan consummation. It's better to be able to train masters in the Qi state. I will arrange a line for the merchant group based on the situation of each family's master. The order is set. After the person in charge of the Han family spoke, everyone began to whisper. In the Shen family, they did not draw anyone from the caravan. Hua Kai looked at his grandfather, who also shook his head and said he was unclear. The Han family is led by me personally. Don't worry. The reason for pulling out the High War is to ensure that the merchant group can safely reach the Hun. The first emergency team only gathers when the merchant group is on the way, and returns to the team at other times. At this point, everyone can rest assured that the leaders of each caravan are considering who they should send. Soon everyone identified their own personnel. The Hua family sent the Hua Xing flame strength to rank 3rd in the 13 companies. The first Jia family sent 2 early-stage auras to 3 aerodynamics masters. Hua Kai checked this. There are at least 3 families in the ordinary families of the sub-commercial group that have the cultivation realm. These families are closely related to the Han family. It can be seen that the strength of the Han family is much stronger than the surface. 7%. Chapter 39 Xinwen County. Additional changes at the end of the month. In the evening, it is safer near the village. In the afternoon, the butler Wafu bought some vegetables and meat in Yukon. This enriched everyone's dinner. He added fine ingredients to the horses at night. Hua Kai saw that everyone in Wahiapu was in the main account. Wandering outside, he couldn't help sighing. Since he talked about 3 kingdoms, at noon, everyone wanted to be hooked away for a day. Come in. Those who stay on the patrol will talk about 2 more chapters of 3 Kingdoms tonight. After Hua Kai said, everyone rushed into the main account. Even his grandfather Hua Xing and Hua Fu weren't left behind. There was an itch in the hearts of the people on duty outside. They all deliberately approached the main tent and quietly listened to the voices in the main tent. Hua Kai spoke in the main account for more than an hour and finished the 2 chapters of 3 Kingdoms, as if they were not finished. They kept asking Hua Kai about their incomprehension about some of the content of the story. After Hua Kai explained to everyone one by one, it was late into the night. Everyone was driven out of the tent by Hua Xing. The Hua family had seen the attributes of every member of the leaving family, and the corners of his mouth were indeed smiling. Today I talked about the 4 chapters of 3 Kingdoms. The loyalty of the players has increased by more than 2 points on average. You must know that most of the caravans are on the family secret realm space directory. When the loyalty is worth this point, every ascension is very difficult, and even more people who have not entered the family secret realm space list are promoted loyally. Looking at the 6-point family luck value just added, today the family luck value has increased by 15 points, and Wakai has discovered a way to increase the family luck value. Yu-jun, do you have anything else to do? Wakai slept with his grandfather, housekeeper, fifth uncle, and second Zhuang 5 in the main tent at night, and Yu-jun hesitated to leave when everyone got out of the tent. Patriarch, have you ever thought of putting the 3 kingdoms you talked about today into a book? Never thought about it, and don't want to write a book. What do you think of the novelist, the master? As one of the 10 great scholars, the novelist's stories and legends are circulated in all cities. Yu-jun continued. Just talk about what you want to do. After you finish talking, quickly return to your account and rest. You have to take turns to patrol at night. Wakai said. Patriarch, I think if you join a novelist, you will be able to achieve amazing achievements. No, you only need to write the 3 kingdoms into a book to become a novelist. Yu-jun thinks that if the patriarch does not join the novelist. Do you want to be my entrance teacher? Wakai asked with a chuckle. No, how can Yu-jun and he to be the teacher of the family, and the owner of the family is fortunate to accept Yu-jun as his apprentice. But now I am a student of novelist, and I am obliged to pass on the novelist's ideas. If the family wants to know about the novelist, Yu-jun can explain to the patron that, with the patron's talent in the small family, the cultivation of the martial skill of the novelist will become much faster. Yu-jun said hurriedly. Huakai has been in this world for 13 years. It is false to say that he is not curious about the Baijia of Zuzi. It is actually a good choice to join the Baijia of Zuzi. There is no mandatory obligation to join the Baijia of Zuzi. Join other schools. Doesn't my 5 uncle learn both Confucianism and Taoism? Then what processes are needed to join the school of novelists? Even if it is too troublesome, you know I won't leave Wahiapu. No trouble. No trouble. As long as you can comprehend basic copywriting skills, even if you are a novelist, then the owner can help you when creating novels and lecturing. I will tell you basic copywriting skills cultivation formula. As Yu-jun said, he recited the basic copywriting skills to Huakai. The philosophers never have to worry about revealing their own minds. Basic copywriting skills as the primary mental methods of the heavenly ranks, they can understand that there is no one in the world. Being able to comprehend the novelist's mentality is a good thing for the entire novelist academia. After listening to Huakai, he runs his true chi according to the basic copywriting skills mental requirements. This Tianxian mental method is different from the Wangji mental method. The operation of true chi is complicated, not to mention there are many special requirements for operation. Patriarch, when you were cultivating basic copywriting skills, recall the content of 3 kingdoms you talked about today. Do you feel any difference? Yu-jun said expectantly. Huakai meditated in his heart that the vague story of the 3 kingdoms suddenly became very clear, and some places that were originally unclear at this time became clear at this time, and the whole story of the 3 kingdoms became very clear in his mind. This copywriting basic skills actually have this effect. Patriarch, you succeeded. You actually took a few breaths to get started with the mind, and I didn't make a mistake. Yu-jun looked at Wakai, opened his eyes, and he already had a little more basic copywriting skills on him. That is the unique atmosphere of novelists. Yu-jun got up from the ground happily, walking around in the main account, unable to settle down. How long did he get started with basic copywriting skills? It was 3 years, and it took him 3 years to get started with basic copywriting skills, and he is already considered a good talent. Unexpectedly, Wakai only took a breath time to comprehend. Is it possible that a novelist is going to be a giant? Novelists are one of the top 10 schools in the world. Everyone says that there are 100 schools of thought, but the only school that does not enter the school is the only school that does not enter the school. In this way, all novelists have a sense of inferiority when they meet the other 9 schools. Sense, why do you feel inferior? It's not that a novelist has never produced a giant. More than 30 schools in the hundreds of scholars have all produced giants, and several schools of the 10 university school have appeared in sage, but the novelist school has only produced a half-step giant in Yuchu for thousands of years, and now I see Huakai he realized the basic copywriting skills in one breath, which made him not excited. Yu-jun's movement may be a bit big. Hua Xing, who had just left the house, walked into the main account, wondering why Yu-jun was suddenly so excited. Master, Patriarch, He understands basic copywriting skills. Patriarch only took one breath, only one breath. Yu Jun said happily when he saw Hua Xing. Hua Xing was still wondering why Yu Jun was doing this. He looked at Hua Kai and saw that he just smiled and saw that he did not speak. What is basic copywriting skills? Care, do you want to learn other mental methods? Hua Kai asked puzzledly. Basic copywriting skills is the novelist's cultivation of the mind, and those who can understand the low-level mind of the heavens choose one from 1,000. Heaven rank mentality. Kyer understood the heaven rank mentality. Hua Xing reacted. Huakai opens its own properties panel. Huakai. Body tempering level 5. Qualification. D. Physique. 15. Strength. 17. Will. 23. Novelist. Student. Mind method. Novelist. Introduction to basic copywriting skills. TN level. Low level mind method. Mind method. Meditation. Ju. Yellow order. Advanced mind method. Dachang. Marksmanship. Split air spear. Yellow level. Advanced marksmanship. Dachang. Special mind method. Introduction to the idea of big dream view. God level. Special skill. Real eye cannot be upgraded. The vigor value and the will have increased a bit. This basic copywriting skills is really worthy of the heavenly mental method. It can not only condense the mind to think about how to write a novel, but how to tell it is more logical, and it is much easier to learn other things. It is a little similar to own idea of big dreams. It is not without reason that the students of 100 schools think that they are superior. Care, have you comprehended the mind of the 100 schools? It only took a breath of time. Our Hua family is going to have a member. Hua Xing asked happily. If Hua Hiabao can produce a schoolmaster, his status will be higher than that of the ordinary 9th grade family, and the family will naturally be upgraded to become a family. Thinking of this, Hua Xing's heart is no less excited than Yu Jun. I have comprehended the novelist's basic copywriting skills mentality, but it's just a start. I don't know when I will become a master. Is everything in the grandpa caravan settled down? Hua Kai turned the topic of comprehension of the Baijia mentality. Hua Xing and Yu Jun also knew what he meant. It would not be a good thing for the little Hua Jiabao to let outsiders know that Hua Kai had a breath time to comprehend the heavenly mind. At night, when everything settled down, Hua Kai closed his eyes and realized the basic copywriting skills. He meditated on some novel stories deep in his mind. Basic copywriting skills would automatically operate in his body. The clearer the story, the stronger the speed. The better the storyline, structure, and deep meaning, the faster the basic copywriting skills runs, and after each small plot, he can feel that there seems to be something more in his mind. This feeling is very magical. It wasn't until the mid-shift patrol changed the guard Wafu's housekeeper to go out in the evening, Hua Kai forced himself to withdraw from the novel conception, and went to sleep in the idea of the big dream. The next day, Hua Kai opened his eyes and heard the busy sound outside the tent. Grandpa, housekeeper and others had already got up to feed the horse and pack things. Hua Kai recalled the operation of basic copywriting skills in his dream yesterday, and gained a new experience. He found that this idea of big dreams and basic copywriting skills are simply a perfect match. When cultivation encounters problems during the day, summing up at night can deepen the impression, so that the understanding of oneself and the mind is very important. After finishing the bedding, Huakai walked out of the tent and saw that all the caravans had been dismantling the tents and sorting things out. A stream of blue smoke rose from the center of the caravans. Each family had already started cooking, and a new day had begun. When the day lighted up, the banner of the Han family caravan was hung up. Yesterday, the team sequence was discussed. Wahiapu ranked 4th in the business group. Therefore, when the banner of the Han family began to move, Hua Xing rode the flames towards the Han family caravan, and Wahiapu was also preparing to follow. After being on the official road, the speed of the merchant group began to accelerate. In about 2 hours, Huakai saw the shadow of Xinwen County in the distance. Groups of caravans outside Xinwen County were slowly passing by, and some caravans were docked outside Xinwen County. After unloading the car, many people gathered around the caravan to buy things. The Han family banner stopped not far outside Xinwen County, and Wahiapu also found a place to park and rest. At this time, many people in Xinwen County gathered around. The caravan in Guangxian County. Are there any goods to be sold? We are from the Zhao family in Xinwen County and buy salt and tea at high prices. There is no coarse cloth or linen cloth that needs to be sold. They are all here to buy the goods, but the prices they give are only 20% higher than the market price in Guangxian. Everyone has paid the road to the Huhan tribe. No one is willing to sell here until the last moment. Goods. After asking for a long time, only 2 of them chose to buy the Guangxian wine they brought. This wine is not easy to bring. Everyone gets 1 tael of silver per caddy at Han's. The retail price of Guangxian is 2 taels of silver. The market price in Xinwen County has been raised to 3 taels of silver. Now if you remove the cost and the cost of road guidance, you still have to pay a little, so it's not that the caravan's goods are too heavy and no one wants to sell. 2 caravans in the Guangxian commercial group felt that their caravan seemed to be unable to keep up, so they could only choose to abandon the most difficult to transport fine wine. After waiting for 2 hours outside Xinwen County, some villagers also came to the Guangxian business team to try their luck. Unfortunately, it is only 120 miles away from Guangxian County. The difference in the price of goods is not very large, and they are destined to not account for much. It's cheaper. Hua Kai roughly estimated that he was standing outside Xinwen County in these 2 hours. There could be more than 60 caravans passing by him. Among them, the caravan in Lindsay City is the largest. He saw one hanging out. There are more than 100 caravan carriages with the word, Tian. All the carriages are wrapped in high-quality cotton. There are more than 500 entourages. Found that there are Shantian masters accompanying. The Shantian realm master seemed to have noticed that Hua Kai was peeking at him, and his body shivered when his eyes were fixed on Hua Kai. It is not too easy for a Shantian realm to destroy an ordinary family. Hua Kai knew he was rash. All of the world's scholars have their own unique abilities, just like a novelist who can concentrate on thinking and storytelling. He has heard of yin and yang's family that can't check a person's talents, but can also see the luck of a person or even a family. The lifespan of 200 years in the Shantian state has been out of the category of ordinary people. They have many abilities that ordinary people cannot understand. Hua Kai warned him to be careful when encountering the Shantian state in the future. When the caravan in Xinwen County was almost gone, the caravan from the Han family finally started on their way. Hua Kai stood on the carriage and looked back and forth at the caravan. The densely packed carriages on the official road could not see the end. The 30-man cavalry team of Guangxian, Pioneer Emergency Team, passed by the Wahia caravan from time to time. Focusing on the journey, Hua Kai felt that the speed of the Korean caravan's journey today was much faster than yesterday. I have been walking for 4 hours. Even if the Wahia caravan's carriages are 2-stage deceleration, the horses need to be more labor-saving. At this time, they are all sweating. The housekeeper Wafu feels sorry for the horses and asks everyone to get out of the carriages and walk. At this time, Grandpa come on horseback. Grandpa, what's the matter with this Han family? Why is it so fast? Several caravans behind can't keep up. Hua Kai saw Grandpa coming over and asked. Hold on for a while. Even if people push, they must keep up with the big army. The Han family discussed with the merchant groups in several other counties. Which county will enter Jinan first and walk in front of the caravan? It's hard to go ahead. Hua Xing said. If there are really a large number of horse bandits on the border between Linhu and the Zhongnu, then this front position must be contested. Behind him is the most likely to be attacked by the horse bandits. Not only is it safe to go to a place to camp and choose a position, choosing a booth in a city is all good, so there is no dissatisfaction with Hua Kai when I hear here, so let's bury your head and go on your way. 7%. Chapter 40 Survival Match. On the second day, the Guangxian commercial group did not stop from noon until the sun set. The Wahia commercial group walked for nearly 8 hours and walked 90 miles in one afternoon, except for Hua Kai. Walking, following the carriage is almost exhausted. All the horses in rotation pull carts thanks to the Wahia Bao horses are regarded as steed horses, otherwise they have to use carts like other caravans. There are more than 20 prefecture state business groups that merged with Guangxian this time, and the total number of caravans exceeded 200. What Hua Kai saw in the morning was only a part of the caravans passing through Xinwen County. Must feed nearly tens of millions of grassland herdsmen. In the evening, when everyone saw the Han family caravan's banner finally stopped, everyone finally took a sigh of relief. Wei turned his head while organizing the caravan to find a place to camp, and hurriedly let people unload the horses, replenish them with fine ingredients and massage them. Horses are most important on the trade road. However, if the horses are tired and sick on the road, let alone transporting the goods to the grassland, it is difficult for people to go home alive, unless there are other caravans to take you in. After all the tents were set up, Zhuang led the people to start making fires and cooking, and Grandpa came back riding on the flames. Grandpa, how is the situation? Hua Kai wanted to know the current situation of competition among the counties. A total of 21 business groups, large and small. Now we are probably in the 7th and 8th positions. This afternoon we have about 90 miles away, and there are about 140 miles away from Jinan. Today, several of our business groups are obviously all I can't hold it anymore. Now it's up to the Han family to decide. As Hua Xing was talking, the Han family came to the Hua family camp, saying that he asked the head of the Hua family to talk about the matter. Hua Kai came to the main account of the Han family, and the Han family was negotiating with other caravans about the afternoon. Now that everyone is here, let's discuss the position of the business group. We still cannot compete. If the competition is now some families can't keep up, if there is no competition, how should we deal with the horse bandits in the grassland? Today I got the exact news that hundreds of horse bandit teams have appeared in the northern grasslands of Linhu grassland. Among them, the largest horse bandit team has more than 3,000 people. The person in charge of the Han family said that everyone here looked horrified. There are very few horse bandits who can live on the grassland. The strength is lower than that of the Kaiyuan realm. Those horse bandits live on the edge of the knife and are much better than ordinary bandits, and they are all one person and many horses. The speed is very fast. It is very, very difficult to escape. This is why many caravans only go to Linhu country and don't leave. The large horse bandits near the central plains are afraid to show up, but after Linhu, there is a large number of horse bandits and bandits to the north. Increase, of course, it will be much more profitable to ship the goods there. Let's report on the situation of the respective caravans this afternoon. Then we will discuss together and decide together how we should participate in this competition. Let me first talk about the Han family. There are 32 Korean carriages and 46 horses. Now all carriages are intact. There are 2 horses that can no longer go with the caravan tomorrow. The head of the Han family said sadly. I'm talking about the situation of the Jia family. The 26 carriages of the Jia family are in good condition. 3 of the horses are tired. They can't pull the carriage after a few days of rest. The Jia family representative said. Next, everyone will introduce their own caravans. The 14 caravans in Guangxian County, including the Han family, have suffered losses except for the horses of the Hua family. Because some families are all strong horse-drawn carts, it is basically impossible to continue the sprint tomorrow. When the Hua family said that their horses had not been lost, everyone looked surprised. Many of them saw that when the other caravans were pushing their carriages this afternoon, the staff of the Chinese caravans were still sitting in the carriages. At the beginning, they originally laughed at thinking that the Hua family had not traveled a long way and did not understand the horses, but in the end, the Hua family caravan became the only caravan without any loss. Everyone knows the situation of the entire business group in Guangxian. Next, we will discuss how the business group should go tomorrow, whether to continue fighting or stop and rest tomorrow. The person in charge of the Han family has actually expressed the attitude of the Han family. It is clear that the Han family must win, not only for the benefit, but also for the face of the Han family in Guangxian. Many caravan leaders heard here that they must strive for the forefront position. If the queue finally encounters the Ma Bandit Guangxian merchant group, it may be swallowed by the entire Ma Bandit group. Some caravans remained silent. They were thinking about their own situation. Even if tomorrow they try their best to keep up with the merchants, how many horses will they have when they arrive in Jinan? Do you still have the ability to go to the Huns? Then a show of hands. 9 companies agreed to continue and 5 companies abstained. Then we will continue on our way tomorrow morning and strive to reach the border of Jinan in 1 day tomorrow. Mr. Han, my Wang family may not be able to keep up with the business group. The 21 horses of the Wang family caravan have lost 7 of them today. Tomorrow, even if we insist on reaching Jinan, we will not be able to walk to the Huhan tribe. The person in charge interrupted the person in charge of the Han family. Oh, is there any other family that doesn't want to go to the Huns? If you don't want to go, you can leave it to fix it by yourself. My Han family is not unreasonable. Although the road guidance fee cannot be refunded, you can give the own goods to their family. Then another family chose to give up like the Wang family. The cost of road guidance is about 2.4 times the price of the goods themselves. Transporting the goods to Linhu grassland may only be transferred back to one cost, so everyone hopes to use the goods as their own. It may be disposed of on the spot, so they can make a lot of money when they go to Linhu grassland and buy horses, furs, animal bones, etc. You can't sell caravan horses. I will give you a 20% premium. How about leaving you with the 3 exhausted horses of our caravan? I will give you a 1 gold difference in exchange for your 3 good horses. The 2 caravans chose to give up halfway. Everyone rushed to divide each other's horses to strengthen their own strength. Although the 2 gave up doing business this year, after the series of horses were exchanged, they actually got a profit of more than 5 gold. None of the goods have been claimed. Is there a friend who is willing to take over the goods of the Wang family? The Wang family is willing to sell the goods at 3 times the price. The representative of the Wang family saw that all his horses had been exchanged, and wanted to quickly dispose of the goods in his hands. Those who went to the Huns only had 3 times the profit when they were transported to the Linhu grassland. Every family wants to get as much luck as possible, and this Wang family has already paid 2.4 times the cost of the road guide, buy it and earn it, and the Han family is also the person in charge of each family sitting with eyes wide open. I hope someone can take over. 2.5 times. Someone pays 2.5 times the price of Wang's goods and chooses them arbitrarily. We can also pay less. Are you willing to take over? After the Wang family's person in charge said, no one on the scene said anything. The Yang family also stated that they are willing to sell family goods at 2.5 times the price. The person in charge of the Han family began to frown at this time. If this matter cannot be resolved, the reputation of the Han family will definitely be damaged, but he cannot force which one to take over the goods of the 2. Everyone, the price is 2.2 times. If anyone wants to take over, take it away. As long as the goods arrive on behalf of the country, they can make money back. This is a help for the Shen family. The person in charge of the Shen family has already cried in his voice. The goods are worth more than 100 gold, and the road guide alone spent 300 gold. The fate of their entire family is likely to bet on this business trip, and he needs to lose at least 200 gold to deal with these goods on the spot. At this time, no one dared to say anything. If their caravan wants to catch up with the business group tomorrow, they may have to work hard. How can they help others share the pressure at this time? Wah family, don't you have any losses with horses today? Can you help the 2 families share a little? I will tell the family owner to compensate you as much as possible for your family's losses this time. The person in charge of the Han family is also embarrassed. His chief the task is to safely complete this business trip, as for the rest must be considered later. But tonight's resolution is too great for the 2 families. The Han family must say something. Return to the head of Han. For the first time this year, the Wah family. The Wah family is willing to eat a portion of the goods, but the family's funds are limited and cannot afford to pay for the goods temporarily. Wah Kai wanted to refuse. Know what Grandpa wants to say. For Wahiapu to be promoted to a family, the relationship with all the families in Guangxian County is the most important. If the Wah family can receive this batch of goods this time, the 2 families will be very grateful to the Wah family, and the Han family must also fall in love with the Wah family, because most of the road guidance fees collected by the Han family have been handed over to Lindsay City. The Qi family in Lindsay City will give a portion to the countries and cities along the way, so as to show the sovereignty of the Qi family in Qi. If we don't have money, we can think of a way. How much goods you can receive at most? The head of the Han family asked joyfully. At most, there are only 2 trucks of cargo. We have to give up some fodder to bring these cargoes. Huakai said. Finally, the 2 goods that can be delivered to Wahia's 2 vehicles were finalized, and Wahiapu got it at 2.2 times the price of Guangxian procurement, which means that these goods were routed to Wahia only for 1.2 times the price of the goods. Among them, the 1.2 road guidance fee is paid by the Han family first, and the remaining goods will be paid after the Wahiabao caravan returns. The money given by the Han family is considered to be borrowed by the Wah family, and the Wah family needs to pay interest. When leaving the main account of the Han family, the Lu Yin in the hands of the Wah family changed its appearance. The quantity of some silk, sugar, tea, refined salt and other goods was doubled. The 2 companies gave Huakai all the precious tea, refined salt, and silk from their caravans. The most precious items were worth more than 180 gold. Huakai Wan gave an IOU of 180 gold, nearly 3 carts of valuable commodities. In his hands, the remaining fine wines from the 2 families were sold on the spot without losing money, and the other things were not lost much. The Wah family owed the Han family 260 gold for the road guidance fee at a deficit, and now they have more foreign debts. If the business fails this time, they may not be enough to sell the entire Wahiabao to the Han family. Wah Kai returned to the caravan and told others about his decision. Everyone was very excited. The goods given by the 2 families this time are higher than the total value of all the goods in Wahiapu. Originally, Everyone didn't load too much in their carriages. Huakai used carriages for cover. The good things are in the portable space. This time there are more. With so many things, the distance limit of the Wahia team is much worse. The main reason is to be able to take advantage of the credit. In the middle of the night, the Wahia went to 2 firms to check the supplies and transported them back to their own caravan. After dinner in the evening, the Wahia saw everyone in Wahiapu starting to walk around outside the main account. How could he not know everyone? Mean. Today is so tired, one by one didn't take a break early. Come in. After finishing talking early, everyone hurry up and rest. You will pass Huchuo Mountain tomorrow, and you will be able to bear it by then. Huakai finished Wahiapu 40 consecutive years. Many people rushed into the main account, squeezing the main account tightly. The 2 chapters of the story are quickly finished. The first 4 chapters were told yesterday. Today, when the 3 British fights Liu Biyu, Huakai portrays Liu Biyu as a Shantian master. Although he is strong, he has changed the master 3 times. Everyone in Wahiapu gnashes their teeth. What many people in this world hate most is those who are unfaithful to their masters. The 2 chapters are very fast. Many military commanders of the 3 kingdoms began to appear one by one, and everyone was fascinated. When Wakai heard that Sun Jian dared to vote for the Jade Seal, he couldn't help standing up and shouting at the traitor. Liu Biyu also hates it. After everyone reluctantly left the main account, Wakai harvested some family luck. His story today is much better than yesterday, and after telling it, the impression is even more impressive, and every time he tells the story climax at that time, this basic copywriting skills will run fast, and he feels that true chi in his body runs 10 times faster than usual cultivation, and the heavenly mental method is terrifying. Huakai woke up early the next day and saw that the caravan had started to light up the fire and cook. Before the day was up, people from the Han family came to inform that they were ready to set off. Today is considered to be leaving the densely populated area of Qi, and the road to the west will be more rugged. The team will have difficulty leaving. Especially Huchuo Mountain, where there are more than a dozen bandit cottages, where caravans are attacked every year. When the Han family flag moved again, the genius just lighted up. The Hua family caravan packed up and started to set off. Huakai saw that all the entourage of the Han family caravan had got out of the carriage and walked behind the carriage today, knowing that they are today. It is also desperate, which makes other caravans feel extremely pressured. Everyone in Wahiapu continued to get on the carriage. As long as Pinglu Huakai felt that his horses could still hold on, he carefully watched other caravan carriages without shock absorption. The carriage was called a bump, and sometimes it was necessary. People hold down the goods, and horses consume a lot of energy in this situation. The Chinese caravans approach surprised the other caravans. They could only think that Wahiabao was too naive. Yesterday Heavenly Horse didn't get tired and got down. They were lucky. Since they dare to do this today, see how they give up halfway. No one could have imagined that the Wahia caravan would take care of the shock absorption of the carriage, and the Guangxian commercial group set off in the early morning like this. On the road, Huakai saw many caravans on both sides of the official road. Only then did the Guangxian commercial group surpass dozens of small caravans. When it was almost noon, some caravans of the Guangxian commercial group were slowly unable to keep up. When they got on, they had to let the merchants push away behind the carriage, and then they could barely keep up with the business group, but the Wahia caravan did not show signs of being unable to walk under everyone's gaze, which made everyone feel very surprised. Which made everyone feel very surprised. Which made everyone feel very surprised. Which made everyone feel very surprised.